As the great mage of the ninth circle, the most powerful in the world, I found myself helpless when facing the last demon god. This was not due to a lack of strength, it was because I was chosen as a hero candidate alongside the warrior. However, I handed over the sacred power capable of killing the demon god to the warrior. At that moment, I believed the righteous warrior would lead us to victory. Now I realize my mistake. During our journey, I discovered that this warrior had a loose screw. He only acted according to his sense of justice, so stubborn in his ways, when facing villains that could be defeated with a single blow. This good-natured guy let them go. He rejected all my plans, saying he didn't want to use tricks to win. Instead, he insisted on fighting the demons honorably. Because of his brilliant decisions, we lost many comrades before facing the demon god. He fell into his own traps. When confronting the demon god and his enormous army of monsters, my comrades could only rely on me. One by one, they advanced, sacrificing their lives to buy me time. Finally, after the sacrifice of my last comrades, I completed the great magic of the ninth circle. However, even my strongest attack could not defeat the demon god. Although I had anticipated this outcome, if I were to die like this, how could I face my comrades who had gone ahead? I had no choice but to resort to the evil power that all mages feared, sacrificing all life in the world to unleash the power of Bora souls, capable of defying the will of heaven. I couldn't even complete the final step before the enormous hand of the demon god fell. I still lamented not having killed that warrior myself, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back home, 20 years in the past. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. That legendary regression magic with no known formula and only a 1% success rate had truly worked. But then I realized why I had bandages on my head. The butler explained, "Young master, your brain has been loosened. You went to beg Aelin not to break the engagement and ended up getting beaten." This immediately reminded me of my embarrassing past. Aelin was the young lady of the Lindell Duke family, my fiancée until I turned 20, and I was the notoriously useless young master of the Walpurgis Marquis family. Back then, my weak and useless personality was what Aelin hated the most. But now I know there was another reason for breaking the engagement. After the butler left, I thought about that warrior. This time, I won't make the same mistake. Meanwhile, the butler went to find my father. The Marquis, upon learning that I had woken up angry, said he would break my legs if I pursued the Duke's daughter again. The butler said the young master had no such intention. If he did, he would say so. And how to say it? The young master seems very angry. Meanwhile, I invoked magic circles in my room. I successfully cast a regression spell to go back 20 years. To win the next battle against the demon god, I must prepare from now on. Now I am ready to attempt something I didn't dare to do before. Every mage forms a mana core in their heart, but what I will do is create 12 circulation points in my body. This way, not only will I not need to train, but large amounts of mana will circulate within me at all times to face what is to come. This is necessary. Fortunately, I succeeded despite the risks and casually advanced to the fourth circle. Then I tried to cast several spells, but I could only manage 2 at a time. That's my limit in the fourth circle now. Just then, Father opened the door saying he knew about the embarrassing things I did and that he would break my legs. I quickly explained that this was part of my plan. I raised a finger and sincerely said that the Duke's family breaking the engagement is annoying for Father. Seeing that he seemed about to say something reasonable, he sat down and let me continue. I gestured and asked, "What conditions did we set when agreeing to the marriage with the Lindell Duke's family?" Father looked confused, of course. They couldn't learn magical training methods. In the end, for a suitable heir, no other type of mana should be mixed. I smiled and replied, "Exactly. Having an heir is crucial for a family." And what if the Duke's daughter broke this condition? Yes. In my past life, due to some rumors, I learned that the Duke's daughter was secretly training in magic. And to deceive my father, a great 8th circle mage, there was only one possibility. That would be an ancient magical artifact. I then promised Father that I would prove it myself. If I uttered even one false word, I would voluntarily renounce the name Walpurgis and lose my position as heir. Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, the Duke's daughter was practicing fencing. The Duke approached with a worried expression. Any reaction from Mikkel since that day? Aelin reassured her father. That fool won't notice anything unusual. Upon hearing this, the Duke felt somewhat relieved. After all, although their family was famous for magic, they wouldn't be able to discover the ancient magical artifact in their daughter. Moreover, they were preparing to receive the family of Count Parslov today, and Ryan Parslov would be present. Ryan was the only heir of the Parslov family and a sword prodigy, acclaimed as the future saint of the sword. Aelin thought that only someone like him was worthy of her. At that moment, a knight reported, "Your Grace, the envoy has arrived." The Duke believed that the envoy from the Parslov family had arrived earlier. The knight said no. It was the young master of Walpurgis. The Duke's heart stopped for a moment, and he ordered the guard to announce that today, They had prior commitments and could not receive visitors. At that moment, the steward was worried. "Young master, you have already lost much prestige before. Are you coming to embarrass yourself again?" I said I had my own plans. At that moment, the knight returned with the message. "I'm sorry, young Master Mikhail. Please, come another day." I turned to leave. Well, if it must be so. Just as the guard sighed in relief, I sat under a large tree not far away. I'm somewhat tired from the journey. I'll rest here for a while. The knight thought the Parslow family would arrive soon. He couldn't let this useless young master meet them. Just as he reached out to make me leave, my expression darkened. "Even though you broke the engagement, I am still your lady's fiancé. I am the heir of the Walpurgis family. Let me go." Seeing my fierce expression, the knight withdrew his hand in fear. I patted the arm he had grabbed and continued. "Knight M. Can, let me ask, do you think you can touch me?" The knight knelt down in fear. I wouldn't dare, but I thought this guy seemed too scared to breathe in front of me. Just a few days ago, how did he suddenly seem like a different person? Then I said firmly, "If you want me to leave, have Aylin come see me now." When the knight relayed the message, Aylin responded indifferently, "I'll go see him. I'll just send him back like before." The knight seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. At that moment, I thought, under the tree, the two families I seek have naturally gathered. And I can't wait to see Ryan from the Parslow family. He was an old acquaintance before my reincarnation, and I must act quickly. Just then, the butler suddenly asked me, "Young master, have you secretly practiced other techniques without the Marquis knowing? The power you demonstrated is not something a third circle mage would possess. Although I'm not a mage, serving the Marquis for years has sharpened my perception." I understood what the butler was implying. I suspected he thought I used some forbidden technique to raise my level. I naturally extended my hand, allowing him to examine it at his leisure. He took my hand carefully, examined it closely, and noted that I was a fourth circle mage. He found no trace of forbidden techniques, and only then did he feel relieved. Just at that moment, Aylin approached. "What are you doing here again? Didn't we say everything that needed to be said last time?" But I stood up with my hands on my hips. "You may have finished talking, but I haven't. Ayn just wanted me to leave quickly, telling me not to waste any more effort and to go home. No rush. Let's talk calmly. What is this? Are you expecting important visitors today?" Then I clearly saw Eileen's shoulder tremble. Her expression became somewhat strange. I showed a sly smile. Ryan Parslow was a man who didn't care about family political status, only about the art of the sword. He probably didn't know what had happened with the family that would be gathering today. One thing was certain, he despised those who broke promises. If he knew that his potential fiancée broke a previous engagement, he wouldn't tolerate it. Being someone with a strong sense of justice, seeing Ayn silent, I continued, "You're right. We both decided to break the engagement by mutual agreement, but there is a condition that there were no issues with the engagement." Then I approached Aylin. At that moment, I only mentioned that I wanted to enter the Duke's mansion to take you. The knight, very eager to protect his master, pushed me, saying that even as the heir of Walpurgis, I couldn't be so presumptuous. This made me laugh in anger. "All the knights of the Lindell family are rude." Aylin ordered the knight to stop. The knight turned his head to speak, but Aylin shouted, "McCowan, don't make me repeat myself." To obtain my forgiveness, Aylin proposed inviting me to tea at the Duke's mansion. The knight mentioned the Partloff family. "We'll take care of that later." I managed to enter the Duke's mansion. I commented that this place hadn't changed. The butler looked confused. "Young master, is this your first time here?" His sigh was like that of an experienced elder. This bothered me a bit. I wasn't that old. Then the butler worried again about my safety. "The Marquis isn't here. What do you plan to do?" I just turned my head, smiling. "What do you say?" "You are not with me. You are more reliable than anyone." Soon I was alone with Aylin in a room. My first words were, "You lied. You violated the agreement of not using magic during the engagement." But Aylin was sure that I was just acting. She said that if I doubted, I could check for myself. This suited me, although not here. To be fair in this review, I want you to show yourself before the family of Count Parslov who is about to arrive. Aylin was first surprised, then said angrily, "You have no right to demand this of me, but I didn't expect you to be prepared." I directly took out the symbol of our Walpurgis family. This means that every word I say now represents the position of the Walpurgis family. Likewise, Aylin's words must be accountable to her family. At that moment, Aylin stuttered and did not dare to continue. The Duke, who had been listening in secret, could no longer hold back and opened the door. "Ayn, don't say anything else. My first purpose in coming was to meet this Duke Lindell. He was the 5th Knight of the Empire and one of the 12 sword masters. Although he later lost everything to the demon god, he is a key talent to face the coming crisis." The Duke asked perplexed, "Are you really Mikhail?" I replied, "The only one." The Duke reflected. "It seems to be you." Your complexion and personality are the same. Only the impression you give has changed. The Marquis Walpurgis found the Dragon Star for you. I replied that I had never seen it. My father is stingy. He doesn't even show it to me. The Duke empathized. True. He has always been like that, never showing his collections to anyone. Who would have thought? Not even to his son. True. Now he is a marquis, but he is still stingy. Upon hearing me, the Duke couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect to like you so much, boy. I felt that the atmosphere was warm enough to get to the main point. What does your grace think about this? Unexpectedly, this Duke turned out to be quite shrewd. He mockingly declared that we only proposed to break the engagement because your character was not up to par. And he insisted that Aelin had not trained in magic, saying she was one of the 5 best knights of the Empire. How could he not know if his daughter trained in magic? In reality, he couldn't ignore it. Aelin could have understood the methods of magical training. And after discovering this, the Duke was weighing between his useless future son-in-law and his daughter's talent with the sword, which was more valuable, and had been emanating an oppressive aura. Most couldn't think clearly under such pressure, but this intimidation wouldn't work on me. In front of this old fox, I decided to be direct. Not long ago, when I looked for Aelin, she made a mistake. However, while I was bothering her, for a moment I saw something on her neck. What she was wearing around her neck. I believe your grace knows this well, although the old fox got nervous upon hearing this. He tried to deny it. Maybe he saw it wrong. I stood up to leave without saying more. Ah, by the way, I heard that Ryan Partloff is coming here. I might run into him on my way back. At that moment, Duke Lindell lost his composure. Calling me hurriedly to stop, I asked him, ready to admit it? Duke Lindell could no longer pretend, but what he said next left me speechless. We can pretend this never happened. Only then did I remember that this Duke was famous for his audacity. However, after the negotiation, I got what I wanted and left with a satisfied expression. After I left, Aelin nervously clenched her fist, vowing she would find a way to take on all the consequences. It's all because I wasn't careful. I'll take all the blame. But the Duke said this was a family matter, not something she could handle alone. Besides, regarding her magic training, who could have imagined that Aelin would understand magical training methods on her own without any guidance? She's a prodigy with the sword. He didn't want her talents to go to waste, but the Duke calmed Aelin down. That boy is smarter than you think. You should pay attention to him from now on. Meanwhile, I had already intercepted Ryan on his way to the Duke's mansion. I extended my hand to Ryan, become my companion, but he had never met me before. He only knew me as the recently rejected and foolish young master. Besides, I had blocked his path for no reason, so he immediately emanated an intimidating aura. Inwardly, I admired him, as expected of someone called the next Sword Saint, but I immediately dispelled that aura with a wave of my hand. Before Ryan could even figure out what I had done, I urged him to calm down and let me finish speaking. Ryan was surprised. He had heard that the heir of Walpurgis was a fool, but he felt that the person in front of him was unfathomable. I didn't deny Ryan's doubts. I used to be like that too. Now, the urgent matter is to prepare for the demon god's invasion. Mentioning the demon god reminded me of that damned warrior. An intense rage unconsciously showed on my face. I will never forgive him for making me this way. Ryan unconsciously took a step back. Quickly, I composed myself, indicating that I had something important to say. Ryan nodded seriously, allowing me to continue. I sighed internally, seeing that he hadn't changed. Although his wild nature made him seem unstable, he was actually quite steadfast. The anger must have been situational. He called it selective anger management. I asked first, "Are you here today to get engaged to Aelin, right? If all goes well, you'll soon be her fiancé." Ryan thought I was here to cause trouble. Bitter about the broken engagement, I couldn't help but laugh. How could that be? She's worthless to me now. Then I pointed at Ryan. "You're the one I'm interested in." Hearing this, Ryan quickly moved away. I rushed to clarify that I like women. "I just mean I want you to be my companion." Ryan was stunned. "It seems you're not a fool, but a madman." Seeing Ryan's face, I remembered that battle from my past life. Ryan had destroyed the 3rd Legion of the Demon God with all his might, killing the Legion commander, the madman Hayam. But this also left him with fatal, irreversible wounds. In his last moments, he called out to me and asked, "Mihail, couldn't you have become the hero back then?" And this time, I wanted to invite Ryan to fight alongside me again. Who would have known that the current Ryan wouldn't believe any of this? Isn't it that holy theocracy that's always causing trouble with nonsensical prophecies? Heroes and demon gods don't exist. We are at peace, yes. Before the demon god became a threat, there was a prophecy, that of Cassandra. This prophecy spread throughout the world in an unknown manner. At first, everyone ignored the prophecy. I knew I couldn't convince Ryan to accept this. In our first meeting, I said that trust wasn't key. What was important was being partners. Ryan thought I was talking nonsense and was about to leave, but my next words stopped him in his tracks. The Moulier Aura training method. Even if you are the sword prodigy of the new generation, you can't advance smoothly in everything. Yes, it was around this time that Ryan hit a wall in his sword training. Not because his aura method was weak, but because it was incomplete. As expected, hearing me be so cryptic, Ryan grew impatient, asking what I meant. I calmly stated my condition. If you accept my proposal, I will reveal the complete Moulier Aura training method to you. But upon hearing me, Ryan didn't believe it. He had barely found one of Moulier's journals by chance, and even that was incomplete. I told him I had the missing parts of the Moulier Aura training method. To get it, he had to agree to be my partner. Ryan had no choice but to stay, but something made him curious. You say you don't care if I marry into the Lindell family, but that doesn't mean your family won't care. I laughed. Aren't you underestimating the Purgis family? Upon hearing my confident, albeit somewhat arrogant words, Ryan felt that he was starting to like this guy. Although my first impression of you was terrible, you're not so bad now. However, despite saying this, he needed to verify the authenticity of the Moulier Aura training method. I took Ryan to the training grounds and asked him to demonstrate the Moulier Aura training method. Just as the book described, special marks from the method appeared on his skin. They weren't clear, converting only 50% of his aura's power. The true Moulier method raises this value to 70%. I picked up a sword and took a breath. In that moment, the Moulier marks appeared on my skin. Seeing this, Ryan was floored. A skill that only swordsmen should know was being used by a mage. I only managed to maintain this method for 30 seconds. This made Ryan doubt. He asked me if I was really a mage, and I replied that it didn't matter. Now you should believe that I have the complete method, right? Unfortunately, Ryan was so shocked that he lost his composure and shouted, "Can't you just tell me the whole method?" Before hearing me out, he thought dejectedly that I wouldn't share such a valuable method. Surprisingly, I replied calmly, "Sure. If you want to know, I'll tell you. It's not convenient here. Come to my house later." This training method belonged to Ryan in my previous life. Knowing he was going to die, he gave me the complete method. Now, it was just returning to its rightful owner. Even though I had walked quite a distance, Ryan was still stunned. As I left the Duke's mansion, I noticed the Duke had been waiting there for some time. I couldn't help but marvel at how shrewd he was. He must have unexpectedly witnessed the entire scene. At that moment, the Duke bowed and apologized, admitting that his family had been in the wrong and that he would comply with any compensation I asked for. I also politely apologized for my sudden visit. I wished Miss Aylin and young Master Ryan a good outcome, leaving the Duke speechless. He couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Why do I feel like this marriage is hopeless now?" I smiled and said that I had simply given Ryan another option. In fact, Ryan was cautious. I always thought Aylin broke off the engagement because I wasn't worthy, but this time he had seen my strength and character up close. He would realize that the rumors weren't true and that there were issues behind the breakup, but the Duke thought none of this mattered anymore. After seeing my performance today, he had someone he cared about more than Ryan. Can we regain the trust of the Walpurgis family? I smiled widely. Of course, we will accept it when there is enough sincerity. Then I proposed an attractive condition. What if there was a great master who could guide Ain's swordsmanship? Upon hearing this, the Duke was tempted. Today, seeing my great understanding of swordsmanship, he surely thought I had a great instructor behind me. I added that this would be after our families reconcile. The Duke couldn't help but think about it seriously. "You're a cunning one, boy." When I got home, my father ruffled my hair with praise, saying, "As expected of my son, who else would see through that old fox's trap?" I put on a frustrated look. "That's not what you said." Before I left, my father quickly changed the subject to business. "Before you returned, the ducal family of Lindell sent a message saying they would come to apologize. They want to resolve it privately and ask that we don't make it public. Their family follows the knightly spirit. If this got out, it would be a huge blow to them." Father smiled and said we could profit from this. He hadn't liked the arrogance of the Lindells for a long time. Then he asked about my conversation with the Duke. I said, "Nothing special. They just asked if they could regain the trust of the Walpurgis family, and I said yes, as long as they show enough sincerity." Father was pleased with how I handled it. "Good. Regardless of your real feelings, not showing them was wise." I quickly took this opportunity to propose to my father, "Please, let me take full responsibility." Father hesitated, but he accepted my request, given that I had earned merit in this. If it weren't for me, the family would still be in the dark. Just as I was leaving, Father called out to stop me. "Micah, you did great today." Father was pleased. That child who never understood things when he was little seems to have finally grown up. My father stood by the window, becoming proud all over again. How should I let others know that my son outsmarted that old fox? Meanwhile, I thought about more important matters from my past life. Although the Walpurgis were the most powerful family of mages in the Empire, their reputation was ruined overnight. For such a stable and strong family to fall, there was a reason. Internal conflicts. The vassals argued daily for higher positions and they used me, indirectly causing the family's downfall. And the main instigator was Viscount Nostra. Thinking about this, I called the butler. Could you ask Viscount Nostra to come? He is probably expecting my call. In my past life, this guy not only caused family conflicts, a key point in this reincarnation revenge manhwa recap, but he also taught me unorthodox training methods to reach the third circle, leaving me stagnant despite my talent. With no other choice, I abandoned my original power and retrained all the magic circles, which is how I became an overpowered main character. Since he was my father's comrade in arms, in the end, my father couldn't confront him, which led to the family submitting to the demon god in this action Manhwa. In this life, I won't let that happen again, but I didn't show any of this. Instead, I said, before you become my master, I have a proposal. Let's have a duel on equal footing. I don't mind learning from you. The question is whether you are qualified to teach me. Nostra, confused, asked, didn't I help you form your third mana body that day? Isn't that enough? I said it wasn't enough. I want you to prove your worth. I made a declaration in the name of Walpurgis. If he won, I would become his disciple. Otherwise, you will become my disciple. And without a second thought, Nostra accepted without hesitation, in fact, already rejoicing on the inside. Although fighting on the same level might seem disadvantageous, the difference between a 7-circle and a 4-circle mage was enormous. I left. He showed all his ambition. He knew that becoming the head of the family was impossible, but he desired a position that not even the head could reach. He never thought the opportunity would come so easily, and just as he was getting carried away, he didn't know he had already fallen into the trap I had carefully prepared. Soon, the butler arrived at my room, panting. He had found out about my planned duel with Viscount Nostra, who had spread the news quickly. It seems he's afraid I'll back out. I calmly told the butler to relax, but he couldn't stay calm. I heard that if you lose, you'll become his disciple. That would only increase his power. I didn't deny it. But, why are you so sure I will lose? I will never forget how Nostra submitted to the followers of the demon god in my past life. I have to do this to lure him in. Then I asked the butler, do you know why Nostra is still in the family despite his arrogance? The butler thought it was because he and the Marquis were friends since childhood. Yes, father values relationships, so he won't move against Viscount Nostra first. I must be the villain, using this bet to control him. Bets between mages hold the power of words, which is why they are bound by magic. In short, if one wins the bet, the winner has total authority over the other. Upon hearing my words, the butler silently took out a letter of resignation. If I keep listening, I might get a stomachache from anger, so I plan to resign. I waved my hand and burned the butler's resignation letter, asking him to trust me just this once, as his 7th circle was obtained through unorthodox means. Therefore, his power is unstable. He may look like a 7th circle mage, but he can't beat an equal in actual combat. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, the butler searched his pockets again. I said that even if he wrote 100 letters, I would not accept his resignation. Then I went to find my father again, hoping he could witness this showdown. A duel, as expected. Father got angry and said he would break my leg. I told father I didn't plan on losing. Betting isn't just about winning. I want to win this duel and make Nostra my disciple. I hoped these words would move my father. Unexpectedly, father pulled out a stick, determined to break his rebellious son's legs. I tried to continue convincing my father. Viscount Nostra is a vassal of our family, isn't he? So, as the heir to the family, is it wrong to discipline a vassal? The stick in father's hand was already whistling through the air. Have you thought about what happens if you lose? Or what I will do to you? Finally, for the sake of the family's peace, I had to make a promise to my father. If I lose, I will offer up a leg. Soon, I arrived early at the magic practice room and first tested some magic. As I gently extended my hand, a magic missile shot out. The magic missile followed my hand, changing direction at will. Although it was a 1st circle spell, its weakness was a lack of precision. For someone like me, who could freely change its direction, its power could match that of a 5th circle spell. Then I whispered, "Explode." Instantly, the magic missile detonated above my head. This was just a test. What I needed to do went far beyond this. Soon, Viscount Nostra arrived. The Marquis arrived as well. When the Marquis took the main seat, the bet officially came into effect. Then, the Marquis raised his hand. Magic chains wrapped around him, sealing Nostra's power down to the 4th circle. Nostra raised his hand first with a slowing spell, seeking to reduce my speed and gain an advantage in the battle. Meanwhile, I cast a confusion spell, interrupting Nostra's spell and forcing him back. Nostra asked how I learned that skill, as confusion magic is one of the most complicated. A 4th circle spell. I told him he didn't need to know. Nostra attacked again, casting Fireball and Wind Cutter at the same time. Then, using Earth Magic, he made the ground beneath my feet crumble, destabilizing my stance, but I cast a mana barrier, blocking all the spells. Normally, Nostra was at the 4th circle. I shouldn't have been able to block these attacks so easily, but unlike swordsmanship, magic was unfair, no matter how hard one trained. The difference in swordsmanship depended on physical ability and spiritual power, but magic only required a mind skilled in calculation. Thinking this, I launched the magic missile I had tested earlier. Unlike the test, this time there were multiple launches. Instantly, many magic missiles headed for Nostra. Being a 7th circle mage, Nostra quickly noticed the various techniques mixed in. Free control, multiple launches, numerous explosions, and mixed techniques. This is the kind of display you'd expect from an overpowered main character. Nostra could only cast a shield to defend himself. Under my second explosion, his shield shattered instantly. The furious Viscount demanded to know what methods I used, saying these were not techniques for someone of my level, and that I must have used forbidden dark arts. I angrily slammed my fist into the pillar behind me. Viscount, watch your words. I bet the honor of the Walpurgis family on this duel. Seeing this, Nostra fell to his knees, trembling. I spoke out of turn. I used the same technique again. This time, several missiles hit their mark, raising a cloud of smoke. Nostra lay pathetically in the smoke, but he quickly got up with confidence. Fine, fine. Your performance exceeded my expectations, kid, but now I will make you truly understand what it means to be a 7th circle mage. Saying this, Nostra used a 2-layered shield to block the missiles, completely stopping the attack. Then, Nostra used multicasting again, but this time it was different. He cast 3 4th circle spells. Even the Marquis was surprised, a fantastic twist for this Manhwa recap, wondering how much Nostra had hidden from him. He could already see the outcome of this action Manhwa duel. This time, it seemed I wouldn't be able to stop Nostra's attack. However, as the spell drew near, I caught the fireball with my hand, gently closed my fist, and dispelled the magic. Admit it, this is the difference in talent between mages. At that moment, hundreds of magic missiles emerged around me, instantly launching toward the Viscount. I remember someone once said, "Art is an explosion." Seeing Viscount Nostra about to surrender, my fist flew out like a hammer, shutting his mouth. In my past life, I made a bucket list of things I wanted to do before I died. This is the perfect revenge for my reincarnation. One of my wishes was to execute this traitor with my own 2 hands. Seeing that if I continued, Nostra might actually die, the frightened Marquis quickly got down from his seat to stop my final blow. In that moment, I couldn't control my emotions and shouted, "How can I stop? I still haven't heard him surrender." But Nostra had already been beaten senseless. I pleaded with Father to let me land just one more hit, but Father said that if I did, he might have to strike me. In the end, the Marquis cast a teleportation spell beneath Nostra, whisking him away to safety. Seeing me calm down, Father said my name. "I didn't realize your strength had grown so much without me noticing. The technique you briefly used earlier was from a mage known as Twilight. Correct?" I said it was just a coincidence, but Father clearly didn't believe me, and I knew what he was implying. A long time ago, there was an apostle mage, a tragic figure who was shunned by other mages and quietly vanished from the world. I had to tell Father directly, "Don't you think you underestimated me before?" Father thought for a moment and said, "Indeed. Even for an apostle, for it to work properly, the user would need a unique magical talent." Then, Father stared at me intently. "What were you trying to prove with this duel?" I knew Father had noticed something. Even if you wanted to choose a master, it wasn't necessary to do it this way. I had to tell Father that I wasn't acting on impulse. "Father, you never considered getting rid of Viscount Nostra because of your friendship, did you? But his growing ambition must be controlled, so from now on, I will handle everything concerning the Viscount." Meanwhile, Nostra was in his room, losing his mind. He had been defeated by a youth from the 4th circle, and Marquis Walpurgis had witnessed the entire duel. He couldn't change this outcome. Just as Nostra was despairing, I appeared before him. "What's there to worry about if your skills are inferior? Just face the consequences." However, Nostra still held onto a glimmer of hope. He thought that perhaps this young master, who was previously useless, had decided to wager with him because he valued his skills and wanted his help, using this method to prove himself. With this thought, Nostra straightened his back. "I know what you want. You've waited for years, biding your time to show your true abilities. I will help you." I let out a mocking smile. "I just wanted to beat you up, disciple. You talk too much." I soon took Nostra to an empty space. Nostra could only reluctantly call me master, because pacts between mages are sealed and enforced by mana circles. If the pact were to be broken, his mana circle would shatter instantly. He could only endure it for now. Even though I thought this was a light punishment, Remembering his betrayals in my previous life, not even ruining his future would be enough to quell my anger. But frustratingly, he was still useful to me. So I spoke. Now that I am your master, I must teach you something. But Nostra didn't believe I could teach him anything. Since my power was weaker, I just touched his heart with my finger. Suddenly, he writhed in pain on the ground. Exactly. Normally, you can't form a circle without transcending. But to become a marquis, he used the apostles' technique and avoided enlightenment. Although he reached the power of the seventh circle, it was clear he had paid a high price. Since the last battle, you've been clutching your chest throughout the entire duel, right? These symptoms only occur when a mana circle is highly unstable, right? I assure you, in your current state, you won't last long. Nostra looked up. You're saying I won't be a mage for long? I made a throat-slitting gesture. No, you'll just die. Seeing Nostra hesitate, I told him there was only one way to survive. Let me absorb the power you obtained improperly. That's why you're falling apart. The mana circle can still be remade, Nostra protested forcefully. He had worked so hard to reach the seventh circle. I said, you're mistaken. What you have isn't a mana circle, but something that could kill you at any moment. In my previous life, this guy was slowly consumed by the mana circle created by the apostles' technique, and in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the demon god. You barely reached the seventh circle through the apostles' technique, because you felt inferior to my father. Your achievement is empty and meaningless. Do you think father didn't know about your impatience? Upon hearing me mention the Marquis, Nostra's expression finally showed some emotion. Are you saying His Excellency the Marquis knew all of this? That's right. Father knew everything. You should understand what I'm saying. Now you see how absurd it was to try and use me to control this family. At this point, Nostra showed remorse. The Marquis never exposed him because he considered him a friend, even though he had his own plans for the family. Finally, Nostra accepted my proposal. After my procedure, my power reached the fifth circle, and Nostra's dropped to the same level, but there was still no room to relax. According to the prophecy, the demon god would be resurrected in 7 years. Back then, humans ignored the warning with tragic results. Although the demon god's army didn't arrive at full strength, no one could stand against them. Not until the demon god killed the Empire's seventh knight, Kelvine, the Iron Wall, in a single blow. Only then did people understand the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. So after the demon god occupied half the Empire, the temple quickly chose warriors to form a demon god subjugation army. Yes, the subjugation squad. I was in Argo, that disbelieved prophetess. Cassandra was 2 years younger than me. They say she's 18 now because no one believed her words. So she escaped the temple on her own. Just then, the butler entered, saying there was a visitor. I knew without guessing that it was Ryan. As soon as he saw me, he pressed me for the training method. I told him I wanted to add a condition first. Hearing this, Ryan slammed the table and stood up. What tricks are you playing? Didn't you say before that I just needed to go with you to the temple to verify the prophecy? I'm just adding one condition to that basis, and it won't put you at a disadvantage. A dungeon was found in your territory. I'm very interested in it. Yes. In my past life, Count Parslov's family sent 5 investigation teams, but almost none of them survived. The Parslov family was extremely insistent on a marriage alliance with the Lindell family because sending out so many search parties had caused them financial problems. Seeing that I spoke with logic and evidence, Ryan knew he couldn't hide it any longer. But he had one question. This matter had been a family secret for years and was well kept. Could there be a spy in the family? Not a chance. I figured it out from rumors among the mercenaries. Ryan admitted that he couldn't make the call on this matter. It was his father's decision. I carefully prepared to head to the Parslov territory, but first, I had to inform the Marquis about my journey. When the Marquis heard this, he strongly objected, suspecting I was resentful about breaking the engagement with the Lindell family and wanted to cause trouble in Parslov out of revenge. He even pulled out the magical artifacts he used back when he was a battle mage. I had to explain to my father that this wasn't the case, and that I had other purposes in mind. Father, you'll believe me, won't you? Hearing this, my father finally put away the magical artifacts. Yes, my father always trusted me, even when I chose to become a disgrace in my past life. But my father trusted me right up until his death, which made my heart ache even more after my reincarnation. I was filled with regret. Why did I only start to live properly after my father died? This was one of the reasons I gave up on being a hero. To calm my father down, I revealed that this was also part of handling the Lindell family's affair. After that, my father let me act as I pleased. At that exact moment, I sensed another magical fluctuation in the room. Father, did you plan on meeting someone else? Father glanced over. Didn't you see my signal? I must have been mistaken. Shortly after I took my leave, the butler appeared. The Marquis gave a brief glance. He seemed to sense your presence. As the butler who has watched over that boy, you must have some insights. The butler reported that the young master has undergone remarkable changes. Lately, he seems more at ease, and his magical ability has improved significantly. However, I can assure you he has not used any dark magic. Perhaps the young master was just a late bloomer when it came to his talent. Although a sudden awakening isn't uncommon in the Walpurgis family. After all, our current family has inherited the will of generations of ancestors. The Marquis sighed. The potential inherited through generations. Later, after preparing the carriage with Ryan, the butler came running up. Out of breath, I asked. Your health isn't good. Why are you insisting on coming? The butler replied that it was the Marquis's orders. I looked helplessly at the butler. It was the perfect excuse, but I knew very well who he truly was. Soon our carriage entered Parslov. Ryan saw me looking outside with a serious expression and asked, "Why so serious? Does our territory look that bad?" "On the contrary, your father is a great lord. Judging by the atmosphere on the streets and the expressions on the residents' faces, the territory is very well managed. To be frank, superficial grandeur doesn't matter. What's crucial is whether the residents are happy with their lives. Your father is a very capable lord. You should be proud." Ryan smiled hearing this. I never thought I'd hear such words from a member of the Walpurgis family. You're right. The prosperity of our territory is all my father's doing, and I respect him deeply for it. I wasn't surprised by Ryan's answer, because in my past life, Ryan had always been proud of being born into the Parslov family, even when he was the only one left. Ryan informed his father that Mikhail Walpurgis had arrived. Upon hearing this, the Count quickly started taking some pills. He calmed down. Ryan continued. Mikhail Walpurgis is in the reception hall. Upon hearing this, the Count grabbed the medicine bottle and started taking the remaining half. The Count, calming himself, said that this was still within his tolerance. Anything else? Ryan thought for a moment. Nothing, just the small matter of him discovering a dungeon in our territory. Hearing this, the Count's face immediately darkened, and he began to search his chest. I've been the head of the family for too long. These old bones need a rest. His reaction wasn't an overreaction, because the Walpurgis family's status was much higher than his. If they discovered the dungeon in their territory, they would surely take it for themselves. Ryan said that he doesn't want to take it. He even mentioned that he wants to help us, and will tell me the complete training method for Mulier Aura. Hearing this, the Count stood up quickly. Really? Ryan replied. Yes. Although he only showed me a little. It was impressive, and I made a pact with him. You should know how strong a mage's pact is. Hearing this, the Count thought seriously. In reality, he's offering the valuable Mulier Aura method as a condition. What could possibly be in that dungeon? Thinking this, the Count decided he had to speak directly with Mikhail Walpurgis. As expected, I managed to get the Count to agree quickly, because my condition was to clear the dungeon in one day. The dungeon that the Parslov family had hidden for years was a place I had been to before. In my previous life, our team obtained the last divine artifact, Set's Storm. This artifact could have been very useful against the demon god, but the warrior wasted it. In this life, I must be its master and unleash its true power. Just then, Ryan tried to rush into the dungeon, and I cast a restraining spell on him. There were traps right from the dungeon's entrance. Going in like that would get you disqualified instantly. Then I raised my hand and launched a fireball. The moment it passed through the gate, an invisible barrier shattered. That's how we successfully entered the dungeon. Ryan curiously examined the surroundings. Confused because the dungeon looked new, I told him that time was frozen here, keeping it in its newly built state. I thought to myself, if he only knew, he'd be more surprised that such a large dungeon was made all at once. At that moment, I put out my hand to stop him. There was an army of goblins ahead. Ryan suggested going back to gather soldiers, but I stopped him. Ryan, remember, this is just the first checkpoint. This was made for a solo conquest from the very beginning. Then I started scraping dust from the wall with a dagger. Ryan wondered what I was doing. I showed him the dust in my hand. This drives goblins crazy. This gem dust also has substitution effects. I used magic to form the dust into small pellets and threw them forcefully towards the goblins. After a flash of white light, the goblins started killing each other. Yes, to conquer this dungeon, you need not only strength, but also brains. If you understand goblins and know magic, you can easily pass the first level. Then I noticed a goblin's corpse glowing. I pulled it out and took a look. It was a dimensional pocket, and of the highest grade. What confused me was that I never saw this in my previous life. But thinking about it, I understood that the warrior must have kept it for himself. I'm furious. He'd better hope we don't cross paths. Ryan looked at the pocket in surprise, saying that getting an item of this level so early meant legendary magic items could appear later. I said it was just luck, and that it probably wouldn't happen again. Then I asked Ryan for the pocket. Just as I thought, there was ancient text on the pockets. Every item in this dungeon appeared for a reason, representing a riddle. But what did it mean? Offer the greatest greed. The designer wouldn't allow explorers to complete the mission with external items. The answer lay within the dungeon, and then I had an idea. The goblin boss's greatest greed must be the most valuable magic stone in here. I probably just need to take the magic stone from the goblin boss and put it in the pocket. Ryan suggested he do it, since extracting magic stones was a delicate process, but I wasn't convinced. So Ryan proposed a competition. There were 2 goblin bosses, which meant 2 magic stones could be extracted. Whoever pulled out the one with better quality would win the pocket. This was ideal for me. Ryan started to work quickly. Soon, he extracted a high-quality magic stone, but when he saw me, he was stunned. The magic stone in my hand was glowing intensely. This phenomenon only occurred when a magic stone was perfect and kept its residual magic power intact. Ryan graciously accepted defeat. I put the magic stone into my pocket. Instantly, the pocket erupted with a pillar of light. A key emerged and created an energy portal before us. I thought about that foolish warrior. We never saw this place in my past life. It seems we found a shortcut. Then I took the lead. As we crossed through the gate, Ryan whispered to the butler, "What's with Mickey? He doesn't seem to be on my level." The butler replied helplessly, "The young master is just as the rumors say." Ryan didn't expect him to speak so frankly. The butler said calmly, "I'm only telling you this because the young master allowed me to." Ryan became even more curious about me. Most people would hide their shameful past. Did he have the confidence to face his former self? Then the butler added, "The young master changed suddenly." Even I was surprised by how fast the transformation was. At that moment, I stopped as another large stone door appeared before us. It seems we skipped the other checkpoints and arrived at the 4th level. I read the ancient text on the door, "Do not try to see through me." To be safe, I cast a mental protection spell on the butler and Ryan. Upon crossing the threshold, everything suddenly went dark. I didn't expect to return to my previous life. At the dungeon's 4th checkpoint, the Ryan in front of me slowly approached. Then, grabbing my shoulders, he said furiously, "You're the only one who escaped this hell, you coward." I replied calmly, "The Ryan I know would never say that." Then, my aura suddenly changed. "Don't you dare tarnish my friend's name." As I said this, the illusion slowly faded. Then I saw the butler run out first, so we started looking for Ryan. We soon found him huddled on the ground, trembling. His reality was shaped by his family's expectations. Although he felt proud, these invisible pressures were wearing down his spirit. As I approached, Ryan's dull eyes fixed on me, his thoughts turning to Mikkel Walpurgis. If he died, wouldn't this special dungeon belong to our family? With that in mind, Ryan drew his sword and approached. He thought that if it benefited the family, it was the right thing to do. I raised my hand and launched several magic missiles. Ryan's eyes cleared instantly. "I'm awake, Mikkel." Seeing me walk past without a second glance, Ryan was still on edge. What a terrifying guy. As we ventured deeper, the fog grew thicker. I assumed someone had set this up to meet me. Soon, I saw a young woman sitting in a pavilion at the end, smiling at me. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," she said. Just as the girl was about to introduce herself, I cut her off. "I know who you are. Set, Guardian of the Storm, the first fragment of the ancient god, Azar. There's no need for trivial explanations. I've already proven my worth. I believe I am fit for your prize." Before Set could speak again, I quickly continued. "Don't worry, I will fulfill your wishes. That's exactly why I'm here." Seeing that I knew everything, she proceeded directly to the final step. Following Set's actions, the magic circle on the table shone brightly. A mysterious necklace emerged before me. Set explained that it is a divine artifact containing her power. As long as you wear it, it will be your spear and shield. It doesn't have a name yet, so let's use mine, the Storm of Set. Looking at the necklace in my hand, my heart ached. So this is the real Storm of Set, but the one I obtained in my past life was very different. The one I sacrificed so many lives for in my past life was a fake. Set saw my confusion. If someone didn't reach this checkpoint or find the divine clue on the 3rd level, it meant the challenger was not qualified to receive the divine artifact, because if it fell into the wrong hands, it would be useless. As I put on the necklace, my body emitted a brilliant light. At that moment, I noticed Set's body gradually dissipating. Set indicated that it was time for her to leave. My task was to deliver the divine artifact. Since I have completed it, I must naturally leave. I wondered if the magic spell that stopped time in the tomb had vanished. Afterward, I looked at Set seriously. "If you could choose not to disappear, would you stay?" Set asked, discouraged. "Forget it. Repairing the ancient magic barrier requires knowledge of 9th circle magic. You can't do it. But if it were possible, I would still like to see the world change with my own eyes." I walked towards Set. "I understand what you're thinking." Then I went to the magic barrier's control panel and placed my hand on it. "Since you want to see, I'll show you how I changed the world." When I removed my hand, Set's body suddenly shone brightly. Looking at the barrier I had already improved, I sighed. Perfect. But Set didn't think so. Perfect, my foot. What is this? I thought Set was overreacting. This is cute, and it's the only way to keep consumption to a minimum. Set protested. Cute, my foot. Even though I might not look like it now, I was still an apostle who served a god. Then Set asked, are you a grand mage? Even a ninth circle one? Not exactly. I'm a genius, and a genius who will save the world. After returning from the dungeon, I began to teach Ryan the art of the sword. I tormented him relentlessly, as my method was unique, forcing him to feel the flow of magical power with every blow he took. Soon, Ryan was hit with another blast of magic. He screamed in pain, cursing what kind of madman could have invented this method. His words made my anger flare up. You idiot! Don't you realize this is what your future self created? Next, I had Ryan try to circulate the magical power within him. As he tried, he discovered his body wasn't as sluggish as before. That's right. Forcing him to circulate magical power to counteract my magic was a key part of this training method. If you can just remember this sensation of circulating magical power, you'll be able to master the training method in practice. With my guidance, thanks to my reincarnation, Ryan grasped the method far sooner than he did in his previous life. I was looking forward to seeing the full potential of Laura de Moulier's training method. After the session, I decided to try using the divine artifact I'd obtained from the dungeon. Set spoke up proudly. If you want to know, I can tell you all about it. I've looked after it for so long, I know it well. But I cut him off, saying, everything you know, I already know. And everything you don't know, I know that too. Indeed, items on the level of a divine artifact were never as simple as they appeared. Soon, under my guidance, a magical storm began to swirl around the divine artifact. Before my reincarnation, the artifact known as Storm wasn't mine, but out of a mage's curiosity, I had studied it extensively. Then a thought struck me. Could I use this for my free-flow circulation method? This was my unique training method, which allowed magical power to flow freely throughout the entire body. What if I add Storm to my circulation? Set was shocked. Are you insane? If you use Storm in your mana circulation, your body will be destroyed. But in an instant, the magical power surging within me settled down. In fact, my research from my past life was correct. Soon, I formed a mana circle using the magical power within. Using Storm, I extended my hand and began to cast a sixth circle magic spell. In that moment, I unleashed the sixth circle spell, Fire Field. Set was astonished. Sixth circle? How did you reach the sixth circle at such a young age? He couldn't believe his eyes. I immediately began casting a seventh circle spell. The seventh circle spell, Magic Gravity, activated with immense force. Meanwhile, without me even noticing, Ryan had been learning Laura Moulier's training method for a week, and he had already mastered it completely. Seeing Ryan's progress, I believed he could reach the master level soon. Ryan then asked me what was next. We're going to the temple. He reminded me. Wasn't your condition for giving me the training method that I participate in the temple's hero recruitment? That immediately jogged my memory. I had been so focused on acquiring the first divine artifact that it had completely slipped my mind. Before heading to the temple, I needed to confirm the whereabouts of the prophet, Cassandra, and figure out how I could find her. As I was thinking, a guard came to inform me that I had a visitor, but the guard seemed very hesitant. I guessed the visitor was Aylin, which instantly piqued my interest. In the reception hall, Aylin wore a resentful expression, because she alone had brought humiliation to the Lindell family. She had to prove herself to her father. If she could defeat Ryan, the new generation's sword saint, she would prove her worth as a knight. Suddenly, in the next instant, I appeared right in front of her. Noticing Aylin's surprise, I made it clear that I wasn't there to cause him trouble. I no longer have any bad feelings towards you, because after I went to the Duke's house that day, the Duke announced new facts to the public. After the negotiation between both families, the engagement was perfectly dissolved, and not because Mikhail Walpurgis was unqualified. I am very pleased with the final outcome, although Aylin feels the opposite. So I asked Aylin why she came here. Aylin, feeling uncomfortable, said that as part of a fencing family, she just wanted to see the fencing of other families. This gave me an idea. Aylin really had talent for fencing. Thinking about the future, the more allies, the better. Then I smirked sinisterly. Aylin became uneasy looking at me. Soon I slammed the table and stood up. You say you came to see fencing, which means you want to be stronger, right? Well, I will give you this opportunity soon. I took Aylin to the training field. Ryan stepped back in fear. My intuition tells me that when you make that expression, nothing good will come of it. And it was just as he expected. Aylin also joined the training. Aylin wanted to say that this had nothing to do with fencing, but then she saw Ryan going through the same training. He handled those attacks with ease. Both sides received the same attacks. I asked Eileen, have you seen enough? Ain collapsed on the ground reluctantly. Yes, not only did I see it, but it enlightened me. Compared to her, Ryan is fine. Watching Ain's psychological defenses crumble, my plan was almost complete. I extended my hand towards Aylin. Do you want me to introduce you to a good teacher? But Aylin, proud, immediately rejected my suggestion, saying she didn't come here due to a lack of a teacher. Besides, how could I, a mage, judge the training methods of a swordsman? Ryan intervened beside me. Lady Ain, trust your judgment. He first taught me the training method. Aylin's eyes widened in amazement. Although Rihan says so, could this mage teach me Laura Moulier's training method? To dispel her doubts, I explained that although I can't use the method like you, swordsman, I understand its principles well. Teaching is not a challenge. Aylin looked at Ryan's innocent and determined expression, worried that she might become like him. However, Ryan was the most outstanding swordsman of his generation, an expert in training methods. If he recognized it, then I must have real skill. She apologized for her earlier haste, concluding with a deep bow towards me. I was surprised. I never expected such a proud young woman to apologize voluntarily. I extended my hand towards Aylin and said, let's forget the apology and better talk about that teacher. But first, you will need to pay some tuition fees. Aylin thought for a moment. Could we postpone the tuition? I want to meet the teacher first. I refused. Who knows? If you inherited your father's habit of not paying debts, you must pay first. Aylin shook off her clothes and pulled out a gem that shone with purple light. It was a flawless mana stone. I didn't expect her to have such a treasure. This mana stone was for Aylin's negotiations with Count Parslov, as it could greatly reduce the difficulty of exploring dungeons, a very rare skill. Everything became clear to me. The marriage between these families wasn't just an alliance of powerful houses. The Lindell family wanted a share of the profits from the dungeons. One had to admit, the Duke was a cunning fox. I accepted the mana stone from Aylin. The master I wanted to introduce Aylin to was an old comrade of mine. That person was none other than Milliam Arierin, the Arbiter of Anarchy. In my previous life, she was the one who defeated the 7th Legion, a commander of the demon god's army. Upon hearing this name, Ryan showed complete astonishment. She is the Sword Lord of the West, one of the 3 most outstanding swordmasters on the continent. Aylin clearly thought I was just showing off. Even as a member of the Walpurgis family, you couldn't possibly invite someone of such caliber. I simply smiled and waved dismissively, offering no further explanation. You'll understand when the time comes. Then I told Ryan to get ready for tomorrow's trip to the temple, as 3 key figures would soon appear there. The Pope was choosing a hero. Meanwhile, the Arbiter of Anarchy, who was supposed to be guarding the western border, was already in the capital. It was time to meet them. I turned to Aylin and said, you get ready too. Tomorrow you're coming to the temple in the capital. This sudden invitation left Aylin momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she demanded a reasonable explanation. I smiled slightly. After all, I was the instigator of this game, a perfect setup for my revenge. Night fell quickly, and I found myself gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Set, who was nearby, couldn't help but ask, why do your actions seem so unlike a child's? Unlike a child's, I smiled. I'm just more mature than others. Who made me a genius, anyway? A classic trait of an overpowered main character. After speaking, I looked at the mana stone on the table. Set asked how I planned to use this material, since it's key to many divine artifacts. I smiled and said, I'm a mage. I'll use it to create magic items. I can't just change my profession and become a swordsman like them. The most urgent challenge was finding a suitable medium to channel the energy of this mana stone. After all, only wood that had grown for more than a century could withstand the energy of that mana stone. I told her not to worry, as I had already decided which sacred wood to use, and coincidentally, this sacred wood had a connection to her. Set was surprised, not understanding how any sacred wood could be linked to her. I didn't keep her guessing. The sacred wood I was looking for was a branch from the world tree. Set didn't expect me to know so many of her secrets. She protested immediately. Yesterday you took Set's storm from me, and now you want a branch from the world tree. I'm not your personal bank. In reality, it wasn't that Set didn't want to give it. She simply couldn't at that moment. I understood, so I told her it wasn't necessary to create the magic item immediately. We were still in the preparation phase. I decided to begin refining the mana stone. After all, the orb was the core of any magic item. By infusing it with magic, hundreds of magical circuits instantly emerged on the surface of the mana stone. As a divine messenger, Set quickly understood my refinement technique. Runic inscription, mana control, and spell imbuement. Such mastery of complex skills. Could a child possess such prowess? This is the kind of scene that makes for a great manhwa recap of an action manhwa. Faced with Set's doubts, I brushed it off by saying I was a genius. After all, I couldn't tell him about my reincarnation. Soon, I reached the final step of the refinement. I just had to let a drop of my blood fall onto the mana stone. It would then transform into an orb under my magical power. However, upon seeing the black orb in front of me, Set asked, "Why is it colorless?" Normally, it should show a color to indicate the user's magical attribute. Wiping the blood from my finger, I explained, "I am an attributeless mage, adaptable to all combinations. This is how I can guarantee your happiness." I cast a second circle spell, a fireball that erupted instantly. Then, the black orb in my hand turned bright red. Just as I had anticipated, the orb would change color depending on the specific magic being used. I decided to test its power. The test subjects would be those unfortunate souls on the back mountain. The next morning, Ryan came complaining that some powerful individual had burned the demi-human settlement on the back mountain to ashes overnight. Count Parslov was up all night because of this act of revenge. Hearing the news, I wasn't surprised, as it was my handiwork. However, my expression made Ryan suspicious. He suddenly grabbed me by the collar and demanded, "Mikil, did you have something to do with this?" I smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. The demi-humans in your territory made for excellent test subjects." The room fell completely silent. Then, Island slowly approached. Upon learning that the reason for visiting the capital was a prophecy, she immediately called it a foolish endeavor. These days, prophecies have almost no credibility. Talk of demon gods descending is just nonsense. I understood Aylin's skepticism. After all, the world was at peace, with no ominous signs. There was only this vague prophecy. Right now, the role of a hero wasn't very significant, since a hero's true worth would only be proven by fending off the demon god. I reassured Aylin, "Don't worry. This trip to the capital will definitely be worth it for you, because your future mentor, the Arbiter of Anarchy, is there right now." I then asked the butler if they had found Cassandra. He replied that there was still no news, and not even the Divine Nation could follow her trail. However, he then mentioned that the prophet left a message before disappearing. "I will be waiting for you there." Knowing her last known location was near the Divine Nation, I used a magic circle to take Ryan and Aylin to the capital. Ryan struggled with the long-distance spatial transfer, getting sick as he stepped out of the magic circle. After recovering, he complained about why we didn't just take a carriage. I pointed into the distance. Because carriages can't teleport. The breathtaking view captivated Ryan. Even though he was the eldest son of the Account family, his remote territory wasn't prosperous, and he had never seen such a lavish city. Meanwhile, Aylin and I, coming from wealthy families, were accustomed to such sights. The capital was nothing special, even less prosperous than my own family's territory. I thought to myself, these upper-class people, always showing off. Just as I was about to head to the central temple, Set pointed me toward a nearby alley. There was a robbery. Why did that girl give me a sense of threat? Could it be her? With this thought, I extended my hand, wanting to use time-stop magic to save her. However, a knight acted first, swinging his sword and sending the bald man flying several meters. Although a heroic rescue might seem impressive, such actions were suicidal, as drawing a sword was forbidden in the city center, and offenders risked decapitation. I urged him to sheath his sword, saying I could pretend I hadn't seen anything. At that moment, the girl also insisted, "Please, put away your sword, Sir Arlen." Then, the girl greeted me politely. However, her next words left me perplexed. "I'm glad to see you again, even though it was clearly our first meeting." Why did she say again? Could she have seen my future? As I was thinking, Ryan urged me from behind to leave quickly. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered. Looking around, I noticed we had to leave soon, becoming the talk of the town on our first day. It wasn't good to stay, but before I left, there was something I had to do. I cast a prison spell on the bald man. Then I thoroughly searched his person. Shortly after, I found a package on him. It seemed this young lady was indeed who I thought she was. The bald man tried to claim the item belonged to him. However, upon showing him a pendant, he fell silent, as it symbolized his connection to the divine country, a privilege reserved only for those of rank 4 or higher. I leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Good little thief, please tell that sewer rat that the Walpurgis family is looking for him." I returned the package to her, and she paused silently for a moment. Then she raised her head and asked if she needed to introduce herself again. Ain and Ryan were bewildered. We were talking about the very same person. Then the butler explained, "She is the prophetess we are looking for, Cassandra." Meanwhile, in the sewers, the bald man relayed my message to the rat. "The Walpurgis family is looking for you, and it's that useless young master. This is getting interesting. However, you failed just now. How will we settle this score? You must understand how crucial that package was to me." When the bald man tried to explain, the sewer rat gave him no chance and acted immediately. "Trash doesn't deserve to be kept. I'd better feed you to my pet." Instantly, tentacles emerged from under the bald man's feet, followed by a chilling chewing sound. Only a skull remained. The Walpurgis family intervening has complicated everything. How to handle it? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the nearby shadows. The sewer rat looked up and noticed his carelessness. I almost forgot that you, Swordmaster, were still here. The Arbiter of Anarchy demanded to know what happened and why the information she desired wasn't delivered. She pressed her sword to his throat, warning coldly, "Don't try any troublesome tricks. Explain yourself before I lose my patience." The sewer rat smiled sinisterly. He said, "Honorable Arbiter, calm down. It's not that I don't want to give you the exact information. It's the Walpurgis family that's causing trouble. If you help me resolve this, whatever you want, I'll give it to you tomorrow." However, he was completely oblivious to the imminent danger, because at that moment my eyes were only on Cassandra, the great prophetess I had been searching for during 2 lifetimes. Cassandra asked me to speak privately. What she had to say was important and could only be told to me. Upon hearing this, Ryan said he would go to the temple to register first and asked me to follow him as soon as I was done. Aelin, on the other hand, shot me a disdainful look and mocked, "I will also go to the temple. Pay attention to her age. Don't make a mistake that lasts forever." I sighed. "Is my image that bad to you?" I patted her shoulder and reminded her to be careful. "If you see danger near the temple, shout Karyaman." After the 3 of them left, I looked at Cassandra and asked, "What did you want to tell me?" She clenched her fists as if she had decided something important. Then she shouted, "Mika, you also have the blessing of prophecy." It turned out that Cassandra had been seeing fragments of the future since she was a child. For her, it was like an innate ability. Sometimes she witnessed the death of a friend, other times she saw carriages overturning. Although she did everything she could to prevent these tragedies, each time the outcome always ended in tragedy, without exception. And this time, she had even witnessed the descent of the demon god and the destruction of the world. To prevent widespread suffering, she immediately informed the Pope. However, the Pope did not take her prophecy seriously at all, even directly expelling her from the temple, and thus she endured 5 years of torment alone with an indescribable hell in her heart. This pain tortured her spirit. Finally, on the brink of collapse, a vague prophecy emerged in her mind. A man on fire, believing every word of her prophecy. Without doubt, that man was you, Mikhail Walpurgis. Upon hearing this, I said regretfully, "I am not a prophet, nor do I have your gifts." Cassandra lowered her head, disillusioned, and whispered, "I understand now. I'm sorry for bothering you." Seeing her spirits drop, I gently stroked her black hair and comforted her. "Although I cannot foresee the future like you, I believe in your prophecy. Whether it is the descent of the demon god or the destruction of the world, I firmly believe it." At that moment, the accumulated sorrows of Cassandra turned into tears. With a choked voice, she asked, "Why do you believe me? Everyone else says I'm lying." In reality, she had never asked much of anyone. She only longed for someone to believe in her prophecy, but she couldn't tell me the truth. I couldn't just tell her that I was reborn after being killed by the demon god, could I? So I just vaguely said, "I am a wizard, curious about mysterious things, especially fate and prophecy. I want to know if they can really change." Upon hearing this, she happily wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "You are such a strange person, but I feel your sincerity." After saying this, she tightly grasped my hand, expressing her desire to become my eternal friend. And that was how I managed to gain the trust of the great prophetess Cassandra. Meanwhile, in the temple square, Ryan with a red face was begging the staff to help him register as a hero. The employee looked at him as if he were a fool. In times of peace, heroes were not needed. He thought Ryan was crazy or just a fool. At that moment, Ryan's face was as red as a monkey's backside. He shouted furiously, "Damn it, you tricked me into being a hero, but you didn't come. You're making me look bad." The Parslev family, Aelin and the butler, who were watching the commotion, didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. They were cheering for Ryan from the sidelines. Suddenly, rapid footsteps were heard from behind. Ryan thought it was me and turned around cheerfully. However, he found a woman in iron armor. The Chinese swordmaster, the Arbiter of Anarchy. She drew her sword and asked with determination, "Where is the child right now?" Under the pressure exerted by the Arbiter, Ryan and Aelin were completely immobilized. They drew their swords, ready to fight. They didn't know who she was. Who they were sure was a Chinese swordmaster. The Arbiter asked again, "Where is the child with the power of clairvoyance?" It was then that Ryan understood she was looking for Cassandra. He replied coldly, "I don't think I should tell you." But before he could finish, the Arbiter teleported and grabbed his head. "No obligation, right? Then I'll give you one now." With a crash, the ground instantly shattered. This terrifying power left Aelin momentarily disheartened, but for Ryan's sake, she gathered her courage and warned, "This is the central temple of the imperial capital. If you dare to attack again, the Pope and the Empire will hunt you down, endlessly." However, the Arbiter remained unfazed and scoffed. Little girl, am I not wearing a mask? No one will find out who I am, she added shamelessly. Besides, a family like the Parslavs wouldn't dare to go against me. If the young master dies, they can just raise another one. Aelin didn't expect her to be so arrogant and unyielding to both soft and hard tactics. Just when she felt lost, she remembered the previous scene. She had just met the prophetess Cassandra. Upon arriving at the capital, Mikkel had also said that his master was here. Could this enigmatic swordmaster in front of her be the master he was looking for? Thinking this, she shouted, "Watch out, Ariamon!" just as he had told her to do if there was danger. The Arbiter of Anarchy stopped trying to kill Ryan, but turned her murderous intent towards Aelin. "Damn you, Mikkel, I curse you to choke on water." As she said this, I returned to save Aelin. I activated Circle Expansion, a spell that instantly increases circles. Even though I had reached the level of a 7th Circle Mage, I still couldn't withstand her attack. With just a single slash, she sent me flying. "You didn't want to talk to me nicely, so show me if you have the qualifications." As soon as she finished speaking, she condensed a massive amount of spiritual energy into her holy sword. Ryan, who was nearby, urged me to run. As a swordsman, he knew that the power of that strike was something I couldn't withstand, but I didn't retreat. Instead, I faced the sword energy head-on because all of this was within my expectations. Now, Set. As Set unleashed the power of the divine artifact, a fierce storm raged around me. Although I blocked that fearsome sword energy, I suffered serious injuries. With my current strength, I still couldn't handle such a large magical burden. The Arbiter of Anarchy looked bewildered and asked, "What magic did you use to counter my move?" "You should know, I used half of my power." Of course, I wasn't going to tell her I used a divine artifact. Set's storm could only be used once a day, so I asked if I now had the qualifications to speak with her properly. The Arbiter of Anarchy was silent for a moment, then sheathed her holy sword. She clearly recognized me. Then I explained how I knew the name. About 2 years ago, I found an injured boy on the verge of death. At that time, he was walking aimlessly toward a specific place. After giving him some food and water, I understood where he was going and his purpose. Upon hearing this, the Arbiter of Anarchy grabbed my shoulders and demanded excitedly, "Where is that boy now?" I replied calmly, "I have no obligation to give you information for free, and it seems the boy doesn't want me to tell you either." Then I added, "Can I tell you one thing? The person you're helping now almost killed Carriaman. How do you feel knowing this?" "Ah, I shouldn't call you Carriamon's mother. Sewer Rat wasn't just the biggest dark force in the capital. They also secretly operated a child slavery ring. They trained noble children to be obedient tools and sold them for a high price to the newly rich. These people satisfied their twisted vanity by tormenting proud nobles. Yamon had spent decades behind those iron bars. At that moment, Sewer Rat still arrogantly believed they controlled the Arbiter of Anarchy, unaware that she had already been convinced to be my ally. Meanwhile, our group entered the temple's church. I told Archbishop Harley that I wanted to become a hero by defeating Sewer Rat. However, Harley suggested that just defeating one dark force wouldn't be enough to be recognized as a hero. I pressed further. What if they weren't just an ordinary dark force? His pupils suddenly contracted, and he asked in a low voice if I was talking about a connection with heretics. Exactly. Milliam told me that Sewer Rat had the ability to manipulate shadows. As an archbishop, Harley understood well what this ability meant. It was the unique skill of the hateful monarch, one of the 12 monsters that followed the demon god. He thought silently for a moment, then took out a magic quill. Preparing to make a contract with me, he told me that if I could prove Sewer Rat was the incarnation of the hateful monarch and defeat him, he would support me in becoming a hero. Then we left the church together. On the way, Milliam thanked me. "If it weren't for you, I would still be dancing in the palm of that bastard's hand. But can you really help me find my son?" I told her. "Of course, but how do you plan to pay me?" Milliam unsheathed her holy sword with a sharp sound and drove it into the ground. "I hate to haggle, especially on matters concerning my son. If you help me find him and mend our relationship, I will be your one and only sword." This was exactly what I wanted. I accepted her terms. From Milliam, I learned that Sewer Rat was actually the incarnation of the hateful monarch, so I decided to go and defeat him. At that moment, Sewer Rat was planning to flee at night because his subordinate had leaked the news of the Arbiter of Anarchy's betrayal, which meant she already knew all of his unspeakable acts. He didn't dare face the revenge of one of the top 3 swordsmen on the continent. However, the hateful monarch possessing his body had no intention of yielding because he had to devour the great prophetess Cassandra. It was crucial for recovering his memories. Seeing that Sewer Rat wanted to escape, he transformed, wrapping his body in tentacles, mocking him. "If you don't dare to face them, I will take control." Meanwhile, we arrived at Sewer Rat's headquarters. Milliam took Ryan and Aelin to draw their fire, while I went with Set to kill the hateful monarch. A flash of sword light passed, and the guards at the door fell instantly. The others turned and fled in terror, crying out to their mothers to save them. Seeing Milliam's swordsmanship, Aelin was amazed. Is this the future I want? With that thought, she began to imitate his movements, but the unstable wave of spiritual energy suddenly made her cough up blood. She was too excited. My body can no longer handle such chaotic spiritual energy. Milliam observed everything. That brat from Walpurgis wasn't lying. You have talent. If you want to be a true swordsman, you need training that suits your spiritual energy, said Milliam. Hearing this, Aelin's pupils contracted. She bowed and pleaded, please, don't reject me. Teach me swordsmanship. Milliam accepted without hesitation, then turned and indicated for Aelin to follow her, ready to start teaching her swordsmanship right away. Aelin hesitated and asked, shouldn't we help Michael defeat Seerrat? Milliam calmed her. Don't worry, that guy is stronger than you think. The scene shifts to the hateful monarch who had taken full control of Seerrat's body. Come, vermin. I can't wait to devour you. Suddenly, a divine aura alerted him unexpectedly. A servant of Azar here. How interesting. To ensure success, he planned to use the children from the dungeon to face them. As Set and I reached the entrance, with detection magic, I confirmed that the hateful monarch was in the dungeon where the children were prisoners. This gave me a bad feeling and confused me. Eating those children shouldn't benefit him. Why would he do that? After hearing this, Set understood his intention. He planned to use the children as hostages. Soon, I arrived at the secret chamber in the sewers. Hearing my footsteps, the hateful monarch opened his eyes and said, you finally arrived. He stood up and demanded to know where Cassandra was, saying he wouldn't harm me if I cooperated, and would even release the children. I didn't believe his lies. I shot him a cold glance, letting him understand it on his own. What made him so confident? It was because of Azar's divine artifact. The mark on his neck showed that he had already used that artifact. Today the hateful monarch thought I was just bragging, and my last card was only the divine stone beside me. With this thought in mind, he extended his hand toward the children's cells. A dark energy began to emanate, transforming into black tentacles. I launched a shield instantly. A barrier of golden light stopped the tentacles' attack. The hateful monarch smiled in satisfaction at this and said, you are stronger than I thought. Devouring you will make me stronger quickly. Then his whole body released a more terrifying dark energy. To avoid distractions in the battle, I asked Set to protect the children while I faced the hateful monarch. As I spoke, the tentacles were already in front of me. Quickly, I used blink magic, teleporting over the attack. In this brief exchange, I noticed something. Although the tentacles' attack could still change shape as before, its power was weaker, indicating that this hateful monarch was not in his full form and had not regained all his memories. I launched wind blades, blocking all the tentacle attacks. My power surprised the hateful monarch, but seeing Set focused on protecting the children, he smiled maliciously and said, brat, without the protection of the storm, how many attacks will you be able to block? His fingers curled slightly. Immediately, all the tentacles transformed into large black maws ready to devour me. Seeing this, I quickly cast Blink, instantly appearing before the hateful monarch. Fool, do you think getting closer to me will help you? As he spoke, a tentacle pierced through my chest. It was just the opportunity I was waiting for. I took the chance to strike his face with my palm, while silently reciting the Elegy of Charity. It was a forgotten passage that was the ultimate weapon for killing demon gods. However, centuries of neglect had weakened its power. Even so, the demon god's greed for this world never waned. And this Elegy of Charity was a mark made by the previous hero with his life. If I could touch its soul with magic and engrave the elegy within it, I could eliminate it completely. Begone, hateful monarch. Beelzebub, I said as I held his face firmly. The hateful monarch looked at me in astonishment, asking in disbelief, how did you know my name? I clenched my fist, and it was instantly crushed, turning into a pool of black liquid. But then Set showed concern, because destroying a monarch-level demon without preparation would bring a greater calamity. The hateful monarch had turned into black water, but now it transformed into an egg. Humiliated by this, the hateful monarch immediately decided to unleash a massive disaster. Wanting to take the entire city with it, it mocked that I would pay for my rash actions. I just smiled confidently and replied, do you really think I killed you without preparation? After speaking, I drew a magic circle on the ground. Shortly after, a complete circle appeared beneath the hateful monarch. However, it paid no attention, recognizing it as 7th circle magic, knowing that breaking a curse would require at least the power of an 8th circle mage. Theoretically, with my current strength, I shouldn't be able to break that curse, but in my past life, I was the world's strongest 9th circle grand mage. These curses are easily broken with a brief analysis. In the end, curses are just a branch of magic. And whether magic works in reality, it depends on applying rules and formulas. Casting a spell is like solving a mathematical problem. It requires calculation and a solution. What I needed now was to reverse this process, returning the magic to its initial state. Soon, the giant egg collapsed into a large mass. Although the curse couldn't be completely eliminated, it wasn't a serious problem, as its power had been greatly weakened. Besides, I had already arranged for master swordsmen throughout the city to handle such situations. As the monstrous monarch roared, it died. The situation grew tense. His heart pounded, nearly bursting. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted. I seized the opportunity to dive into it. I had to confirm something, as opportunities to withstand demonic curses with my bare hands were rare. Meanwhile, over the city, the dark energy that erupted from the ground spread its aura in all directions. Watching the scene up close, the butler sighed. The young master is quite a handful, giving an old man like me so many tasks. Behind him, Milliam asked curiously, "Why do you still serve the Walpurgis family? Mikhail knows about you." The butler waved it off dismissively. "We'll talk later. Let's focus on the problem at hand." After speaking, he extended his hand toward the dark energy, signaling for Milliam to follow his instructions. Milliam nodded, indicating she would comply. I smiled. This reminds me of the old days. A second later, a flash of light shot through, cutting the dark energy in half. The scene shifts to outside the Church of the Holy Nation. The Archbishop shook my hand with a smile, saying, "I never thought you'd resolve it so quickly, and without damaging the city." I reminded him, "Do you remember our agreement?" The Archbishop was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said that, of course, he remembered, promising to publicly support me in the hero selection. He also revealed that the Empire had already set its sights on a man they planned to choose as the hero soon. This didn't surprise me, as I knew who that bastard Siegfried Sigurd was from my past life. While I was lost in thought, Aylin's voice suddenly came from my side. She said, "Thank you for helping me find a master, but I must leave now. There's someone I need to find." I understood she was here to say goodbye. Aylin turned, awkwardly apologizing for breaking our engagement earlier. Seeing her shy expression, I smiled and said, "As I mentioned, I no longer have feelings for you. Do as you wish." Hearing this, Aylin confidently told me to just wait and see, assuring me that the next time we meet, her swordsmanship would surpass my magic. Then Milliam approached. I knew she was coming to ask about her son, so I reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. I'll tell you where your son is. Kiamon is with the Condor Mercenary Corps." She was surprised because joining them means leaving everything from the past behind, both their name and their former life. Kiamon chose his own path. It's right for you to look for him now. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Just a moment ago, you were desperately asking about Kiamon. Now you're having doubts. What's that supposed to mean? Milliam felt she had failed as a mother and caused her son harm, so she doubted if she still had the right to see him. I smiled and said, "Even if a child leaves their parents, parents can never leave their child, right? I think you should go talk to him." Then I placed my hand on hers. "This is the medicine I prepared for Kiamon. Please, take it to him." Convinced by my words, Milliam clenched her fist. "You're right, young Walpurgis. I can't give up on my son." With that, she turned to find the Condor Mercenary Corps. After Milliam left, Ryan asked me when we would be departing, saying he was eager to join the hero recruitment. I motioned for him not to rush, as we had to see someone first. That person was my father, Marquis Walpurgis. Since I had just eliminated a demon like the hateful monarch, this news had surely spread throughout the Empire. I hadn't notified my father that I was coming. Hearing this, Ryan's eyes widened in fear and he asked, "Is the Marquis unaware of what you're doing?" "Yes," I nodded. He grabbed me by the collar and yelled, "Are you crazy? That's your father, the strongest great mage in the Empire. What am I doing caught between you two?" "No, I have to find a place to hide." I just smiled and told him it was too late because my father had already arrived. The moment I finished speaking, a lightning spell struck down from above. I quickly cast a multi-layered shield to protect myself. Ryan, looking astonished, asked if we were really father and son and not enemies with attacks like these. I calmed him down, saying, "Don't be nervous. This is just a typical greeting in the Walpurgis family." Then, I called out to the figure in the thick smoke, "Father, you've arrived." However, the Marquis reacted with anything but a friendly gesture, screaming, "Die, you miserable son." He immediately launched a barrage of magical attacks at me. As 4 magic orbs flew in my direction, I couldn't help but admire my father's skill. He had crafted a spell designed to only hit its target without causing any collateral damage. Truly impressive. But the Marquis took it as mockery and flew into a rage. He raised his hand and unleashed a lightning spell right at me. With a crackling sound, the lightning storm enveloped my body. If Set hadn't intervened in time, my father could have forced me to my knees to beg for mercy. The Marquis never anticipated that I would be accompanied by an elf, especially one so formidable. I took this opportunity to explain my presence to my father. "I want to become a hero by defeating demons." After hearing me out, the Marquis laughed coldly and said, "Son, Do you really think I'm going to fall for such absurd rumors? The hateful monarch is a monarch-level demon. Even I would find that a difficult fight, let alone you. And isn't it strange that such a powerful demon appeared without causing any damage to the city? Just then, Archbishop Harlake stepped forward and commented, Lord Marquis, it's the truth. If young Master Mikhail hadn't acted, our divine nation would have been in grave danger. He then began to praise me profusely, saying I was the undeniable candidate with the soul of a hero. The Marquis was taken aback, thinking to himself, could this foolish son of mine really have dealt with a problem here? The Marquis raised his hand and cast a teleportation spell. Instantly, the Marquis vanished. 2 minutes later, he returned to the very same spot. Sensing the lingering magical concentration in the capital, he confirmed that the Archbishop and I weren't lying. The owner of that aura could have indeed been a monarch-level demon. The Marquis then asked if I truly wanted to compete for the position of hero, since that would mean facing powerful demon gods in the future. I knew that if I didn't show him enough of my power today, my father wouldn't let me go. In a classic overpowered main character move, I unleashed the power of Set's storm, causing a powerful storm energy to erupt around me. Father, as you can see, I now walk with the gods, so you don't need to worry about me. I then gestured to Ryan behind me, indicating that I had already chosen my companion. Seeing my resolve, the Marquis said no more. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stand in your way. Do as you see fit. With that said, he turned and left. After successfully convincing my father to let me compete for the hero's position, this action Manhwa recap continues. Ryan urged me to set off for the Divine Nation immediately. Fearing he'd cause more trouble along the way, I gestured for him to calm down, explaining that while the Divine Nation was our final destination, we first needed to visit the Elven Forest. Lately, memories of the World Tree have been surfacing in my mind, a side effect of this reincarnation. In my past life, when I saw the World Tree, it was already withered and dead because of the Great Demon. This deeply saddened my old comrade Jihad, the 8th Elf King, who, being an elf, had seen the World Tree as his mother since childhood. Moreover, the divine artifacts and magical items he needed to forge required branches from the World Tree. That's why I decided to do everything in my power to save it. The scene in this manhwa recap now shifts to me guiding Rion and the others to the outskirts of the Elven Forest. Before us lay a desolate landscape with withered, lifeless trees. I understood that the World Tree's condition had clearly deteriorated. Just then, Cassandra asked how we would enter the Elven Forest, since the World Tree, being a superior entity, couldn't be found by anyone without permission. However, as an overpowered main character, I wasn't too worried, as the roots of the World Tree were intertwined with everything. Every place was connected to its center. I just needed to find one route to reach the World Tree. By touching the ground, I quickly found the necessary route. Then I clasped my hands and whispered an incantation to lock onto the target. In the next moment, I found myself in a separate dimension, isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, Set appeared by my side, which surprised me, since the magic I cast was to communicate with the World Tree, and only I should have arrived here. Set, annoyed, said he didn't come on his own. I am now bound to your soul. You brought me here unintentionally. I didn't realize my connection with Set had become so close, though this might not be a bad thing, as I knew from my reincarnation about Set's relationship with the World Tree. One was the divine messenger of Ashar, the other a root system separate from Ashar, so they must be old acquaintances. We soon reached the World Tree, which seemed to sense our arrival. Green lights shone from its form. A golden-haired beauty suddenly appeared. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Idrisil, the World Tree. Why do you seek me? Just then she saw Set on my shoulder. What a surprise to see a familiar face here. It's been a while, sister, Set sighed helplessly. You're still the same, unfazed by what you see. Aren't you curious why I'm following this man? Then Idrisil learned about me from Set. Upon learning that I came to help her out of her predicament, Idrisil doubted my abilities. However, when I mentioned that her situation must be linked to the demon god or an equally powerful entity, her eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Then, Idrisil showed her broken body, ravaged by the demon god's corruption. As you can see, the source of the problem is the remnant of the demon god. Seeing this, I understood why the Great World Tree was on the verge of death. The terror of the demon god, a key villain in this action manhwa, was that it could not be completely destroyed. Its remnant would watch over absolutely everything, and the Great World Tree took it upon itself to protect the world. In her own words, she had ingested a poison with a 100% mortality rate. I asked Idrisil how much longer she could hold on. Seeing the desolate scene at the edge of the forest, she was already in critical condition. Learning she had 4 days left, I sighed in relief. This meant the demon god's remnant hadn't reached the World Tree's core. There was still hope for its survival. In my past life, the World Tree chose to perish along with the demon god's remnant to save the world. However, this time, My revenge against fate involves saving everyone. The demon god saw a crack in the world as he died, allowing the demon army to invade. This made their sacrifice useless. But now, things were different. We could change everything. I just need to eliminate the residue before it reaches the core. I promised Edgasil. I will ensure your full recovery in 4 days. Set also approached Edgasil to support me. Don't judge him by his appearance. He's quite capable. Yggdrasil's expression froze upon hearing this. I never thought I'd have a chance to survive. Then she clenched her fist without even noticing. If that's the case, I will entrust this to you. At that moment, I suddenly extended my hand, indicating that my help wasn't free. She would have to pay me a portion of the compensation up front. Hearing this, Set pinched my cheek to shut me up. You couldn't be more of a mercenary. Yggdrasil asked what compensation I wanted. I pointed and said that my request was simple. I wanted its most perfect and ancient branch. The reason for this request wasn't just to create divine magic items for myself. More importantly, only this branch could solve her current problem. After receiving the most ancient branch from Hersil, I quickly went to that area of the elven forest, as I needed the urgent help of an old friend. At that moment, in front of a withered tree, Jihad was bowing his head in prayer to the world tree. How can I save you? However, no matter how hard he tried, the great tree gave no response. Mother, you can no longer watch over us elves. In that instant, the great tree emitted a bright green light and a gentle voice. My son, the darkness seeks to devour me. I need your help. Hearing this, Jihad grew anxious and asked the world tree, what must I do to help you? The world tree told him that someone carrying its light would soon appear. If you help that person, the light of hope will help me dispel the darkness. As it finished speaking, the great tree's green light began to fade away. Jihad quickly reached out with both hands, trying to grasp the light. Mother, don't go. Where is this person you speak of? Where else would he be but right behind you? Just then, I appeared behind him. Hello, I am Mikhail Walpurgis, a messenger of the world tree. The scene changes. Jihad and I head to the elven palace together, with me leading the way. This made Jihad voice his inner doubts. Have you been to the elven forest before? How do you know this path so well? I brushed him off with a simple excuse, as I couldn't tell him the truth about my reincarnation from my past life. When I came here before, even though the forest was burned to ashes by the demon god, only this path remained. Just then, we heard hurried footsteps in the distance. Your Highness, bad news. 4 intruders have flown in from above. Jihad didn't believe the guard. The elf forest was highly secret, and flying high above was forbidden. However, looking up and seeing 4 figures in the sky, he froze in astonishment. How can this be? What happened to the total secrecy and the no-fly ban? How are they managing that? Seeing the scene, I gave an ironic smile. I knew the butler would bring everyone to the elf forest, but I didn't expect such a flashy entrance. After the 4 of them descended, I gave them a piece of my mind. The butler was the first to object. Young master, this is all because you left us at the edge of the forest without saying anything. If we're really going to get to the bottom of this, it's your fault. Only a fool would admit his mistake. So I just snorted indifferently. Seeing my attitude, the butler's face instantly darkened. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Today, in the name of the Marquis, but before he could finish, I had Jihad arrest him for trespassing in the elf forest. This scene made Cassandra laugh. You of the Walpurgis family are quite interesting. Then, Ryan asked if I had the branch from the world tree and what our next move was. I confirmed that I had the branch, but explained it was just a down payment from the world tree, so now they had to accompany me on another important mission. The scene shifts, and our group arrives at the Elven Palace, guided by Yaha. As the grand doors slowly swung open, an elderly figure came into view. It was Jilanyadas, the current Elf King and Jihad's father. It has been a long time since humans last came here. Welcome. I bowed in greeting. Greetings, eternal guardian of the elves. Thank you for your hospitality. My words took the Elf King by surprise. He clearly didn't expect a human to be familiar with elven etiquette. He then asked Jihad why he had brought humans into the Elven Palace. Jihad told his father not to be alarmed by what he was about to say, as it was at the request of Mother, who had recently appeared. Upon hearing this, the Elf King shot up from his bed. My son, is it true? Did you truly see Mother just now? Then, with a grave expression, he demanded proof from Jihad, stating that unverified words were meaningless. This put Jihad in a tough spot. With no way to record or capture an image of her, he couldn't prove to his father that he had seen Mother. I patted his shoulder reassuringly. I signaled for him not to worry, letting him know I would handle his father. Then, I took out the branch the World Tree had given me. Elf King, you must understand the meaning of this branch. The Elf King's voice trembled as he spoke. This is a branch from Mother. You are her messenger to the elves. Possessing this branch symbolized the World Tree's official recognition and proved I had met with her. With a soft thud, the Elf King knelt before me. I, Jilinyadas, the current Elf King, pay my respects to the messenger. Please, save our mother. I told him that saving the world tree was indeed the purpose of my journey, but there was something else I urgently required. The Elf King affirmed that whatever item I needed, if it was in his possession, he would give it to me immediately. This was exactly what I was hoping for. To turn this branch into a divine artifact, I needed to use a special elven crafting site. Yes, the Spring of Udel of the Elven race, a sacred place left behind by Udel, the greatest elven blacksmith in history. Since this was all for the sake of the world tree, the Elf King agreed to my request without a moment's hesitation. He assigned Jihad to guide me to the Spring of Udel, while he gathered the knights and soldiers of the Elven forest to prevent any surprise attacks from the demon god's remnant. I asked Ryan to assist the Elf King, knowing that the moment I began crafting the artifact, the demon god's remnant would sense it. All right then, comrades, it's time for us to set out to save the world tree. The scene shifts to Jihad, who is guiding me to the Spring of Udel. Messenger, I must clarify something. Since Udel didn't explain how to use this spring before he passed away, I may not be able to assist in the creation of the magical item. His words didn't faze me in the slightest. In my past life, a key part of my reincarnation story, I had crafted countless magical items here and knew the methods like the back of my hand. First, I imbued the branch with my magical energy. I then tossed it into the spring to begin the structural analysis. The key to using Udel's spring was magical power. For the legendary elven artisan, Udel was not an artisan, but a true mage. Although he had achieved some mastery as a mage, his talent was limited. Realizing this, Udel understood something crucial. If he couldn't become a great mage, he would succeed in another field. So he used the spring and became a world-renowned master of magical arts. Indeed, seeing the bubbling water of the spring, I understood it was magical water. Completely analyzing the branch wouldn't be easy because it was a parasite from the world tree, a unique material that inherited all its vitality. Normally, achieving 100% perfect processing of this material would be nearly impossible. What would happen if I only used magical elements? I smiled at the thought. At that moment, Jihad asked about the situation and if he could help in any way. I told him that processing this parasitic wood would take 4 days, and during this time, no one should disturb me. Then, pointing to the spring, I shared a secret. There was a magical tool there that Udel made for the Elf King. He could try to find it. In the following 3 days, the soldiers of the Elf Forest remained on high alert due to the complete silence from the demon god's remnant. During this time, Rion asked Cassandra if she could foresee the future. Cassandra said that although her ability to see the future was limited, one thing was certain: the situation was not good. And sure enough, after she said this, the rock layers of the ground began to crack, and all the flowers and grass in the forest withered instantly. Just as everyone was bewildered, a dark shadow emerged from beneath the fractured ground. Soon, a giant serpent, with 3 blood-red eyes coiled around the great tree. It was the physical form of the demon god's remnant. Seeing this, Cassandra urged the 2 of them to retreat immediately, sensing that the serpent's presence was beyond their ability to handle. But Ryan said he would not flee from battle, as it went against his principles as a knight. However, after the giant serpent's thunderous roar, Rion's determination began to waver. This overwhelming power awakened an intense fear in his heart. Damn it, I can't beat it now. He gritted his teeth, cursing his powerlessness, wishing he were stronger. When will Mikhail appear? Fortunately, the Elf King had prepared and arrived on the scene with his elven soldiers. He first ordered the soldiers to fire their bows, using a rain of arrows to limit the serpent's movement. Then he seized the opportunity to have the mages create a magical formation. At that moment, a large barrier appeared in front of the serpent. They thought it would be enough to stop it, but after several strikes from the serpent, the once impenetrable barrier cracked. The Elf King understood this wouldn't last. He could only hope for my swift arrival. Meanwhile, at Udel's spring, I finished the analysis of the parasite. Looking at the staff in my hand, I felt satisfied. As I expected, it's perfect from every angle. Set told me to stop being conceited and urged me to quickly combine it with the previous orb, because just now he had sensed that the demon god's remnant's aura had become much stronger than before, indicating that he had certainly made his move. That was what I was expecting. By embedding the red orb into the staff, it burst forth with an intense light. Seeing this, I felt a secret joy. It seemed I had triumphed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the barrier was almost collapsing under the serpent's attacks. At that moment, despair was visible on the face of the Elf King. Gods, there's no way to stop it. As they watched the great serpent ready for its final strike, Ryan urged everyone to disperse, warning that the barrier was about to break. Under the serpent's attack, the barrier shattered into pieces. When everyone thought they were lost, a pillar of bright light descended from the sky, instantly knocking down the serpent. Then, my figure emerged from the smoke. I hope I'm not too late. Cassandra was delighted to see me. Of course not. But didn't you say that making the magical artifact would take 4 days? Why did you arrive on the 3rd day? I said that as a man, it wasn't normal to be ahead of schedule now. The serpent recovered and tried to rise. Seeing this great creature before me, I knew that only the holy light magic of the 5th circle wouldn't be enough to defeat it. Moreover, if it weren't for this staff made from the most valuable part of the world tree, it's likely that the previous attack wouldn't have even penetrated its defenses. But now the greatest challenge before me was how to finish off this serpent. The residue of the demon god had parasitized the world tree for decades, consuming much of its power in that time, making it unrealistic to kill it with just this staff. Luckily, I knew its weakness from a past life. There was a core in its abdomen, and destroying it would kill the celestial serpent. I was worried that to enter its body, someone would have to distract it outside. At that moment, the serpent attacked, lunging at me with its massive, bloody jaw. At the same time, a sharp arrow crossed the sky from afar. Then, bright blue flames erupted above the serpent's head. The strong impact made me step back a few paces. That was, surprisingly, the sword of the elf sovereign. I turned my head to look down. Jihad had arrived. He came. It seemed he had obtained the magical tool left by Udal. This arrow from the elf sovereign was specifically created by Udal for the next elf king, possessing both tremendous destructive power and the strongest sacred force. Unfortunately, no successor of the elf king had achieved his recognition. Otherwise, the residue of the demon god wouldn't be so brazen. However, Jihad arrived just in time. His attack could draw the serpent's attention. The serpent had already recovered from the arrow, although it was in a pitiful state. With half of the skin from its face torn off, I first cast a speed spell on myself. When the serpent opened its mouth in pain, I launched myself straight into its mouth at high speed. After flying through the dark intestinal tract for 2 minutes, Set and I reached the abdominal region of the serpent. We saw a horde of horrifying creatures made of black liquid. Their numbers were overwhelming. Set explained to me that they were swarms of the demon gods summoned by the residue to protect itself. Very dangerous entities. But they don't seem that strong. I commented, what led Set to instruct me about these monsters? Monsters. Their danger does not lie in their individual strength, but in their ability to resurrect infinitely within the residue of the demon god. As we spoke, these creatures suddenly attacked. Seeing this, I cast a circle expansion spell, tripling my magical power. Then I raised my staff and silently invoked the divine gate. In the next instant, a disc with a sacred aura rose above my head, its white light scattering the horde of monsters. Simultaneously, I took a large sip of tomato juice. This is, in fact, crushing it, but it should be enough to deal with your kind. I then directed the disc to emit a beam of white light, instantly reducing the monsters to dust. Seeing this, Set opened his mouth in astonishment. What is this? He tugged at my cheeks, asking for an explanation. In his experience, these creatures should not be defeated so easily. His reaction was understandable. After all, Divine Gate was a spell specifically created to counteract demon gods in preparation for such situations. Based on my previous life as an archmage of the 9th circle, this magic was very difficult to use and consumed a lot of magical power. In my current state, I could probably maintain this for only 5 minutes, so I had to eliminate the residue of the demon god in that time. Set and I quickly reached the core. Finally found you, damn it. The creature in front of us left Z astonished. I didn't expect the true form of the residue to be the eye of the demon god. No wonder it caused so much torment to Yggdrasil. With only 3 minutes of circle enhancement left, I had to finish this quickly. However, the demon eye seemed to notice my current state and immediately let out a mocking laugh. Heh. Then it manipulated several tentacles to attack me. I have no time to play with you and your tentacles. I immediately used the blink spell. In the next instant, I appeared in front of the eye, with 1 minute of circle enhancement remaining. Seeing this, the eye tried to open its tentacles to devour me. I pulled out a signaling stone and gently crushed it. An emerald green arrow suddenly appeared, cutting through all the tentacles that were in front of me. The arrow was shot by Yaha from outside. The giant serpent, with its body pierced, roared furiously as its life force faded. Floating in front of the eye, I shouted, "Did you think the world tree would endure your torment unprepared? Although in my past life the world tree did not escape you and died with you, it never truly lost. For long ago it planted a seed of hope in you, a spell just for the world tree." Raising my staff and invoking the unique spell of the 7th circle, Yggdrasil, fresh sprouts quickly grew inside the serpent's body. They grew rapidly and climbed, advancing toward the eye swiftly, while Yggdrasil, in the distance, saw these seeds sprouting. "Thank you, Mikael Walpurgis," she said with tears of joy. The serpent's body was slowly decomposing and dissipating. Seeing this, Jihad cried out in joy. We really destroyed the residue of the demon god. I couldn't believe it was real until a ray of green light came from afar. It joined the great tree. Instantly, the dry branches came to life. Bright green leaves grew rapidly under the golden light. In moments, the entire tree was enveloped in a flowing golden light, emanating an incredibly strong life force. The wonderful mother has returned. The scene changes in this manhwa recap, and I was once again summoned to the realm of the world trees. Yggdrasil immediately expressed her gratitude upon seeing me. Thank you for your help. Now I can watch over the elf forest and care for my children. I told her she could skip the thanks. I preferred something more concrete as compensation. Yggdrasil didn't expect such bluntness. I see. You want my essence? Correct? But obtaining my essence would only increase your circles. Considering the value of my life, this compensation you seek seems very modest. That's why I've decided to give you a part of myself. Hearing this, Set immediately became agitated. Who just gives away something so valuable? If you give away a part of yourself, how will the order and balance of the world be maintained? Sister Set, my reason is the same as your initial intention in choosing this child. That is why you should not stop me. Set's face blushed upon hearing this. Do as you wish, give what you want. I won't interfere. Seeing Set's frustrated expression, I provoked her. That's what you get for meddling. Now you're speechless after being shut down. Then I accepted Yggdrasil's kindness and asked, how do I use your power? Yggdrasil placed a lock of her hair in my hand. I felt somewhat disappointed, so it's just hair. I opened my mouth to eat the hair, but she stopped me. She told me I just had to tie the hair to my wrist, and I would be able to use her power. Closing my eyes and trying it, a power full of life surged from my wrist and spread throughout my body. This was the power of the world tree, not only healing my wounds, but also rapidly restoring my magic circles. I extended my right hand, wanting to test this power. The rapidly spinning magical power shook my body with turbulence. Luckily, the world tree's healing surpassed the rotation of the magical power, preventing my immediate physical destruction. After enduring this agonizing trial, I managed to condense my 6th magic circle, advancing to a 6th circle mage, a true overpowered main character moment. Upon returning to the elf forest, everyone gathered around a bonfire to celebrate. Seeing their happy faces, I thought about how great it would be if the world could always maintain such joy and laughter. A scene like this was beautiful. At that moment, the Elf King sat down next to me. He asked about my injuries. I assured him I was fine, but mentioned something important. He needed to guide Jihad well and arrange a meeting with the fairies, as he had the potential to make a contract with the Fairy King. Upon hearing this, the Elf King smiled softly. Thank you, honorable messenger, for such high praise for my son. As his father, I am very proud. I watched him, thinking how he was just as Jihad had described him before. Jihad always said, my father is truly an incredible person, and he was right. The Elf King was, in fact, a good person. Luckily, I managed to save him this time. At that moment, the Elf King suddenly stood up, ready to announce something to everyone. Let everyone raise their glasses to the honorable messenger. Without him, we would not have saved our mother. Therefore, I swear as the Elf King that from this day forward, the elves will be allies of the messenger, Mikhail Walpurgis, and we will no longer confine ourselves to the elven forest. Hearing this, everyone raised their fists, shouting, Long live the honorable messenger. May the mother of the world tree exist eternally. I was then tossed into the air like a hero. I didn't expect such a gesture from the Elven King. It was a surprise. However, why did I have this nagging feeling that I'd forgotten something? What did I forget? Meanwhile, in the Elven dungeon, the butler had been imprisoned for 4 days. With the incident of the world tree concluding perfectly, our group finally set off for the divine country. Along the way, the knight Helen kept repeating the same question. Who was I? I rolled my eyes in frustration, saying that I was clearly the only son of the Walpurgis family. She thought I might be her father. At this point, Set commented that she understood Helen's feelings, since even she doubted if I was human, given that my feats as an overpowered main character seemed impossible for someone my age. With no other choice but to dispel everyone's doubts, I, Mikhail, began to speak nonsense with a straight face. You see, the reason I can achieve impossible feats is that I hear the voice of the gods. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at me as if I were crazy. Stop bragging, Mikhail. Not even the Holy Maiden can hear divine messages these days. What makes you think you, a mere mage, can achieve it? Set agreed with Ryan. As a divine messenger, she knew that ever since the god Ahar left, no divine messages have arrived here. At this, I just smiled a little, then turned and said, Believe it or not, the gods have truly sent me a message, and that message is the start of my revenge, for the divine country to fall. As I spoke, I made a friendly gesture towards the sky. The roots of the divine country are already rotten. The self-righteousness and greed of the archbishops were key to the demon god's invasion in my past life, a fact I only know due to my reincarnation. My words struck a chord with Cassandra, as no one understood the corruption of the divine country better than she did. Well then, We're all going to shatter the system that those old geezers in the Divine Country have established. Soon, our group arrived in Nook, the capital of the Divine Country. At the city gates, the receiving cleric asked about the purpose of our visit. I handed him a scroll. It's a letter of recommendation from Archbishop Harlake. I trust you recognize his name. Upon hearing that I was recommended by Archbishop Harlake, he quickly unrolled the scroll to verify my identity. After confirming I was recommended by Harlake to compete for the position of hero, he asked me to drop a single drop of blood onto the scroll, as only this would officially validate the letter of recommendation and grant me the qualification to enter the main temple of the Divine Country. During the entire journey, the followers of the Divine Country wouldn't stop chattering. Ever since I entered the city, everyone knew I was a candidate for hero. Although heroes in this era were just nominal titles to the common people of the Divine Country, no matter how much their prestige had declined, a hero was still a hero. With all eyes on me, Ryan smiled and suggested, "Wouldn't it be more interesting to make a grander entrance?" Ryan's words gave me an idea, and I called out to Set with a smile. At this, Set grinned mischievously. "I think I know what you're planning." She then activated the divine artifact, Set's Tempest. Instantly, a pure storm power emerged. The onlookers' jaws dropped when they saw this storm held sacred power. How was this possible? This action manhwa recap shows my ostentatious display wasn't just for show. The main goal was for the rats in the crowd to see my power and report it to those old archbishops. At that moment, the butler also noticed these people. He approached and discreetly informed me of everything, asking me what I would do. I blinked my big eyes, indicating that I would give him 3 days off. "Butler, you have worked hard, so for these 3 days do whatever you want, whether it's hunting rats in the shadows or playing those puzzle games." The butler was surprised for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Ah, young master, you really know how to lead people." Meanwhile, in a church room, a cleric informed Archbishop Killian of what had happened. "Are you saying that Mikhail has holy power?" "It can't be. The Walpurgis family is clearly of wizards, and wizards cannot have holy power, since magical and holy power are forces that do not merge. To have both powers, he would have to be the protagonist of a novel." Before Killian could recover from his surprise, the cleric delivered another shocking piece of news. Cassandra had also appeared in another group from the church. Priest Sihan, who was in charge of receiving me, was very excited to see me. "It must be Lord Mikhail, the hero candidate. The Pope is already waiting for you inside." Seeing the young man in front of me, I was surprised at how understaffed the divine nation must be to have such a young boy as an intermediate priest. I then asked him to guide me, but Sian, somewhat uncomfortable, explained that the Pope would only receive me. Ryan and the others could not enter the main temple. Hearing this, I indicated that it was not a big problem and that they would manage on their own. But before entering, I warned Cassandra that Archbishop Killian's people had probably already discovered her. "Be careful," Cassandra responded, somewhat dejected. "I know. They are the most vigilant against my prophecies in the Divine Country." I then turned to give instructions to Ryan, asking him to take care of Cassandra, as I knew this meeting would likely last quite a while. At that moment, Cassandra suddenly called me. "Didn't you ask before why I left the Divine? I think it's time to give you a clear answer." "Go ahead. Wasn't it because the Divine Country didn't believe in your prophecies that you decided to leave?" The prophecy that everyone knows today is that the demon god invaded and destroyed the world, but the true prophecy went further, as it also foresaw that alongside the demon, God was a lion with a golden mane. The crucial thing is that an inverted sun hung from its neck. In the Divine Country, the sun symbolizes heroes, so the archbishops see this prophecy as the fall of a hero. Now I understood why the Divine Country did not believe in Cassandra's prophecy. The symbolism of heroes in the Divine Country surpassed our imagination. Of course, the Divine Country would not want outsiders to know about unfavorable prophecies for heroes. But back to the topic, what did that lion with the golden mane symbolize? Suddenly, I thought of something. Golden mane and golden hair. Of course, it's that damn hero Siegfried. The scene changes, and now I am in the main hall with Sian. During the trip, Sihan expressed admiration for me, especially when mentioning my divine technique at the city gate. He became my fervent admirer, saying, "Mr. Mikhail, you must be a hero. The first hero in the history of the Divine Country who wields magic." However, I mentioned that this could be complicated, as I heard that the Divine Country already has a hero candidate. Upon hearing this, Sian responded doubtfully, "Are you talking about Mr. Siegfried? Although he is a good person, they say he is strong of arm, but weak of mind." That's just my impression. Apologizing for his inappropriate words, he bowed his head several times, saying, "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn." "No, you were not wrong. Your assessment was fair, and I appreciate it." At that moment, I had already completely memorized this intermediate priest, Sian. With such sharp judgment, he would surely be a talent soon. We arrived at a door, and Sion told me his secret. Only those willing to humble themselves could pass through. He bowed and said, "The Pope is behind this door. May God's grace be with you." I reached out to open it. Let me see what kind of person this legendary Pope Gregorius is. As the door opened, my pupils contracted for 2 seconds. Why is this old hero the first thing I see? Siegfried tried to greet me kindly, but I wanted to curse his entire family. Why is this old hero the first thing I see? Siegfried tried to greet me kindly, but I wanted to curse his whole family. However, when several curses came to my lips, I clenched my fists and reminded myself that I had to hold back. Impatience ruins great plans, and being a hero was now the most important thing. I bowed to the Pope and said, "I pay my respects to the most humble person in the divine country. It is an honor to meet in person the wise eyes of Jaco." The Pope seemed surprised by my attitude, pointing out that such courtesy was not typical of the Walpurgis family. Now, let me explain the current situation to both of you. So far, only you two meet the requirements of the candidates, so one of you will be the hero. Siegfried extended his hand, wanting to talk about the power of heroes. With me, although I did not wish to interact with him, out of courtesy, I accepted his greeting. As expected, as soon as our hands touched, Siegfried unleashed all his holy power against me. How presumptuous, I thought. If you want to play, I guess I must oblige. I absorbed his holy power with the strength of the world tree. Noticing something strange, Siegfried tried to stop releasing his power, but how could I let it go so easily? While absorbing his holy power, I also unleashed mine against him. After this exchange, Siegfried was clearly reaching his limit. Set warned me not to go too far, saying that if we killed this individual, we would be in trouble. Hearing this, I let out a cold snort and released his hand. The Pope had seen everything and commented, "Mikhail, your holy power is very pure. In terms of purity, it seems to surpass mine. Have you had a divine revelation?" "Yes, Your Holiness, I received a revelation. My ability to lie without batting an eye left." Set speechless, thinking, how did I not notice before what a shameless person you are? In that instant, Siegfried exclaimed, "That's impossible. Since the prophecy, the god of war, Jakao, has stopped giving revelations to humans. Even Your Holiness has not received one. What right does a mere mage like you have?" Hearing this, I laughed. You asked, with what right? Because a hero is a unique existence that has never needed the ordination of the Pope? A hero has only one eternal companion, the wise God. Your words sought to diminish the value of heroes. Moreover, your foolishness has lowered the god Jikao to the level of mortals. Noticing his mistake, Siegfried lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Michel, for my words earlier. Now I couldn't be bothered with this fool." The urgent matter was to ignore the topic of the revelation. No one really knew what the revelation was, so I prepared to improvise. While planning to deceive them, I noticed a young woman had appeared among the crowd. Who was she? When did she appear? The young woman also noticed my reaction. She smiled and asked, "You can see me, right?" I pretended not to hear her, but the sweat on my face betrayed me. The young woman snapped her fingers. In the next instant, time in the room stopped. Seeing this, I was astonished. Only someone could perform a miracle like freezing time. "You are the goddess Jiku, aren't you?" I felt uncomfortable. I had just used her name to lie, only to be discovered before I finished. With her playful expression and attitude, she seemed more like Setadad. Set noticed my gaze and commented, "Your thoughts seem disrespectful towards me." At that moment, Hiku also saw Set and remarked, "What a surprise to see you here. Although Set, you seem more humble. Can you say that? Should I recount your embarrassing stories about chasing Azar?" But before Set could finish, with a crash, Heo threw Set over his shoulder. The force was such that Set almost reunited with Azar. Then, Heo asked me a previous question. "Your eyes show quite a bit of insolence. Although you inherited Azar's legacy, I am now the only god here. Why do I not see reverence in your eyes?" His words ignited my anger. When the world tree was almost dying or demons were growing, you did not act, so why show reverence now? Hearing me, Jaco was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "You are very interesting. If it bothers you that I did not respond to the revelations, I can only say that I have my inevitable reasons." Then, with a gesture of silence on her lips, she continued, "I do not respond because my words do not reach. Although they call me goddess, I am not perfect like Azar. For some reason, my words do not reach the people. Even prophecies, my alternative plan, fail to gain people's trust." Hearing this, I was stunned. "But you are a god. What could be beyond your reach?" Jikao replied, "This would take a long time to explain. I will clarify it later. Being the only human who can speak with me now, I need your help." For some reason, her words did not reach, so I hoped you could help investigate why. In return, she would help me become a hero. Although I trusted in becoming one due to my abilities, Considering that her problem might be linked to the demon god, I accepted her request. With another snap of her fingers, the time that was stopped resumed its course. At that moment, Siegfried was still insistently asking what revelation God had given me. Since you are so curious, I will tell you. God said that the current state of the divine country disappoints her. Hearing this, Sfried immediately accused me of insolence, daring to defame the divine country in front of his holiness. I anticipated your reaction. You haven't even verified whether my revelation is true or false, and you dare to call me insolent. I think it is you who does not take God seriously. Jakao, a fool like you should be quiet. Then I looked at the Pope. Ah, yes. God told me something else some time ago. Your holiness took in 2 children. One you cared for, the other you neglected. Hearing this, the Pope's eyes widened in amazement. Only a few archbishops from the divine nation knew this, but I revealed it with perfect accuracy. At that moment, he completely believed that I had received a revelation from Jakao. In reality, these words weren't revelations from Jakao, but what I myself wished to achieve. The foundations of the divine nation were corrupt, and the status quo had to change. Besides, it didn't matter if they believed these words were revelations. Once I make these words a reality, they will become revelations. The Pope said that the discussion about choosing the hero would end here for today, as he needed to consult with the archbishops. Upon leaving the church, I noticed a strange mark on the back of my hand. Set told me it was the unique pattern of Jakao's inheritance, signaling that I had accepted his quest. Then, Set sarcastically commented that I now had 2 patterns, wondering if I would eventually become some street boss covered in mythological tattoos. You know what? That's actually possible. While I was chatting with Set, Ryan was practically losing his mind because a huge battle was about to erupt right before his eyes. Jave had arrived, the strongest holy knight from the divine nation, here to take Cassandra. Helen, Cassandra's guardian knight, could not accept that. You have no right to see her. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Jave let out a slight sigh. Then he stepped forward, causing the ground to crack and stones to fly into the air. Has no one told you how dangerous it is to draw your sword against a holy knight? Besides, Lady Cassandra is from the divine nation. It is only natural that I take her with me. Seeing that his opponent was about to make a move, Ryan stepped forward to protect Helen. This action displeased Jave, who warned Ryan that if he didn't step aside, he would be treated as an accomplice. But Ryan declared that Helen was his comrade, and that standing by idly would dishonor the Parsloff family name. Ryan drew his sword and prepared for battle. So, you're the star of the Empire, Ryan Parsloff. For your family's sake, I'll give you one more chance. Step aside now, and I won't make things difficult for you. But Ryan's answer remained firm. I've already said that I absolutely will not move. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ryan charged forward with his sword. He felt both fear and excitement. Fear, because his rival was the strongest holy knight in the divine nation. Excitement, for getting to face such a powerful warrior. However, as their swords clashed, Ryan clearly felt the difference in their strength. I can't beat him right now, Cassandra screamed. Stop it. And just like that, the one-sided battle was over. Jave, even as the commander of the Holy Knights, you shouldn't just barge in so rudely. Jave replied that it was his duty as a holy knight, and that Archbishop Killian had repented for his past actions, assuring her it would never happen again. Please, come with me. Cassandra understood that this man was working with Killian, and if they took her, she would surely be imprisoned again, unable to ever leave the divine nation. If I refuse to go with you, will you take me by force? Jave simply replied, yes, saying, I am not negotiating with you. This is to prevent Ryan and Helen, who are protecting you, from getting hurt. Just as Cassandra was about to give in, my voice echoed from the distance. Who says anyone is going with you? Purple hair. A pillar of fire rose to the sky, separating both sides. Upon seeing this, Hay's eyes widened. This is Sixth Circle magic. I never thought Lord McKeel would have such power at such a young age. This is an internal matter of the divine country. Even if you are qualified as a hero, you have no right to interfere in the affairs of the sacred knight. I laughed at his words. Tell me, Commander, have you really memorized the laws of the divine country? For the divine country, a hero is not a stranger. If you do not know this, I can explain it to you in detail. Abi was momentarily surprised. Then he recognized his mistake in expressing himself, and without giving up, he mentioned the unexpected disappearance of Cassandra. I clearly told him that Cassandra has not disappeared. She has been with me as a heroine candidate all along, so there are no reasons to take her away. Seeing that he continued to resist leaving, I pointed at him angrily and asked, Aren't you leaving yet? You are trying to challenge the position of a hero in the divine country in light of such a serious accusation. Naturally, he did not dare to accept it. I apologize for disturbing everyone today. I will leave. As I saw Jave leaving, just when Helen and Cassandra were about to sigh in relief, I spoke with cold eyes. Let's talk. Upon returning to our lodging, the first thing I needed to confirm was who Helen was. Helen, please take off your helmet. Surprisingly, the true identity of Helen hidden under the armor was the sister of that damned hero, and her real name was not Helen, but Edon and Barun. This situation had already exceeded my expectations. I asked her to take off the helmet because during our time together she gave me a sense of dissonance that I had forgotten. I thought she might be a close friend from before, but I did not expect this outcome. Then I asked Ida why she decided to follow Cassandra, who was expelled from the Divine Country. You could have had a more comfortable life there. Your brother is the rising star of the Golden Lion Knights and a hero candidate. Upon hearing me, Ida's eyes wandered as she began to tell me about her childhood. My brother and I were orphans abandoned since we were little. We relied on each other to survive in an alley controlled by dark forces. As you know, children in the alleys were treated as disposable objects. Although that life was very cruel for my young self, it was also the happiest time because my brother always stood in front of me without hesitation to protect me. But everything changed with Archbishop Keelan. The sacred temple became our new home, and we no longer searched for food in the trash. But at some point, my brother changed. After joining the Golden Lion Knights, he gradually showed arrogance, becoming deaf to the opinions of others. The most atrocious thing was that his first act as a hero candidate was to eliminate the close followers of the prophet. This news shocked me greatly, thinking that Siegfried had planned to eliminate everyone around Cassandra. Ida told me that this was because the Archbishop misjudged my brother, using the ambiguity of the prophecy to interpret it in various ways. The Archbishop took advantage of this by exploiting my brother's sense of justice by only showing him those who suffered from the prophecies. Now I understood why Cassandra suddenly disappeared. It was all planned by Archbishop Killian. I let out a soft laugh. If Ida was right, everything was planned by Archbishop Killian. I let out a soft laugh. If Ida was right, it was ironic, since the prophecy was given by Jikao. But those who denied it were the Archbishop and the hero candidate who claimed to revere him. Now all the evidence pointed to Archbishop Killian. He needed to be investigated. Perhaps we could discover why Jikao was silent. In the plaza of the Holy Nation, Sif was alone, thinking about his recent actions. He had been a worthy warrior. Remembering how his sister's gaze grew fiercer, he felt a great loss, especially when she left with only coldness in her eyes. Depressed, he swung his sword through the air, thinking, why is this happening? She's my only family. Why doesn't she understand me? At that moment, Archbishop Killian approached, smiling broadly. Siegfried, I'm interrupting your practice. Siegfried was quick to respond. Not at all. What brings you here, Your Grace? Killian sighed a little. I've come to tell you something. Do you remember the young Walpurgis who came to the Holy Nation as a candidate? He is now with the Prophet and your sister. With a crash, the sword fell from Siegfried's hands. What did you say, Your Grace? They've returned with Michael. Does His Holiness know about this? What do we do now? Killian told him not to worry, saying that the great god Jikao is with us, but God does not grant grace to the idle, so we must act. While the two of them discussed how to deal with me, they didn't know that someone was observing them from the shadows. A week passed quickly, and in this part of the Manhwa recap, things are about to get intense. The entire Holy Nation was embroiled in intense discussions about who would be a better hero, all due to Archbishop Keelan's machinations. Most of the archbishops and priests supported Siegfried to be the hero, believing that as a member of the Holy Knights, he better represented the image of the Holy Nation. Now, Ryan was scratching his head anxiously. Mikhail, what do you think? They are already promoting themselves as the divinely chosen, and you've been cooped up in here for 7 days. Are you planning to withdraw from the hero selection? I told him not to worry, as someone very important had not yet decided. Besides, there was a key reason to participate in the hero selection, a crucial step in my revenge after my reincarnation. It was the upcoming assassination of the Archbishop. 2 years later, it would be discovered that this crime was linked to demons. It was then that the Holy Nation began to take the prophecy of the demon god's arrival seriously and started choosing heroes for the upcoming war, a classic setup for an action manhwa. This presented an excellent opportunity for an overpowered main character like me. If I could prevent the Archbishop's assassination and eliminate the demon responsible, then I could win the support of the neutral archbishops. Combined with that person's influence, the position of hero would undoubtedly be mine. I then asked if Cassandra had contacted the person in question. She said she did as I asked, although she wasn't sure if he would come. Her answer didn't worry me, as that person would never say no to Cassandra. After 2.5 seconds, there was a knock on the door. As it opened slowly, a middle-aged man in a cape entered, approached Cassandra, and said, "These years have been hard on you, child." The visitor was none other than His Holiness, the Pope. After 2.5 minutes of conversation, I told the Pope of my desire to be the hero, Your Holiness. After telling you about the revelation last time, I omitted something. I then showed him the pattern on my right hand. I believe you understand the meaning of this mark. The Pope's eyes widened in surprise, a classic reaction you'd see in a Manhwa review. You have the inheritance of Ikao? Did you see her in person? I confirmed that I had, and the deity clearly told me that the divine country must change. Therefore, for the sake of the great god Jekko, I need your help, your holiness. The next day, Archbishop Killian was furious in his chamber. At the meeting of the Council of Divine Countries, a few hours earlier, the Archbishop, who had been neutral, suddenly declared his support for my candidacy as a hero. This surprised everyone, sparking a discussion. Everyone knew that this Archbishop was the closest confidant of the Pope. His support meant the Pope's support. The allied Archbishop of Killian began to criticize the Pope, saying that Siegfried benefited the divine country more in reputation and symbolism. Why would the Pope support young Walpurgis just because he defeated a great demon? Hearing this, Archbishop Killian ground his teeth in anger, determined not to let me establish my reputation and be the hero. With a wicked expression, he addressed his colleagues. My dear brothers, for the sake of the divine country and what is right, we may need to get our hands dirty. Knowing that all of this had to do with demons, I took Ryan and infiltrated the Order of Knights of the Divine Country. Before this, showing the symbol of Jikao and with Cassandra's plea, I managed to convince the Pope to support my candidacy as a hero. Although everything was going as planned, only I knew that the toughest problems were yet to come, because the assassination of the Archbishop is about to happen. To be precise, it should be the case of the assassination of Archbishop Naran. This incident would make the Pope's already weak position even more precarious. Therefore, my urgent task was to save Archbishop Naran. As I thought about this, my butler, who had been on leave for several days, suddenly appeared behind me. Startled, I teleported 2 meters back. Just as I was about to complain about his ghostly appearance, the butler informed me that he had detected a demonic presence in the divine country originating from the Holy Knights. This surprised me. Often the most dangerous place is the safest. Demons knew how to choose their hiding spots. Young master, I have something else to tell you. That Archbishop Kill seems to be plotting against you. Also, I sense a malignant aura around him, as if he were contaminated by something repulsive. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. Things were going in an interesting direction. The scene shifts to Ryan and me walking towards the Knights' headquarters. On the way, Ryan expressed his confusion. Mikkel, why do you want to bother the Knights? And of course, why do you insist on taking me with you to get revenge? Their commander came to intimidate us before. Shouldn't we return the favor? Upon hearing this, Ryan got excited. I like your vengeful side, kid. By the way, I have something for you. You will take care of that order. Speaking like this, I tossed him a mold. Ryan was perplexed. Is it real or fake? Are you sure you want me to deal with Jave? Then he looked at the mold in his hand. What do I want with a sword hilt? I raised my hand, suggesting he infuse it with aura. This will give you a remarkable surprise. Yes. Just as Rihan infused the spiritual artifact, a magical sword of great power appeared before him. As the accumulated aura continued to grow, the magical sword directly transformed into a sword. I told Ryan, this guy's sword skill is much better than yours. Even though you can't communicate both ways, training with him will at least double your efficiency. Faced with this unexpected gift, Ryan looked embarrassed and asked what I wanted in return. I patted him on the shoulder and replied that I wanted nothing. If you truly wish to show gratitude, then focus on becoming stronger. I will need your help in the future. Soon we arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Knights. The 2 guard knights immediately recognized my status as a Hero King candidate and asked for my purpose. I am here to see your commander Jay. Please announce my arrival. Upon hearing this, the 2 hesitated. We are sorry, candidate, but the commander is not here. Please come back later. Their strange behavior confirmed my suspicions. Something was wrong with the Holy Knights. Dismissing their obstruction, I prepared to force my way in under the pretense of a hero candidate inspection. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. It was Commander Jay himself. What luck. You came to welcome me. Commander Jave, with a serious face, asked why I was here. Upon realizing we had come to challenge him, he was surprised for a moment. Then he understood it was about the attempt to capture Cassandra. My sincerest apologies, Lord Mikkel. I was wrong in that previous matter, and I formally apologize. However, I cannot accept your challenge. The Holy Knights do not fight with the innocent. Seeing that he wouldn't back down, Ryan launched a provocative speech in his face. Oh, so you don't fight with the innocent, right? It seems you are afraid to face us, and are looking for excuses to avoid it. I intensified the situation by saying, could it be that the Holy Knights are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong? Are those people worthy of serving God? Hio hit a sensitive point. Jave's gaze turned cold. Lord Mikkel, retract your words. I accept your challenge. Guided by he, we entered the chambers of the knights. Upon seeing the knights crossing swords in the training field, Ryan was very excited, as he had dreamed of joining the Holy Knights since he was a child. Seeing their intense training made him desire it even more. Passing by a flag, I detected a nauseating presence. Without a doubt, a demon was hiding here, and this was an old acquaintance of mine. As the divine country gathered the most devoted and powerful priests in the world, it was difficult for any demon to survive here, but this one was an exception, with some immunity to holy power. Moreover, he excelled at mimicking, using exceptional acting skills to destroy his prey. However, this individual had a fatal weakness. Once his imitation worked, even he would forget he was acting and would begin to think and behave like the imitated subject. I asked if there had been any anomalies among the knights lately. He turned and said no. Although his expression was cold, I knew he wasn't lying. Throughout our interaction, his pupils did not waver in the slightest. Since I couldn't obtain useful information from him, I had to confirm things for myself. I activated detection. My pupils turned as black as coal. Nothing unusual here. Nothing here. Just when I thought this journey would be in vain, I suddenly saw a black creature writhing underground. It's no wonder I couldn't find this being. It was hidden underground the whole time. Then I told Jve that I wanted to investigate downstairs. Hearing this, his pupils contracted. I noticed this subtle change in his expression. Indeed, he was hiding something. I asked again what he had hidden below. His answer was still the same, that he knew nothing. Seeing his persistent reluctance, I decided to investigate myself. Observing my determination, Jve, unable to dissuade me, offered to accompany me. I refused, of course, pointing to Ryan behind me and saying, "This is the one challenging you. You should focus on how to defeat him." Then I mentioned that I wouldn't be going alone, as my companion should have arrived by now. Just after I finished speaking, rapid footsteps were heard nearby. The arrival was none other than that damn warrior, Siegfried. To reveal the demon hidden among the knights, I took Siegfried to the underground space beneath the quarters. Throughout the entire journey, Siegfried complained endlessly, not understanding why I wanted to investigate here. He insisted that there was only an abandoned warehouse below. I looked at him and informed him that something repulsive was lurking beneath. "Your task now is to shut your mouth. Follow me." We quickly reached the lowest level. As Siegfried said, it was an abandoned warehouse. There were only a few deteriorated wooden boxes. Siegfried smirked at me disdainfully. "I told you there's nothing here. The Holy Knights would never store things like this." I told him he shouldn't be so sure, lest he be proven wrong. I requested Set's help to activate the power of the divine artifact. The moment an emerald-colored light blazed from my staff, a powerful wind swept through the warehouse, carrying the force of a tempest. Under the divine power, something hidden in the darkness became visible through the smoke. When it dissipated, a pulsating sphere of flesh appeared before us. Seeing this, Siegfried was stunned. I asked him, "Is this what you meant by there was nothing here?" Then I raised my hand, charging a light magic spell. With a single snap, I crushed the sphere of flesh. Set told me this was similar to the residue that had tormented Yggdrasil, although much weaker. This implied there must be more than one, as corrupting the entire divine country would require at least several hundred. Furthermore, behind these entities, there must exist an even more terrifying presence. A problem that would lead Hekau to request my assistance must be more complicated than a mere residue. Siegfried, now calmer, inquired what that thing was. I told him it was the residue of a demon god and that I needed his help to capture someone. Meanwhile, on the Knights' training grounds, the confrontation between Ryan and Jve was about to begin. Ryan infused spiritual energy into his magic sword. Then, with a swift movement, he charged at his opponent. Faced with Ryan's spiritual energy attack, Jve showed no concern. He calmly unsheathed his sword and blocked, neutralizing Ryan's attack. "Do you really think being the commander of the Holy Knights is that easy? Right now, you have no chance of winning. Let's end this farce soon." At that moment, a red glow emerged in Ryan's eyes. He then launched several waves of sword energy. With each clash of swords, Jave started to have problems. How is it possible for his speed to increase? This could be dangerous. After an intense clash of swords, both retreated to create distance. Ja was surprised, not believing that a young man could possess such power. However, he could not lose this fight. As a commander, he had to uphold the dignity of the knight. He gathered all his spiritual energy in his right hand with the intention of finishing it with a decisive blow. "Let me show you what true overwhelming power is." But at that moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred at the edge of the field. I had grown tired of using the stairs and used explosive magic to carve my way up from underground. This left Jave bewildered. "I guess it's not yours. Don't worry about the damage." I smiled and told him not to worry about that. "I have an announcement. From today, all activities of the Holy Knights are suspended." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they protested vehemently, even as a hero candidate. "You can't just stop all our operations like this." I told everyone that this decision was made because a demon had created an underground hideout beneath them. Moreover, Siegfried also agrees with this measure. So this is a decision from both hero candidates, and you must comply. To catch the demon hidden among the crowd, I raised my staff and began the sanctuary declaration. In the next moment, a blue light enveloped the entire order of knights. Then I activated the power of the World Tree and Heiku. Under the influence of these divine powers, even the strongest demon could not maintain its disguise. Show yourself, repulsive creature. The scene became terribly silent, with no one daring to make a sound, fearing they would be mistaken for the demon and eliminated. However, the silence was broken by a cough. Hearing it, I opened my eyes in surprise and shouted, "Who coughed?" Two nearby knights, noticing their companion's discomfort, approached with concern. "Male-san, are you okay?" I moved closer to the source of the sound. Upon seeing me, the man frantically explained that he was a holy knight and could not be a demon. As he spoke, his eyes turned black and dark energy emanated from his body. "So it was you. First, you killed your companion, then used imitation to take his form and hid among the humans. You are a consummate actor. However, your tricks do not work on me, as I do not pay attention to your deceptions." Speaking like this, I raised my staff and struck hard, producing a resonant sound. The holy power released from the staff surged into his body. After breaking his imitation, he revealed his true demonic form. "It's you, Delos, the demon hiding behind the scenes." Delos was confused. He did not remember having seen me, yet he seemed to know me well. It was because of the woman behind him, Mary, the commander of the sixth body of the demon god. Delos was not only her right hand, but also part of her body. My words intrigued Delos. "Since you know I am Lady Mary's confidant, how dare you provoke me?" I smiled mockingly at him. "Because in my eyes, you are nothing but trash that only imitates others." Delos, underestimated, instantly became furious. "Kid, you better pray that your strength matches your words." With a snap, his figure vanished in an instant, releasing smoke. This was Deos's lethal move. First, he used the smoke to disturb the opponent's vision, then quickly circled behind the opponent to deliver a fatal blow. Just when his claws were an inch from my neck, a green storm appeared and blocked his attack. I had already summoned Set's divine storm when he released the smoke, as the pattern on my neck emitted a faint green light. A small tornado formed instantly, and Delos was knocked to the ground by the force. At that moment, he noticed the difference between us, and as he tried to get up and flee, a large hand reached out from the mist. In that instant, I precisely grabbed his throat. Seeing Deos struggle in my hand, I knew that Male was watching me through his eyes. "Male, although I don't know exactly what you plan with a divine country, I can tell you this clearly. Whatever your plans are, I will ruin them all." After saying this, I launched the holy spear of the sixth magical circle. Instantly, a spear surrounded by lightning appeared in the air. As I aimed with my hand, the spear shot forth with a buzz, piercing Delos' body. But his will to live was very strong. Even with severe injuries, he did not die. So I raised my hand again for another evolution spell. At that moment, he could not resist the holy power, and his body was gradually dissolved by the orb of light. After dealing with Delos, I turned and aimed my spear at the knights. They had joined Archbishop Kelon to harass Cassandra, so I had to avenge her. Honestly, I am disappointed in you. A demon was acting in the guise of your companion, and you didn't notice. How can you call yourselves proud holy knights? I've heard that your order is closely tied to an archbishop, even following his orders. That's true. Upon hearing this, Jave hurried to deny it. As holy knights of Jakko, we follow divine revelation. Then, how do you explain helping Killian attack the temple and expel the great prophetess Cassandra? Ave fell silent upon hearing this, and after recovering, he tried to defend himself with prophecy topics, but I turned and interrupted. "I don't want to argue with you. After all, this is an internal matter of your order, but I hope you remember the original purpose of the Holy Knights, to be faithful only to Jakko and fight demons." Then I looked at Siegfried, who was nearby. "Don't you think I'm right, Siegfried? After all, as fellow hero candidates, it's not good for only me to think this way." At that moment, Siegfried's gaze froze, as he pondered whether he truly had the qualifications to be a hero. Compared to my actions of exterminating demons, he, as a holy knight, couldn't even distinguish if his companions were demons. This was a great shame for him. Anger and unwillingness made him clench his fists. "No, I cannot give up. Even if I am not worthy of being a hero now, I can make up for it with future efforts, because God will never reject someone who does their best." With this thought, his eyes filled with determination. "Mikhail, you are right, but now I challenge you to a duel. I want to personally confirm if you are worthy of becoming a hero." Of course, I would not refuse his request, as my greatest desire after reincarnating was to beat this guy up, and I had been looking for a proper reason. At that moment, I saw the saint's pendant he was wearing, so I proposed a bet saying that only by taking risks could we ignite the true fighting spirit. "If you win, I will leave this selection of heroes, but if I win, you will give me that saint's pendant. Now, Siegfried was completely focused on proving himself. He accepted my proposal without hesitation. Seeing him fall into the trap, I smiled. This guy was still as brainless as before. Fighting him with my current strength might seem unfair, but I couldn't resist the urge to hit him. However, when Set asked me if I wanted to use the power of the divine artifact, Siegfried had already launched his attack, his slash quick as lightning. Facing his full attack from the start, I thought he really wanted to win. Who else would use their ultimate move from the beginning? I responded by casting a 5-layer shield spell to defend myself. At that moment, Siegfried twisted his wrist, changing the direction of the energy from his sword with a thunderous sound. My shield shattered under his blow. Gee, I underestimated you before. I must admit that your judgment in combat is precise. Out of respect, I'm afraid you will suffer a little now. Activating the magic of the 5th circle, the release of 1,000 swords. Hundreds of mana swords surged behind me. This release of 1,000 swords was magic I had created before to help Siegfried train, so it had no lethal power. But after the reincarnation, I modified the mana swords. Although they weren't lethal, I gave them another ability to make the user of the heavy sword suffer intensely. Seeing the flying swords surrounding him, Siegfried unleashed a fiercer sword energy with a roar. The two forces clashed and violently exploded in the air, and Siegfried disappeared just as the dust rose. Didn't this guy see how Delos was defeated? Why is he using the same trick? However, no matter how he concealed his presence, I could locate him even with my eyes closed. Being straightforward, I would definitely choose to attack from the front. According to his idea, a mage couldn't cast another spell after using one on a large scale, so in this situation, he wouldn't attack by surprise. Unfortunately for him, I was not the type of mage he thought. This time, while casting the spell of 1,000 swords, I also applied a 5-layer slowing magic. In the next instant, Siegfried felt his body heavy, unable to move properly. Then he was struck by the mana swords and screamed in chaos. Although this magic made him question his life choices, the stubborn one still claimed he could keep fighting. I truly appreciated that strength of his. The feeling of being able to fight until satisfied was wonderful. I pointed up and said to him, "I know you can still fight. That's why I've prepared 100 mana swords in the sky for you." Upon hearing this, Siegfried was stunned. His body trembled uncontrollably. "I will not die. I better get out of here." Before he finished speaking, I placed my index finger on his lips. Then I said playfully, "What nonsense are you saying? The night is young." My cryptic words confused Siegfried. "What night? It's not daytime." Before he understood my words, half of the mana swords fell from the sky. Scene change. Siegfried was now unconscious with foam at the mouth. Seeing this, the knights felt a chill. "Mr. Mikhail, isn't this brutal?" Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but comment, "How crazy." The next day, as soon as he regained consciousness, he handed over the holy pendant as he had promised. Upon receiving the pendant, Set instantly noticed its value. Not only did it increase the sacred power of the bearer and enhance their recovery, but most importantly, its hidden ability made this pendant worthy of being called a sacred relic. That ability could not be used yet. After several blows, Siegfried was left dazed. "Mikhail, thank you for fighting me fairly. I lost because my strength was not enough." Hearing this, I was left speechless. This guy was still as naive as in his past life. Unaware of his problem, I asked him, "If it weren't a duel, would you have faced me differently?" This question clearly exceeded Siegfried's mental capacity. He didn't understand what I meant. "No matter, I will be more direct. In that situation, would you opt for a surprise attack or use hidden objects?" Upon hearing this, Siegfried showed from what nonsense you speak. "Those are inappropriate methods that heroes must resist," I replied. "Even if hundreds died, you would still uphold your principles." Siegfried's pupils suddenly contracted. Clearly, he had never considered that. Can someone who does not protect everyone be called a hero? I hoped my words would change him, but seeing his doubtful expression and clenched fists, I turned around and left without looking back. Sure, this guy was just like before. There was no need to convince him further. I had heard enough of that before to become numb. On the way back, Ryan asked if my words had been too harsh. In his opinion, Siegfried wasn't bad, just seemed a bit foolish. I turned to explain. If he were an ordinary person, I wouldn't treat him this way, but the responsibility of a hero candidate is greater than you imagine. While Ryan walked, pondering my words, I suddenly stopped. Damn, why is that stinky old man here too? And the person I despised was none other than Archbishop Killian. Ryan saw him and asked about my plans, pointing out that he wasn't easy to face. What else could I plan? Of course, I will confront him directly. I quickly approached Archbishop Killian. I thought our meeting would be like that of enemies with burning hatred. But the next second, we both instinctively showed bright smiles and even shook hands warmly in greeting. "You are Mr. Mikhail. I didn't expect to see you here. I feel blessed." In response to Archbishop Killian's flattery, I smiled and replied, "You are blessed, as it is fortunate for you and for the entire divine country that the great prophet has escaped the demon's plans. He froze upon hearing demons. I continued smiling and said, only demons or scum would dare to take away the great prophet. After all, who else would hate the great prophet, a talent of the divine country? I changed the subject. Oh, right. A prominent figure like you, Archbishop, couldn't be the scum I speak of, right? By then, Killian was trembling with rage at my words. Although he understood that I was implying he was trash, he couldn't confront me openly, and only smiled and nodded. However, Lord McKill, regarding your desire to be a hero, I don't think it's appropriate. I interrupted him with a smile. Your opinion doesn't matter to me, because the one who decides who becomes a hero isn't you, but our god, the wise Lord Jikao. Unable to contradict me, Killian turned to leave, unwilling to endure my sarcasm any longer. In that instant, a repulsive stench spread through the air. Set immediately covered her nose. Why is there a demon's aura here? I glanced sideways at the three people in front of me. Without a doubt, Archbishop Killian was very suspicious. This piercing stench had something to do with him. Set asked if I could identify which demon this smell belonged to, and I confirmed that I could, because this stench is very similar to that of the defeated Delos. Interestingly, he has an infamous twin brother. Delos was a demon known for imitation and murder, while his younger brother, Rhotus, excels in infiltration and manipulation. To prevent him from further harming the divine country, I planned to find and eliminate him. However, Set believed that guy wasn't important and suggested we first inspect various parts of the divine country, because just then she sensed the aura of the demon god's right eye somewhere in the divine country, suspecting this was causing Jikao's silence. If the demon god's right eye was really here, it would explain why there were so many traces of the demon god. If that's the case, let's look for it together. Scene change. Set and I arrived at the most enigmatic place in the divine country, the tomb of the first hero. This impressive structure left Set completely astonished. This tomb is really quite large. Could the demon god's right eye be here? Compared to Set's doubts, I was certain that the demon god's right eye was here. After all, this was the least suspicious place in the divine country. At this point, Set was curious. If you really become a hero, what generation would you be? I told her that so far there have been 7 heroes. Unless there are any surprises, I should be the 8th. Although if the first hero saw how corrupt the divine country has become, he would probably jump out of his grave in anger. Upon entering the grand hall, a strong sense of unease filled my heart. My assumption was correct. The demon god's right eye was hidden here. Now I could only hope it wasn't there. That place was the coffin with the first hero's corpse. I gently placed my hand on the protective barrier. First hero, please forgive my trespass. As my words fell, the entire protective barrier shattered instantly. My action left. Set stunned in disbelief. The demon god's eye could not coexist with a hero's corpse. The protective barrier also showed that the eye couldn't be inside. But what if it had invaded the hero's body before he died? Set's heart trembled at this. She was clearly shocked by my bold hypothesis. To prove if it was correct, we had no choice but to open the coffin and investigate. Upon opening the coffin, my expression darkened instantly. As I feared, it was empty. In its place was a bottomless hole. Mikkel, what do we do now? It looks like we're in a mess. Unlike Set's concern, I was calm. I said the situation wasn't that bad. We should be thankful we discovered it now. Then I jumped into the hole. Since we found the problem, all that's left is to solve it. Soon Set and I reached the very bottom, and in front of us was the corpse of the first hero. At that moment, his right eye moved slightly. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. After uttering these words, the first hero's corpse rose, laughing uncontrollably. At the same time, a repulsive black aura concentrated in its hand. With a humming sound, a ball of black energy shot towards me at high speed. Seeing this, I quickly used ring expansion magic and the 6th circle flame shockwave. When the energies collided, there was a violent explosion. I was surprised that this was the first hero's corpse. Even though the power in this body was nearly depleted, it could still release such powerful energy. At that moment, the demon god's eye launched another attack. Countless black tentacles suddenly erupted before me. It seemed to want to finish me off in one blow, but unfortunately for it, since I am a 6th circle mage, I can use the amplification of ring expansion magic to cast superior magic. This is the kind of action manhwa where the overpowered main character always has a trick up his sleeve. Raising my hand and casting the 8th circle magic, Ice Throne, a massive wall of ice made of crystals appeared before me out of nowhere, freezing all the black tentacles. Just as Set was about to praise my skill, his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw the first hero's corpse, controlled by the demon god's eye, and unsheathe its holy sword. Dozens of magic circles emerged behind it, and the most terrifying part was that they were all 6th circle magic. Before I could react to the surprise, all those spells were launched towards me at once. Luckily, I quickly activated Set Storm. The storm's force spread from my hand. With a roar, an even more violent explosion occurred. I took the opportunity to teleport above the demon god's eye and grabbed its head. Damn you. I finally caught you. But the demon god's eye didn't care. Ordinary magic couldn't destroy a part of the demon god. However, I was prepared for this by imitating the magic created by the strongest martial artist from my past life, my companion, the Beast King. Let me borrow your sacred fist. This is a perfect example of a reincarnation manhwa recap. As I threw my punch, a powerful red force struck the demon god's eye. The intense energy caused the eye to explode and perish instantly. Under that blinding explosion, my mind was taken to a completely white space. Although the place had changed, I knew instantly it was a creation of Heikao. When do you plan to appear? A deep male voice sounded from behind me. Don't be impatient. She needs time to prepare. The speaker was the first hero, who came to give his thanks. If I hadn't arrived in time and saved him, he would have been lost in endless despair. I smiled slightly. Your years of torment are over. You can rest now. Ha, you are quite interesting, but with an air like you, I can be at ease. I leave the future of this world in your hands. With these words, his body began to emit a white light and gradually disappear. At that moment, Hekao appeared from somewhere and jumped onto my back. You did a great job. Not only did you solve my silence problem, but you also eliminated that repulsive thing that was parasitizing the first hero. Growing more excited as she spoke, she patted my shoulder and asked what reward I wanted. Hearing this, I sank into a brief moment of thought. Could this prize be given to Cassandra? I mean, giving a blessing to that young woman who sees your prophecies. Because of you, she faced hardships that shouldn't have been hers. Jikao said she would bless that girl, but since that was something she had to do anyway, it didn't count as a reward. So, don't you wish for anything else? Hearing this, I brought my hand to my chin and pondered. I already obtained the divine symbol thanks to the autonomous circulation training method. Mana wasn't an issue, so what else did I need? Suddenly, something clicked in my mind. How could I forget something so crucial? When Jikao heard that I wanted the divine stigma, she was momentarily stunned. I raised my hand and confirmed, did you hear me correctly? The divine stigma is the greatest blessing and symbol a god can bestow and is the most valuable thing I could receive from you. Hearing this, Heo smiled mischievously. You're very interesting. Honestly, I want to see how you'll react to receiving the stigma, as I've never conferred it upon any child before. However, let me be clear from the start. The stigma is part of divinity itself, so I can't guarantee you won't lose yourself to it in the future. Even so, do you still want me to inscribe the stigma on you? I answered with determined eyes. Yes, because this power will be essential to face the demon god in the future. Then Jikao took my right hand and began to inscribe it. She told me that receiving the stigma wouldn't make me stronger immediately, but it would enhance my divine nature, and this effect would grow stronger over time. As she let a drop of her blood fall onto my palm, she announced that the stigma was ready. In that instant, a sharp pain shot through my right hand. Red patterns spread across my body. Grow stronger like this, Mikhail. I look forward to seeing what heights you will reach in the future. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the royal tomb. Set immediately came over and asked if I had seen Jikao. When I confirmed it, he furiously shook his little fists. That woman is as petty as they say. Just because of a few words I said about her last time, she excluded me. This time, as he was cursing Ho, a stone pillar fell from the sky, landing on Set. After the pillar fell, I found a white robe and a letter on top of it. Upon opening the envelope, I saw it was from Jikao. Tell that brat Set to drop dead for me. And this robe is my gift. It was the saint's robe, essential for all previous heroes, and a symbol of her recognition of me as a hero in this action manhwa. At that moment, Set emerged from under the pillar. This is Ho's gift? That woman is so cheap. After putting on the robe, I said that wasn't all. This is her real gift. Upon seeing it, Set was stunned. That woman actually inscribed the stigma on you. Set immediately began to nervously examine me all over, well aware of the dangers of the stigma. This part of the manhwa recap shows the risks our overpowered main character takes. In severe cases, it could cause one to lose their humanity. Only after confirming that I had no adverse reactions, did he finally relax. Afterwards, Set and I quickly left this place. After I consecutively eliminated Delos and the Eye of the Demon God, Mary, who was hiding behind the scenes, could no longer stay still. To prevent the failure of her years-long plan for the Divine Country, a classic revenge plot point in this manhwa review, she decided to eliminate me personally at the hero selection ceremony 3 days later. But since the Divine Country had the strongest sacred power in the world, she couldn't invade in her true great demon form, so she sent Rhodas to find a suitable vessel for her in the Divine Country. At that moment, Archbishop Killian was venting his anger in his room, as my appearance not only made him lose control over the hero selection, but also interrupted his plan to usurp the Pope's government in the divine country. At that moment, Priest Haran, who was actually Rodit in disguise, appeared before him. Killian immediately asked as if he found his support. "Herald, God has given you another oracle. I always thought he was a child sent by God, because by following his instructions, any problem was resolved." Haran smiled and confirmed that he had heard the divine prophecy. God was very displeased with the hero selection and stated that they could not allow a magical lineage like the Walpurgis to alter the order of the divine country. While speaking, Harko placed his hand on Killian's face. With an intense gaze, he said, "For that person, I trust you are ready to stain your hands with blood." Under the influence of demonic power, darkness invaded Killian's eyes. Thus, without any effort, control over his body was obtained. Time flew by, and 3 days passed quickly. Now I was waiting in my room for the hero selection to begin. Archbishop Narun was looking at the recommendation letter in his hand, confused about what he had done these days. Not only did he convince most of the neutral archbishops, but even those who always supported Siegfried switched to my side. I suggested that perhaps he hadn't sought votes, as I had given him a good lesson recently. With only 3 hours until the hero selection, Siegfried had not arrived. Just when Archbishop Narun wondered if he would withdraw, I smiled smugly and said he would come because I still hadn't had my fun defeating him. Indeed, 2.5 minutes later, I found Siegfried rushing toward the church. At that moment, he still hadn't come out of his state of depression, thinking about how his former comrade in arms had been a disguised demon, and how he, as a hero candidate, had failed to recognize him. This made him question whether his path to becoming a hero was the right one. "Although I always thought you were the least heroic person, I must admit your actions were truly the most heroic. Now I am confused. Mikkel, can you tell me what to do now?" Upon hearing this, my expression darkened. "You have no self-awareness, do you?" I clenched my fist, and with a dull thud, my fist landed in his abdomen. Struck by the strong impact, Siegfried's eyes went blank as he was thrown several meters away. I turned around and coldly told him, "If you want advice, fix that stupid brain of yours. Do you know why I'm so angry? You talk about changing, but you never listen. Brat, if you really want to change, you shouldn't come to me. You should listen to those you've bullied." As I spoke, my face twisted with rage and my desire to hit him grew. Seeing my expression, Siegfried began to sweat coldly, with an ominous feeling in his heart. "Mikil, don't hit the face. You can't be softer." For the next 2 minutes, Siegfried's screams filled the area outside the church. With his face mangled, Siegfried lamented. "Mikhail, did we have any grudges in our past life? Why do you always hit me when you see me?" I let out a slight hum, I replied. "In fact, we have history. If Cassandra hadn't arrived in time to stop me, you would probably be half dead by now." At that moment, a figure ran from afar. Gasping, they told me that something terrible had happened. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Archbishop Killian appeared fainted. His goal here was to eliminate Cassandra. As Killian approached, Ida, tasked with protecting Cassandra, drew her sword and warned the Archbishop. "I suggest you don't cross this line. Don't blame me for ignoring our past relationship if I have to subdue you." However, just as she finished speaking, a large hand reached out from the front. "In front, you two children and respectful. God is on my side." In the next instant, a strong burst of energy was launched at Ida. Although she blocked it with her sword, she was knocked down and dragged several meters. At that moment, Ida noticed that Killian's power was not holy. It was wrapped in a dark aura, with no trace of the presence that an archbishop of the divine country should have. When Killian extended his arms, a black goat emerged from the dark aura. As Ida wondered what monster it was, huge goat horns appeared before her, moving too fast to dodge. At that moment, her life flashed before her eyes. "I'm really going to die here." Just then, with a loud crash, a huge shield appeared and blocked the attack. Seeing this, Ida smiled. "You're late, Mr. Mage." I replied expressionlessly while holding Siegfried. "I wasn't late. Even if I had been, it would have been your brother's fault." Upon seeing me, Killian became even more agitated. His trembling body suggested that this would be your grave. But instantly, his attitude changed completely as he smiled and extended his hand to Siegfried. "Boy, come quickly. That's not your place. Don't forget who raised and guided you." Hearing this, Siegfried lowered his head, unsure of what to choose. He softly asked me what to do. I told him, "The choice is yours, but you must take responsibility." At that moment, he was no longer confused. He drew his sword and took a combat stance. With determined eyes, he declared, "As a holy knight, I will never ally with someone possessed by demons, even if it is Archbishop Killian who raised me." These words enraged Archbishop Killian to the point of trembling, as he could not accept Siegfried's betrayal. Siegfried, always obedient since childhood. However, he accepted it quickly, as since Haran touched him, he could hear divine revelations. "God is on my side. I coldly laughed at this. What you heard was not at all a divine revelation. It should be called a death sentence. And I've played up to here. Mary, don't you think it's time to show your true face? Upon hearing this, Keelan smiled wickedly as large black horns grew on him. In a brief chat, Meryl knew that I was the mage who eliminated the detestable monarch. Still, she did not take me seriously. Whatever method you use to defeat that detestable one, you cannot defeat me with just 6-circle magic. I am a great demon who has survived for ages. I looked at her with disdain. Stop boasting. Although the detestable monarch was just a disposable card, he was still a great demon. How could you not be anxious after seeing how I defeated him so completely? Upon hearing this, Meryl smiled maliciously. You are very arrogant. We'll see if you're still laughing afterward. His confidence came from sending Rhodas to the sacred temple. Once he triumphed there, the entire holy nation would be under her control, so no matter what trump card he showed, he couldn't defeat her. How could I not know her plan? That's why I had already arranged for Ryan to go to the sacred temple. However, after examining the surroundings in the temple, Ryan was puzzled because everyone around him seemed normal, with no signs of demonic possession. What frustrated him the most was that, as a swordsman, he couldn't sense demonic or sacred energy. Mikhail, why did you give me such a heavy burden? At that moment, a bishop passed nearby. Ryan's demonic sword vibrated and emitted a blue light. This change immediately caught his attention. Could the demonic sword detect the possessed? With this in mind, he called out to the passing bishop. Sure enough, a black goat was on his right shoulder. This must be the demon Mikhail mentioned. Ryan infused spiritual power into his sword and prepared to fight. With a hum, a blade of spiritual energy struck down the bishop. The black goat on his shoulder was also incinerated by the spiritual power. However, Ryan felt a deep sense of unease. Suddenly, he detected a repulsive aura. As he turned, he saw a figure in a corner of the temple. It was the demon Rhodas, disguised as Jiran, wearing a wicked smile. It's too late, human. Today, everyone will die here. As he said this, a dense black aura emanated from the bishops. These auras merged into black goats that grew larger and larger. Seeing this, Ryan raised his demonic sword, but facing so many black goats left him at a loss. Just as the bishops were about to be consumed by the black aura and transform into monsters, many golden orbs of light suddenly appeared in the temple. Under that light, the black goats wailed in pain. The people present returned to normal, freed from the black aura. Seeing this, everyone knelt down in awe. It's a miracle. Our God has come to save us. Although Ryan didn't understand what was happening under the golden light, he could clearly feel the sacred power within it. Let me test how strong this power is. With a flash, as he pierced the ground with his demonic sword, a blue barrier emerged. As it expanded, numerous blue rays of light shot out. In an instant, all the black goats were turned to dust. Meryl immediately sensed what was happening in the temple. How could there be such strong sacred power there? A god has intervened. Seeing this, I smiled. It seems someone's meticulously laid plans for years are about to fail, but I should thank you. Thanks to you, the holy nation has regained a touch of its lost piety. Realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Meryl became enraged. Damn you, I'll kill you here today. As she spoke, she raised her hand to kill me. However, as her dark energy approached, a powerful green storm emerged from my being, forcefully resisting the attack. This enraged Meryl even more. She refused to fall to a mere minor mage like me. She unleashed her full power, and the immense pressure cracked the ground inch by inch. However, I remained calm at this sight. Normally, I wouldn't be able to counter such power, but Meryl didn't consider if Killian's puppet body could withstand such an explosion. Furthermore, this was the holy nation with the strongest sacred power in the world, and the sanctuary where God's omnipotence reached its peak. At that moment, Jakao arrived from the temple to my side. What insolent trash, daring to cause such chaos in my divine country. Then, a pillar of blue light descended from the sky, striking precisely at Meryl's position. Under such intense sacred force, Mary could only abandon this body and flee. Don't celebrate just yet, Mikkel. Sooner or later, I will eliminate you. I laughed with disdain. Go ahead, try it if you dare. Meanwhile, the bishops outside the church saw several pillars of light shoot up into the sky. Everyone knelt and clasped their hands in devotion. At that moment, everyone felt that the deity absent from the divine country for so long had finally returned. The scene shifts to Meryl, who had finally escaped to her messy lair. Damn Mikhail Walpurgis, how dare you ruin my years of planning and cost me so many hard-earned souls. The next time we meet, I will take your life. But first, Rhodas, don't you have something to tell me? As I spoke, suddenly a black goat ran to her side with its mouth open. Rhodas flew off from it. Rhodas fell to his knees before Mary, trembling as he spoke. Great lady, Mary, thank you for saving me. I can explain what happened in the sacred temple. Mary's eyes grew cold upon hearing this. Your life means nothing to me. As I spoke, a large black horn pierced Rhotus with force. Only your memories are useful to me. That is the only reason I brought you back. When Rhotus's body disappeared, only a red pill remained. Meryl picked it up and put it in her mouth. Look, let me see what happened in the sacred temple. 3 days later, in the divine country, there was a hero appointment ceremony. As expected, I was named the hero of the 8th generation, said Z at my side. Only a few days had passed since the Great Demon incident. How did they confirm your hero status so quickly? The efficiency of the divine country is impressive, but what Satya was that the divine country had no other choice but me. Because yesterday Siegfried decided to withdraw from the hero selection process, he felt completely lost, as his sure path to heroism was denied. With the betrayal of Archbishop Killian, which deeply discouraged him, he thought he had no right to be a hero and insisted on withdrawing, thus making me the only possible candidate. When the crown symbolizing heroism was placed on my head, a brilliant pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped me. It was the blessing of Jikao celebrating my conversion into a hero. Seeing this, Set seemed annoyed. It seems Jikao really appreciates you, spending so much energy on you. Although I managed to become a hero in this life, I knew well that this was just the beginning. From this moment on, I truly obtained the qualification to face the demon god and close the gap between him and me faster. The day after becoming a hero, I set out on a journey with Ryan. Our destination was the territory of Count Draculian. Upon learning this, Ryan felt like the sky was falling. Desperate, he asked why Jikao chose me as a hero. Who becomes a hero just to seek death? Seeing his dramatic outbursts, I thought he had maximized his comedy stats. Nothing like the serious and handsome guy he was before. Of course, I understood his reaction. After all, Count Draculian's territory was a feared place called the Land of the Dreamless. 100 years ago, it was a prosperous place. But Count Draculian, in search of an immortal body, devoured almost half the residents of his territory for his unforgivable crime. The Holy Kingdom sealed everything within the territory. Ryan was still confused about why I insisted on going to such a terrifying place. I told him there were 2 reasons to go there. First, there's a dungeon seal, similar to the one in your family's territory. Also, Count Draculian's seal is about to break. The butler, who had been quiet, exclaimed in astonishment, "That monster will be released." But in theory, the sealed coffin shouldn't open from the inside. I didn't explain much to them. After all, I couldn't tell them about my reincarnation. I could only use the excuse that it was a revelation from Hekao. Knowing it was Heko's will, Ryan asked if there was a way to eliminate him. Since Count Draculian's title of Immortal Monster wasn't for nothing, I gestured for Ryan to relax, indicating that I already had a plan. But first, you need some good training. Seeing my mischievous smile, Ryan trembled from head to toe, knowing I was plotting something against him again. And sure enough, I instantly cast a sleep spell on Ryan. The butler instantly recognized that I was casting an illusion spell, creating several versions of myself in Ryan's dream. Then I asked him if he wanted to become stronger. "I've created a special training system for you too." The butler happily accepted, but he quickly regretted it. My method was to make him carry a horse, which meant supporting a horse with his magical power for 2 days and nights. After completing everything, I asked Set about the next dungeon, but Set said my conduct was cheating and, as a divine messenger, she had to ensure fairness. But after I insisted a lot, she dropped a few hints. She told me that Draculian's downfall was due to his fear of aging and dying, which was precisely the punishment that the guardian of this dungeon imposed on those who failed. Set also mentioned that the dungeon she guarded was the simplest among the tombs of Azar, as others contained many beings that defied common sense. 2 days later, we arrived at Count Draculian's territory. The butler asked tremblingly if the training time was over, and if he could let the horse on his back return to its normal duties. With my permission, the butler collapsed to the ground. I was tired of this. He then thought about lying on the grass for a good nap. Seeing this, I sighed. "Can you just sleep like that? Shouldn't you check your magical power first?" Upon inspecting, the butler noticed that his magical power, which had been stagnant for years, had grown. This surprised him. "Young master, what kind of training method did you teach me?" This autonomous circulation training method was designed especially for the butler, perfectly remedying the side effects of his previous extreme training method. "This time, I will help you overcome the limitations of an 8th Circle Mage." Soon, we arrived at the territory's central city, and the desolate scene confirmed just how serious Draculian's problems had been. The wall in front of us has a magical barrier to isolate the contamination from both sides. Back then, the divine country sent its strongest holy knight seal, Draculian, sparing no materials for the seal. That's why they always thought the seal wouldn't break. Unfortunately, this wall won't hold for long. At that moment, Set beside me started coughing loudly upon sensing a nauseating smell. Here, including the contaminated areas, "This place is like a pen." I laughed. "A pen, huh? That comparison is spot on. Ryan asked from behind if we would go straight in. I raised my hand and pointed leisurely. Let's start cleaning from there. I was pointing at a village near the city. Upon arrival, we saw that quite a few people still lived here. Ryan asked if they still lived here. They aren't afraid of the sealed monsters or the contamination. I told him they were probably survivors of that tragedy. Draculian was sealed by the divine country after devouring half the population. Probably the reason they still live here is that the nearby monsters don't dare to approach out of fear of the calamity Draculian left behind. Moreover, no lord wants this place, so the residents don't pay taxes to the empire. My eyes turned cold as I said this. However, this calm will soon be broken because Draculian was no fool. He had been planning what would come next since he was sealed. The butler quietly asked me if the deity mentioned how Draculian broke the seal. I'm curious about how a seal that was impossible to break from the inside could be undone. I mentioned that I had a demonic assistant, although we still don't know how strong he is. Then we met the village chief, who told us that this place was Piaku, the most prosperous area of the territory. He asked if we wanted to stay, saying he could arrange excellent accommodations for us. I looked at him, shook his hand enthusiastically, and said, "Thank you, chief. That's very kind of you. Finding accommodation is just what we need right now." Ryan and the butler shuddered at my fake smile, thinking that this chief would get into trouble. On the way, the chief first exchanged some pleasantries with me. Then, he suddenly changed the subject to ask why we came here, as this place had no attractions. When he asked so directly, I sincerely told him that we came to look for Draculian. Upon hearing this, the chief stopped and looked at us with a fierce expression. "Are you from the divine country?" I smiled with narrowed eyes. "How is that possible?" I told him that we were looking for Draculian out of personal interest, as we are very interested in the history. "In that case, I hope you enjoy your stay." The scene shifts to us. Upon arriving at the village inn, I asked the butler for his opinion about the chief. The butler commented that the man is a pawn of the demons. The technique he used to deceive us is common among them, and he sees us as cattle. Our voluntary request to be confined saves him trouble. These few words made Ryan's brain explode. He couldn't understand how he had suddenly become someone else's cattle. I told Ryan that the butler was right, and that the demons had already marked us as sacrifices. Then I raised my hands and made the number 6. Haven't you noticed that there are 6 villages surrounding this one? 6 is the number that demons use to symbolize sacrifices. Ryan was still confused. According to what you said, there should be 7 villages in total, which has nothing to do with the number 6 you mentioned. That's because this village serves as the massive center with the other 6 villages surrounding it. In magical terms, this forms a large magical arrangement, and we are the sacrifices to activate this great magical circle. Ryan slammed his fist on the table, angry. How dare they do something so cruel? I gestured for Ryan to calm down. These villagers are just pawns being used. Our targets are Draculian and the hidden demons. Ryan asked what to do now. We are just waiting here to be sacrificed. I told him not to worry, that I already had a plan. Now we need to see someone key first. Then I led them from the inn to the deep forest. Soon we arrived at a large wall. A knight in armor stood at the base as its guardian. Suddenly, the previously motionless knight's expression turned fierce, and his eyes glowed with a chilling red light. The butler instantly recognized the demonic nature of the other. "Young master, I will eliminate him." But before he finished speaking, a cold flash appeared before his eyes. The knight had already launched an attack toward me and the butler with his spear. Seeing this, the butler snapped his fingers. A magical power shield appeared in front of him, blocking the knight's attack. Well, it's our first meeting. Starting with violence is very rude. After speaking, the butler pointed downwards. Instantly, a terrifying pressure appeared over the knight's head, completely immobilizing him. The knight's eyes widened, incredulous at his defeat. As his resistance grew, a dark aura began to spread from his body. Seeing that his consciousness was almost overtaken by malice, I shouted, "Stop!" The shout made him tremble, and his consciousness returned. Then I signaled the butler to stop. He is different from other demons. The knight slowly got up and asked who we were and why we were at this wall. Hearing this, I took out the medal that symbolizes the heroism from my chest. I am Mikhail Walpurgis, and as you can see, I am the hero recognized by the divinity of this generation, according to IGN. Upon hearing this, the knight sat down and laughed mockingly at himself. A hero. Huh, I never thought the deity would act so late. Where was it when everything happened? Why send you now? I said. The deity never wanted to remain idle. When the Draculian incident occurred, the deity wanted to intervene, but certain circumstances prevented the divine revelation from descending. Then I asked why he continued guarding this wall without leaving. He said he was a cursed one who couldn't live with others. After finishing, he grabbed his spear and stabbed it into his body with a wet sound. Seeing this, Ryan's jaw dropped. He seriously suspected that the person in front of them was a masochist. Why else would he hurt himself for no reason? But instantly, his pupils contracted in disbelief at what he saw. The knight's terrible wound healed completely in the blink of an eye. This guy has immortality, a skill only demons possess. Noticing this, Ryan lunged to attack him without hesitation, but I told Ryan to put away his sword, saying he was not our enemy. Ryan asked why. This guy is immortal. He must be Draculian's dog. The knight also asked why I didn't try to kill him. It's not your duty as a hero. I told him I wouldn't do it, because as a hero, I can't see as a monster someone who wants to be human, right? See if it's Draculian? Seeing this familiar face, I remembered the man from my past life who fought tirelessly to become human again. He was once known as the Blood Lance, and after killing many demons with his spear, he earned the title of Immortal King. During the calamity of Draculian, he tried to stop his father's atrocities several times. In the end, he was just another victim, fighting against fate. Upon hearing his name, Ryan and the butler were stunned. This guy is Draculian's son. Since you know who I am, what will you do with me? I told him I wouldn't do anything to him, but I hope he can help me with something. Help me give your father Draculian eternal rest. Upon hearing this, CPES was momentarily surprised. Then he let out an ironic laugh. It seems I have no other choice. I can accept your request, but first, you must listen to something. After Cephas agreed to help me with Draculian, he took me through a secret passage to the other side of the wall, into the contaminated area known as the Land of the Unknown. Seeing the desolate and ruined village before me, even though I was mentally prepared, I still felt very impacted by the tragic scene. Draculian must die, and the problems in this area must be resolved now. Cephas told me not to be deceived by the current scene. This was part of the Empire. At that time, my father was a trustworthy lord, loved by the residents of the territory, but everything changed drastically after discovering a dungeon. I asked coldly. Your father tried to conquer the dungeon and failed, right? Yes, he failed. And upon exiting that dungeon, he suddenly went mad. Saying this, he tightly closed his eyes, trying not to remember those painful moments. He frowned. This news about Draculian's madness was something I hadn't heard before. After walking for a while, Cephas stopped. We have arrived. This is the dungeon in our territory. Seeing the entrance with rainbow light amazed me. There are dungeons like this too. This is much better than the gloomy dungeon with guards. Upon hearing this, Set's face darkened. Don't think you'll get any information from me about this place, but I'll tell you something. The guardian of this tomb is a kind girl. It seems she strayed from her path. Thank you for the warning, I said, and I raised my hand to explore the dungeon. As my right hand investigated, the dungeon erupted with an intense white light that enveloped us. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in an unknown place with my appearance from my previous life. I got up and observed the surroundings. The sky, once dark, was now clear, and the land, previously contaminated by the demon god, had been restored. Just as I was wondering what happened, several familiar voices sounded behind me. I turned my head towards the voices. My companions from my previous life were smiling at me. Thank you, Mika. We finally defeated the demon god. The nun sat beside me and explained what happened while I was unconscious, saying that my 10th circle magic was very powerful, destroying the demon god and his army in one blow, and even bringing everyone back to life. Thank you, Michael. You finished everything. I looked into the distance with a faint smile. It's nothing. In reality, such an ending would be nice, but no matter how good it is, it was just a beautiful dream. It was time to return, the nun asked. Realizing that it was all an illusion, I smiled at her confidently. Don't worry, this won't just be an illusion. In the future, we can live such a wonderful life. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the nun's face. I believe in you, Mikkel. We are counting on you for the future. As she finished speaking, her body gradually faded away, and the surrounding space returned to its empty white state. At that moment, a girl suddenly appeared above me, saying that it was okay to relax a bit. Here you can have everything you desire. The speaker was the dungeon guardian, Nefertiti, in charge of managing the divine artifacts. She wanted Set to talk to his colleague to help me obtain the divine artifact more easily, but my shoulder was empty. She hadn't entered. After landing, Nefertiti approached slowly. Since you are not seeking rest in this illusion, you must want the divine artifact that I have. I closed my eyes and confirmed. That's right. But first I need to confirm something you should know about Draculian. Nefertiti nodded, indicating that he was the last challenger. Then he saw his desire in an illusion. Like me. Do you know what he has become because of you? Not only does he treat his people as sacrifices, but he himself is a monster. Upon hearing this, Nefertiti whispered, I'm sorry. I deeply regret his actions. Her indifferent attitude infuriated me. I thought a lot before coming here. I know you are very kind, using illusions to show everyone the scenes they desire most in their hearts. Honestly, your kindness is fine, but only if you hadn't crossed the line. Then I wondered if this dungeon had been violated. Upon hearing this, Nefertiti lowered her head, but her silence confirmed my suspicions that the dungeon had not been violated. Under normal circumstances, this guardian had violated the rules and done something she shouldn't have done, because even though Draculian had clearly failed to conquer the dungeon, he still obtained the divine artifact, which made it quite obvious that Nefertiti had willingly given the divine artifact to Draculian. Nefertiti praised me for being insightful, able to see everything at a glance. I turned and said, "It was so complicated. As the guardian of the divine artifact, you now barely have any of the unique divine presence of those objects. Anyone could notice that the divine artifact is no longer here." Then I recounted the tragedy caused by her cheap compassion. After obtaining the divine artifact, Draculian devoured thousands of innocent citizens and contaminated territories, turning them into dead zones where no living being could survive. Upon hearing this, Nefertiti lowered her head even further, repeatedly murmuring apologies. Then I learned from her the reason behind Draculian's atrocities, that Draculian had challenged the dungeon countless times, and during these repeated attempts gradually lost himself in the beautiful illusions where he could regain what he had lost. If we view his quest for immortality this way, his real goal was not eternal life, but to make the illusion a reality, to revive his deceased wife. Damn, the real cause of this catastrophe was the obsessive desire to revive his wife. At that moment, Nefertiti asked if I would punish her. I indicated that I had no such intention. "However, you must compensate me. I don't want much. Just consider me as having conquered this dungeon and hand over its management rights to me." Nefertiti closed her eyes and accepted. Meanwhile, outside, Ryan was frantically shaking my body, almost dislocating my bones. At that moment, Set approached and asked me what I got in the dungeon. Noticing that I didn't have the aura of the divine artifact, I told him it wasn't inside, so I asked the guardian for something else. "From now on, this entire dungeon is mine." The butler was surprised. "Young master, does this mean you've taken Draculian's territory?" I laughed and confirmed. "Yes, he took my divine artifact, so I took his territory. Fair is fair." Then Cephas asked if I could tell him what happened in the dungeon, wanting to know what his father went through inside. I said I didn't know much, but one thing is certain, he's trapped in the past, trapped in his longing for your mother. Hearing this, Cephas trembled and murmured, "So that was it." I told him that no matter the reason, Draculian's evil deeds cannot be forgiven. "I hope you understand." Cephas gripped his spear tightly and assured me, "As his son, I will give my father peace. This might be the best I can do for him. That's the right way to see it. Now, I have a task for you. I want you to become Count Draculian for a while." It turned out that after I took control of the dungeon, the village chief quickly reported our nighttime activities to the sage. He suspected we were spies from the divine country, since we didn't look like tourists. Tourists? Who would visit the barrier wall so late? The sage told him not to worry, just keep the villagers calm and prevent them from leaving. After giving the chief this task and dismissing him, the sage showed his true colors. "They're from the divine country. Interesting. We should kill them." At that moment, the door burst open. It was the village chief who had just left, returning with a scream. "Sage! Something terrible has happened. It seems Draculian has returned and is in the village." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cephas was pretending to be his father, Draculian, just as I asked, emanating the terrifying pressure of immortality with every step. Seeing this, the villagers fled in a panic, screaming as they ran. "Help! The demon Draculian is back! Where are the guards?" The guards themselves were terrified. Their hands were shaking so much they could barely hold their weapons. To increase the panic among the villagers, Cephas advanced with his spear. With a light toss, he pierced and shattered a 2-meter section of the city wall. This display of power scared 2 guards so badly they wet themselves and screamed for their mothers. Having achieved his goal, Cephas bid farewell with an "I'll be back" and left the village. Upon returning to my side, he expressed his confusion about why I asked him to impersonate his father to scare the villagers. That was to draw out those hiding behind the scenes. I told Cephas that the demons want to use a magic circle to sacrifice the villagers, so we need people to see that this place isn't safe and make them want to flee. The ones behind the scenes will have to act because they won't let their sacrifices escape. The next day, the village chief was desperately begging the residents not to leave, but due to the psychological trauma caused by Draculian's appearance, no one wanted to stay, and this chaotic situation was exactly what I wanted to see. While the village chief did not stabilize the situation, those behind the scenes would appear. As expected, just as I anticipated, it wasn't long before a smiling old man, called the sage, approached. I frowned thoughtfully. This person's attire matched that of someone from the divine country, but why couldn't I remember such a figure? "Everyone, please be calm. The one who assaulted the village last night was not Draculian, but that evil aura was uniquely Draculian's." The sage explained. "If it was truly that monster Draculian who came here, he would have contaminated this entire area. Look at the ground beneath your feet. Do you see any trace of death or undead energy here? His words calmed the residents. Then, the sage explained that yesterday's incident was maliciously caused by outsiders, because the powerful people from the outside have begun to covet this place. They want to shatter the peace of our village. As the sage continued to speak of unity and more, the people present suddenly had their pupils dilate and their eyes roll back. This sudden change shocked me. I thought he was just making excuses, but his real goal was brainwashing. Shocking. The sage dropped his hypocritical mask with an evil smile. He was mentally controlling everyone. Seeing this, my anger immediately reached its peak, because the thing I detest most is mind control. Stealing the will of others and turning them into puppets is disgusting. Seeing my expression, the butler moved behind me. Thinking the sage was in serious trouble, I approached the sage, clapping. "Oh, formerly respected sage, you've earned my admiration. It seems that upon reaching your level, even lies are told in a grand manner." At that moment, the sage recognized me as the outsider mentioned by the village chief, warning that as an outsider, I had no right to interfere in the village's affairs. As an outsider, I have no right to interfere in this, but unfortunately, I'm here as a hero, I said as I took out my staff. Although mind control had always been the most troublesome among demonic abilities, frustrating me endlessly in my past life, after my reincarnation, I discovered the simplest and most brutal solution: a direct and heavy beating. If you beat someone until they doubt their own existence, they won't have the energy to control others. Full of energy, I launched a combo, my fists raining down on the sage. The villagers had never seen something so brutal. They all screamed that I must be an imposter, demanding I release their sage. The more they questioned me, the more excited I felt. It told me I wasn't hitting him hard enough. They still hadn't broken free from the mind control. Thinking this, I slapped the sage's face 99 times while shouting loudly, "Damn demon, get out of the sage's body right now." Some of the villagers had already regained consciousness, so I needed a good excuse to keep hitting him, such as a kind sage being possessed by a demon. By then, the sage was almost unconscious from the beating, but I kept hitting him with a malicious smile. "Damn, demon, I know you're still in the sage's body. Get out of there now." Seeing my fist about to fall again, the sage hurried to explain that he wasn't a demon, but how could I give him a chance to speak? I blasted his face with lightning. "Shut your filthy mouth. Demon, you won't fool me." Some kind-hearted villagers couldn't bear to watch. "Hero, please, stop. Even if the sage is possessed by a demon, the demon will die, but he will be fine. Don't worry." I told them, "A hero's fists have divine power. They only affect demons, so the sage won't die." After speaking, I stomped on the sage's face again. Finally, the sage passed out under my repeated care. After breaking his mind control, I informed everyone about the revival of Draculian. "I'm sorry, everyone, but this demon possessing the sage is the one who released Draculian earlier." After speaking, I couldn't help but give him a few more kicks. The villagers were too terrified to worry about the sage. "Hero, save us." Finally, at my suggestion, everyone temporarily evacuated their villages. After settling this, it was time to have a sincere talk with the servant sage after waking him up. Waking him up in a state of fear, he claimed to be an imposter who didn't know about the divine country choosing a hero. I replied coldly, "Don't you get the news? Just because you don't know doesn't mean it's not real. Mary is too busy to send you information right now." Then, I learned the whole story of the Draculian incident from him. Since the demons couldn't enter the dungeon, but they wanted the divine artifact, Miel ordered him to manipulate Draculian to get it. At that time, Draculian had lost his wife and was in deep grief. You tricked him by saying he could revive his wife if he conquered the dungeon. That led to the Draculian calamity. But you didn't expect the divine country to react so quickly, sealing Draculian before he could get the divine artifact. You were forced to stay behind and help gather sacrifices to break his seal and obtain the artifact. The sage screamed frantically. "So what if you know this now? Draculian has already absorbed most of the sacrifices. You can't stop his revival." "That's true. I can't. But you can, right?" I said, extending my right hand with a malicious grin. "The technique that created Draculian is yours, so naturally, you know how to undo it." Then I grabbed his face. Instantly, a pale blue energy spread from my hand. The sage's face twisted as his soul was being extracted. "Damn you. You're more demonic than we are." Hearing this, I laughed. If being a demon is what it takes to get rid of beings like you, I don't mind. As I extracted the sage's soul, I learned that he had placed a technique called reversion on Draculian. This was a technique that used magic spells to break bodily limits, continuously absorbing the divine artifact's power to sustain itself, thus achieving immortality. This gave me a headache. Not only did Miel enhance the divine artifact, but he also created such a complicated spell. Luckily, I learned the original enchantment to reverse it from the sage's mind. Breaking this technique would have taken a lot of time and effort. By then, the sage was crying from my torture. Go to hell, you trash. After finishing his words, he concentrated light magic in his hand. With a bang, his body and soul were destroyed in holy light. Outside, Ryan and the others heard the commotion. How's it going? Mikkel? Did you find a way to handle Draculian? I nodded to show that everything was ready. Now we can go to Draculian's sealed location. Soon, our group arrived outside the Count's luxurious mansion. Seeing this building that she hadn't seen in a long time, a flash of pain crossed Cephas's eyes. It was here that his father turned him into an immortal monster. At that moment, he desperately begged his father to stop. But all he got was the question, "Aren't you happy?" Even though he felt his father had no ill intentions and only wanted him to achieve immortality, he couldn't accept becoming a monster as the price for power. What a twisted form of fatherly love. Before entering the mansion, I seriously asked Cephas, "Do you have the courage to raise your sword against your father? If it's too difficult, you don't have to face him. We understand your situation." But Cephas answered firmly, "Rather than allow my father's corruption, I'd prefer to be a disobedient son who puts righteousness first." With these words, he extended both hands and pushed open the mansion's doors. Upon entering, roses filled my sight. Surprisingly, the place was very romantic. With no trace of horror, the butler whispered in my ear, asking when Draculian could break the seal. I replied that he could come out right now if he wanted to. However, seeing the current situation, he probably wouldn't want to leave his coffin just yet. But that wouldn't stop me. As I spoke, I took out my staff. "Cephas, would you mind if I tear down your house?" After getting the owner's permission, I raised my staff and cast the 5th circle earth hole spell. In an instant, the entire area shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Just then, an enraged roar came from the coffin. "You dare destroy my mansion? You've already crossed the line." As he said this, a large hand emerged from the smoke. Seeing it, I smiled. "I finally got you out of your hiding place, you coward." As you'd expect in a top-tier action manhwa, the confrontation was about to begin. He observed our strength one by one. Soon, he noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. "Cephas, come here, my son. They wish to destroy this mansion filled with memories of your mother. They are adversaries of both father and son." Cephas didn't answer, he just lowered his head and shouted, "That was a long time ago. After you became a demon, mother's presence left this place forever." Hearing this, Draculian quickly explained, "No, son, listen to me. That person told me how to bring your mother back. When we have the divine artifact, we'll soon be together as a family. If you're referring to that demon, I've already eliminated it myself." Draculian's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. He had no idea he was dealing with such an overpowered main character. I told him, "Draculian, accept purification while you still can. Whatever your plans are, they won't come true now." Hatred gleamed in Draculian's eyes. "Don't you dare stop me from reviving my beloved. Die, you insects." As Draculian was about to go berserk, Cephas gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Father, don't blame me. The day mother passed away, she asked me to take care of you. I couldn't stop you from becoming a demon. Now, I can only send you to your next life." This family tragedy is a key point in his revenge story, a powerful moment in this manhwa recap. Just as his spear was about to pierce Draculian, a blood mist scattered from his body, blocking the attack. Cephas was in despair. That strike had drained all his energy. He still couldn't say goodbye to his father. Now he was at a loss. I patted him on the shoulder, indicating he had done enough. "Leave the rest to me." Watching my back, Cephas looked guilty. He knew he had hesitated when facing his father, even though he knew he had become a demon long ago. Unforgivable heretic. Hearing him, I smiled. "Don't feel guilty. In the end, he is your only family. This world. The fact that you pointed your spear at him shows that you were ready to bear the title of disloyal son forever. That's enough. As a hero, how could I let you carry such a burden forever? Let me take care of the purification from here." After speaking, I used circle expansion magic to increase my mana. At that moment, Draculian attacked, moving his hand to launch dozens of skullheads at me. Seeing this, I activated holy hammer spells. Dozens of blue light pillars fell from the sky, accurately striking the skullheads on the field. At that moment, Draculian had already created a crimson spear with blood. With lightning speed, he threw it at me faster than the eye could see. Ryan moved quickly in front of me to block the attack. The clash of sword and spear produced a sharp screech. Then, Ryan's arms trembled uncontrollably. The strength of this guy is incredible. Even if he faced 3 swordmasters at the same time, he probably wouldn't lose. The butler asked what to do, saying that we were no match for Draculian, as his immortal body gave him infinite power. I said that although there was a way to eliminate him, I needed more time to achieve it. While we spoke, Draculian summoned more dangerous skeletons to attack us. I raised my hand and cast several firewall spells. Instantly, a wall of roaring flames arose to protect us. Ryan and the butler prepared for battle. Mikhail, focus on getting ready. No matter how long it takes, we will get it for you. Then the silent Cephis also moved forward to help. He had now overcome his inner demons about his father. He only wished for his father, Draculion, to rest in peace. When Draculion saw his son confronting him, he did not understand why his son opposed him, if everything he had done was to revive his mother. For years I followed the wise man's guidance. I was told that sacrifices were needed, and I sacrificed almost half of the residents. I was told that I needed the divine artifact from the dungeon, and I challenged it without hesitation, not giving up, even while bloodied and beaten. He convinced the tomb guardian, Nefertiti, to break the rules and give him the divine artifact. Remembering this, Draculion roared. I was close to reviving my wife and the sacrificed residents. Why stop now? Faced with his father's accusations, he shouted in rage, "Why don't you understand? You have been used. That wise man never wanted to help you fulfill your wish. He only sought to create a monster for his own ends." Hearing this, Draculion halted his attack. Fear reflected on his face. You must be lying. How could everything I did be in vain? At that moment, he recalled the wise man's warning. In the future, you will be tormented by false visions. Only by overcoming them can you fulfill the desire of your heart. Thinking of this, Draculion created a red energy ball without hesitation. Everyone must die. By eliminating these illusions, my wife and son will return to me. At that moment, a white figure appeared before him. Seeing this, Draculion stopped. A white mage. You are the new hero of the divine country. Taking advantage of his pause, I cast the sixth circle holy light magic. A white light burst from my chest, dissolving Draculion's blood energy ball and incinerating his hands. However, with the almost abnormal healing ability of his immortal body, he instantly regenerated his arms. Don't get arrogant, brat, hero or not. This is my territory. With those words, he raised his hand. Using blood essence, he created hundreds of crimson spears. Having witnessed the power of this attack before, I knew well that our small group could not withstand so many blood spears. You're not the only one with a divine artifact. After summoning Set, I asked if he could control Draculion for 3 minutes, because I obtained the reversal spell by opening the wise man's head, and now there are 3 minutes left until the spell break activates. Set said it wouldn't be a problem. He could handle not just 3 minutes, but up to 2.5 hours if necessary. Then, with a buzz, an intense green storm swept across the entire area. Trapped in the wall of wind, Draculion was stunned. This is the power of a divine artifact. How can you have such power? I laughed. If trash like you has a divine artifact, it's only logical that I, a hero, have one too. Besides, I earned my artifact through effort, unlike yours. That was out of pity. Don't think you can escape my storm, Draculion snighed. Even if your artifact is stronger, time is always on my side. Do you think your brief life can compete with my immortality? In the worst case, I will wear you down for a century until you die. I raised a finger. I don't plan to prolong this. You better appreciate your last minute. As the countdown ended, dozens of magic circles connected by rings emerged behind me. After saying cancel immortality, all the blood spears shattered at once. Draculion's arms exploded instantly upon touching the magic arrangement. He discovered in horror that his arms would not regenerate. Only then did he understand that his proud immortal body had lost its immortality under my attack. Still, he did not believe I could destroy his immortal body, as that would require infinite life force and magical power. His doubt was understandable. With my current power, achieving that seems impossible. Unfortunately for him, while he only had one divine artifact here, I had administrative rights over the entire dungeon. Draculion screamed, I have long been the master of the artifact. Even as the dungeon lord, you cannot control its power. I haven't told you. Your artifact. The artifact was obtained by the Guardian. What a pity. Those rule-breaking methods will not be recognized by Ashar. As the dungeon lord, I have the authority to control it. Truly, Draculion lay on the ground with a dejected expression. To think that all my careful efforts were in vain in the end. As he closed his eyes waiting for death, gentle hands caressed his head. Father, please, don't run away. This time you need to apologize for the calamity you caused. Son, I haven't done anything wrong. I did everything to bring your mother back. At that moment, Cephis could no longer hold back and shouted, If you are innocent, what sin did those trapped in your greed commit? And I, forced to bear the weight of everyone's sacrifices. Do you know how much I hate this immortality you gave me? That's why the world abandoned me so long ago, and from now on, I will probably live resenting this blessing you gave me. Seeing his son's profound sadness, Draculion finally felt regret for his past actions. Although he longed for his son's forgiveness, in his final moments, he didn't dare to hope for it, aware of the immense damage his actions had caused Cephas. At that moment, Cephas's voice sounded in his ear. Hearing this, Draculian lifted his head. But, Father, despite your mistakes, you are still the one I love most. I will live a good life to atone for your sins. I hope you and Mother can be happy together in the afterlife. Seeing the family photo of the three of them on the wall, he finally let go of his obsession and the demons that had tormented him for years. I'm sorry, son. I've caused you so much trouble. Please, take good care of the residents of the territory from now on. With these words, he plunged his hand into his own heart. Instantly, a stone emitting a red light appeared in his palm. Hero, this is the divine artifact you were looking for. I no longer need it, I said coldly. Do you have anything else to say to Cephas? He reached out and touched Cephas's cheek. I don't think that's necessary. My son has grown up. I only have one thing left to say. Son, I am so sorry for all this time. After resolving the incident with Draculian, I took the divine artifact to the dungeon. Nefertiti immediately understood my purpose. You want the divine artifact to be imprinted on your body, right? After I confirmed, she said that I had passed the dungeon's trial and was qualified to receive the imprint. With that, she raised her hand and began the process. Instantly, golden petals spread across my right cheek. Then, a pattern of petals appeared on my right hand. Before I left, I asked Nefertiti her thoughts on the incident. Nefertiti admitted that it was her fault. I expected Draculian to use the divine artifact for blessings, never imagining he would do such a thing. It's your fault. You should have thought more carefully before giving him the divine artifact. As punishment, I will not be closing this dungeon. You should use this opportunity to reflect carefully. New challengers will be arriving soon. I'll be watching your every move. After dealing with Nefertiti, I started to tackle the problem of the land's contamination. However, I discovered that the polluted land hadn't improved with Draculian's death. In fact, it was getting worse. I had no choice but to use my divine power to start purifying it by hand, though the efficiency was quite low. Set mentioned that clearing the contamination here would take at least 1 year. We weren't obligated to stay on as guardians, especially with more important matters to attend to. I gave a wry smile at his words. Who said I was going to purify this land myself? Did you forget my father is Marquis Walpurgis? For a family of mages like ours, clearing up this contamination is just a matter of spending a bit more money. I have much bigger plans for this land. At that moment, I heard Ryan's voice behind me. I turned to see him rushing toward me. Mr. Kyle, someone of great importance has arrived in the village. His rank is unbelievably high. You must return with me to meet him. I smiled and said that wouldn't be necessary. The person you're talking about must be Duke Lindell. Ryan was shocked. How did you know? Don't tell me you can read minds. I can't. It's just that His Grace, the Duke, is standing right behind you. Later, the Duke and I went to a small tavern, where he explained the reason for his visit. I had arrived on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor to reward me for resolving the Draculian incident. You helped the Empire eliminate a threat and allowed this territory to be reclaimed by the Empire. So, Mikhail, have you decided? I looked at Duke Lindell. Offering rewards immediately did not fit his cunning personality. I had already decided on my reward. I said I wanted to create a restricted zone. The cunning Duke Lindell understood my intention. I wanted to take all of the former Draculian territory and create my own autonomous region. With a strong thud, Duke Lindell's fist slammed against the wooden table. Mikhail, do you know what you're saying? His eyes widened as he spoke. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure fell upon me. I was frustrated. Was this the only trick Duke Lindell had? When I revived and went to break the engagement with Aelin, he used his pressure to intimidate me. Now that I was a hero, those tactics did not work against me. Seeing how I calmly endured his pressure, Lindell was surprised, thinking, has this individual improved in strength so quickly? Mikhail, establishing a restricted zone in the Empire's territory violates the law. You are consciously breaking it. I cannot give you the reward you want. I spoke calmly. Your Grace, if it were common lands, I would not dare to ask for this. But do you know how many troops are needed to protect this territory? The Duke raised a finger indicating that the strength of a count would suffice. I interrupted him. Your Grace is mistaken. This place requires at least the full strength of a duchy. Lindell immediately stood up. Impossible. No matter how dangerous the demons are, there is no need to commit so much force. That is because you really do not understand demons. Battles against them are fundamentally different from battles against humans. Combat between humans is ultimately just a test of strength between nations. Fighting demons is a battle between species. Those creatures are not only formidable, but also harbingers of disaster. To eliminate a demon, the blessing of divine power is needed. Duke Lindell thought for a while. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see the connection between creating a restricted zone and the demons. Noticing his doubt, I explained my plan. I want to offer refuge here for non-human beings and victims affected by black magic or demonic influence. All of them have great fighting power, and with proper training could become demon hunters. Seeing the Duke in silence, I proposed that he consider it from another perspective. With a restricted zone, the Empire will have the power to suppress the demons. Moreover, the capital has just experienced the great demon incident with the hateful monarch. I believe His Majesty the Emperor will accept my proposal, since he has exposed his case. I will inform His Majesty right away. Let's await the Emperor's decree. Then I went to the cemetery to see Cephas, who was paying homage to his parents. I asked him about his future plans, and mentioned that I could help with his immortality problem. Although the curse of immortality is one of the most complex, with my theoretical knowledge as a great mage of the ninth circle from my previous life, I can break it with enough time. But as I spoke, Cephas refused, saying that after this incident, he understood that demons should not exist here. If he lost his immortality, he would be an ordinary person and would lose his ability to eliminate demons. I was pleased with his way of thinking. In my previous life, I was the king of the immortals, the strongest demon hunter. Now I only worried about his desire for revenge. While hating demons wasn't bad, in my opinion, being consumed by revenge would be his greatest misfortune. So my responsibility to Cephas would be to ensure he never crossed that line. I smiled and told Cephas that I would support him in his revenge, promising him that no demon would escape. I then explained my plan for a restricted zone, revealing everything about transforming this territory into a domain for hunters, developing strategies against demon attacks, and my current negotiations with His Majesty the Emperor. Would you be interested in leading the demon hunters in my territory? Cephas was astonished. Although he wanted to accept, he thought that as a member of the Draculian family and as the son of the man who caused this catastrophe, he had no right to such leadership. I smiled at him confidently. My judgment of people has always been good. In the last battle, you demonstrated the courage and determination needed. So please, hold your head high. No one is more suited for this position than you. Upon hearing this, Cephas knelt before me. My hero, I am willing to accept your appointment. Thus, I managed to establish my own power base. Now I just had to wait for news from His Majesty the Emperor. Upon receiving news of my desire to establish an autonomous territory, the Emperor immediately summoned my father, the Marquis Walpurgis. To be frank, Marquis, I am dissatisfied with your son's actions. Heroes and mages should be distinct entities, but your son has united them. This already threatens the Empire's government, and now he dares to ask for the land of Draculian for his own territory. Perhaps you should explain this to me. The Marquis appeared helpless, saying he could not control Mikhail. He is not your son? The Emperor asked curiously. Your Majesty, forgive my frankness, but that young man is a rebellious son. I could not control him at home, and now that he is in the world, I have even less influence over him. As with the Draculian incident and his idea of a restricted zone, he did not give me any hints beforehand. Furthermore, I believe we should not focus on who the hero is, but on understanding what it means to choose a new one. Have you heard, Your Majesty, about the recent demon incident in the capital? It refers to how the hateful monarch built his forces right under my nose. That was annoying, the Marquis continued. Heroes emerge to fight demons, so trying to predict what a hero will do is futile. The Emperor laughed coldly, understanding the Marquis. Are you implying that heroes must be uncontrollable? He then stood up and told the Marquis, I did not call you here for idle chatter. I have approved your son's request for an autonomous territory, but as his father, you should not show gratitude. Perhaps it is time for you to do something for me. Seeing the Emperor's sly smile, the Marquis knew that his troublesome son had completely deceived him. However, the situation left him no option to refuse, so he could only reluctantly accept the Emperor's demands. The same day their discussion concluded, I received an imperial decree from the capital. It declared that from that day on, the territory that previously belonged to Draculion would now be part of the divine autonomous territory of Mikhail Walpurgis. I then informed Cephas of this news and gave him a badge. I told him that this badge was a magical artifact that I had created myself. It would not only symbolize his position as lord of the territory but also conceal the evil aura of his immortal body. This way, you can help me manage everything in the territory without worrying about your heritage being discovered. Draculion. Cephas didn't understand why I would trust him with the territory. I said that as a hero, I couldn't stay here forever, so we needed a delegated lord. As the leader of the demon hunter, you must stay to train other hunters. Besides, being from the Draculian family, you know this land better than anyone. From any perspective, you are the ideal candidate. I then assured him that I wouldn't be leaving anytime soon, promising to take care of this land for the next 3 months. Our first task now is to find the hunters hidden in the shadows. Upon returning home, Ryan immediately asked me, Neil, do you really plan to stay here for 3 months? Isn't that too long? I explained that this time was necessary, as I needed to establish a solid foundation for the territory. After speaking, I turned my gaze towards the two of them. Furthermore, both of you need to take time to train calmly. After these incidents with demons, you need time to process it, especially you, Ryan. Compared to when we first met, your combat skills have improved a lot, but I'm sure you feel that your training methods can still improve. If you want to be stronger, I suggest you be resilient like a weed. Then, under my guidance, Ryan went to eliminate all the magical creatures from the territory. For the butler, my advice was simple. I opened the door and invited him in. The training I planned for him was to run 1,000 kilometers because a healthy spirit comes from a healthy body. For a butler who is almost at the 8th circle of magic, the main goal is to have strong physical condition. Upon hearing this, the butler was reluctant and said, "Young master, how could I run that much? Isn't this a sentence for me?" Seeing his reaction, the butler was reluctant and said, "Young master, how could I run so much? Isn't this a sentence for me?" Seeing his reaction, I laughed and placed my hand on his shoulder. "What are you talking about? I remember once you brought a horse that ran for 3 days and nights, this time without any load. Running 1,000 kilometers is not a big deal." After saying this, I didn't care whether the butler wanted to or not and pulled him out of the room. "Butler, I will always be watching you. Do you know the consequences? If you dare to slack off." After establishing the training regimen for Ryan and my butler, I began to transform this land. The first problem that needed to be addressed was the cultivation. Looking at the ground beneath my feet, cracked into many fragments. Set thought that this land had lost its vitality and could not nurture new life. But when he saw the sly smile on my face, he knew I definitely had a plan. "Mikhail, what are you going to do?" "It's simple. What the soil lacks now is life force. If we can replenish it, that's what matters. And we know someone who controls all the life essence in the world." After saying this, I extended my hand and traced magical enchantments in the air. Instantly, an emerald green light shone in my palm, and seeing the object in my hand, Set's face was filled with astonishment because what I had were seeds from the world tree. Not just one, but several. She worriedly asked me what I did to Jay. Because the seeds from the world tree are born every 100 years, and each one is very valuable. And these in my hand were basically the most precious treasures of Yog. Based on how Yog is, she would never have given me so many seeds. I gestured to Set not to worry. Yog, in fact, gave me one seed from the world tree, but just one. These seeds are magical copies of the original. Although they do not possess the great vitality of a true world tree seed, they are suitable for the current situation. When the seeds touched the ground, the earth instantly grew into lush green trees. Set was left speechless upon seeing that. "Can you do something like this? Are you human?" I couldn't help but laugh. I couldn't tell her that this was the work of my past life. However, in this life, due to my low magical level, these seeds are inferior and only last 1 year. Once that time is passed, they will no longer grow. But still, these trees are enough to cover the entire territory and suppress the demons in 1 year. Set asked who would take care of the trees. I said I would entrust the task to Nefertiti, since she has always felt indebted to me for the divine artifact incident. Set nodded, approving my suggestion. With kind Nefertiti taking care of them, these trees will grow well. "Do they have names yet?" she asked. Hearing this, I stopped. I hadn't thought of a name. "How about calling them the Trees of Dreams?" Set made a disgusted face. "Your naming skills are really bad." Soon several days passed, and at this moment I was talking to my father through a magic crystal. Having resolved the cultivation problem, the only remaining issue in the territory was the pollution left by Draculeon. "Father, my territory requires the support of the Walpurgis family. I sent you everything necessary. Please deliver it soon. You are very bold, hero. Do you know that because of you, His Majesty has scolded me a lot lately?" While speaking, my father took out the staff he used as a combat mage. "Seriously, Mikhail, if you weren't my only son, I would break your legs without hesitation." Then we had a harmonious chat. In the end, my father, with bright eyes, accepted all my requests. "By the way, son, although I have absorbed a lot of pressure from His Majesty, the Emperor still wants you to go to the capital. He wants to talk seriously about the hero issue." Hearing this, I felt a headache. I thought this matter was not as simple as it seemed. However, being a direct order from the Emperor, I had no choice but to go to the capital. At that moment, my butler was training strength, as I instructed, doing 10,000 push-ups with a large stone. I stopped the butler, informing him that I was going to the capital, and that the trip would not be long. I asked him to take care of the territory's affairs while I was away. The butler, upon learning that I was going to meet the Emperor, was astonished. "Young master, when did you offend His Majesty again?" The next morning, I boarded the carriage to the capital early. Set looked around, curious as to why Ryan was not with me. "Aren't they inseparable?" "Don't say silly things. Ryan and I have a normal brotherly relationship. I'm not interested in men." When we were about to leave the topic, Set mentioned another piece of news. As the divine power within me grew, she changed. Upon hearing this, I stopped. "What changes?" Set, with a mischievous expression, said, "Beg and I'll show you." Her change was transforming her body from 18 into a normal human build. I was surprised, as I had used magic to freeze time and pull her out of the dungeon. I thought she would always be in her small form. I never thought you could return to your original form. How long can you maintain it? Set said she could hold the form for about 24 hours a day. Then she demonstrated her current abilities by waving her small hand. I immediately noticed that the aura of the nearby monsters had been halved. Just when I was amazed, a sound like a deflating balloon filled the air. Set's head had a hole where her internal gases were escaping. After a few seconds of struggle, her body returned to its previous form of 18 centimeters with short legs. You didn't say you could maintain this form all day. Why didn't you last even 3 minutes? Maybe I got too excited and lost control, exhausting the transformation time all at once, Set said, embarrassed, while tapping her head. However, I didn't mind. I preferred her small form with short legs. Since there was still time before reaching the capital, I decided to review the achievements since my rebirth. The most important were the 3 marks of sacred power on my body. These were the sacred power of the world tree, the powers of fertility and storm from 2 divine artifacts, and the sacred mark of Jikao. Upon sensing them, I noticed that my magical power had already fused with these 3 powers. The powers, especially that of the world tree and fertility, were almost one. At that moment, Set let out a gasp of surprise. It turned out that during my meditation, trees grew from my body, a skill that only druids possess. Although druids and wizards control different types of magic, they are different. Wizards use magical energy, while druids rely on nature. They not only gain help from plants and trees, but also acquire animal abilities. I fell into deep contemplation about the current situation. As a human, I had no natural affinity with nature, yet now I could transform, which was unexpected. Set seemed puzzled. She didn't understand how a human like me could unite the power of Yog and fertility, knowing that sacred power was not something easy for humans. The people of the divine country could barely use sacred power because Heku adjusted it for them. However, now I could directly combine the 2 purest streams of sacred power, something that Set found completely baffling. However, I had a theory. Hugh mentioned that I might be a demigod. Perhaps it was related. As I thought, a figure caught our attention. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a small elf had appeared in the carriage, looking adorably dazed. "Little one, who are you? What is your name?" The little elf pointed to himself. "You ask me. I don't know who I am, but I know you are my father and I want to be close." Then he turned around and started wiggling his behind. Set was astonished. "What is this little one doing?" "It's a mole." After wiggling, the elf approached and in his hand appeared a golden leaf. It was the sacred grass of Taxus, a magical plant that made all alchemists fight to the point of bloodshed. Every alchemist longs to create a panacea, and the sacred taxi herb is just what is needed to make that medicine. "So you moved to create this." The little elf had already given me the sacred herb. The elf happily said, "Dad, this is our first meeting. I bring you a gift. I am neither your father nor an alchemist. I am not interested in your gift." Upon hearing this, the elf was stunned. "Wow, Dad doesn't want me." Seeing the little elf distressed, Set pulled my hair and told me not to joke around. "This child was born during your awakening, so you must take responsibility." Seeing the dejected elf, I felt powerless. Although I didn't want to suddenly be a father, Set was right. This little one was born because of me, so I must take responsibility. "All right, I will accept your gift." Upon hearing this, the little elf's sadness disappeared instantly. His smile lit up. "By the way, what is your name?" The little elf said he had no name and hoped I would give him one. And so, I reached the stage of naming him. I was less skilled at remembering how I had created the sacred taxi herb. He looked like a mole, so I named him Molly. Upon hearing this, Set froze. Surprised, he whispered in my ear, criticizing, "You are so superficial. It's your first child. At least put some sincerity into naming him." To his surprise, the little elf was happy, calling out Molly joyfully several times. I took the opportunity to tease Set, who said my naming skills were poor. Look how much he likes it. Without incidents along the way, we quickly arrived in the capital. Set asked if I would meet with the emperor. Immediately, I replied no, because I didn't want to be at a disadvantage in negotiations with His Majesty. First, I visited the architectural archbishop, who was very enthusiastic, praising me while taking my hand. "But speaking of that, hero, why did you suddenly come to our temple?" The headquarters gave a mission. I told him I came to see His Majesty, but I needed his help. Upon hearing this, Archbishop Harlick's expression changed. "Hero, as you know, the relationship between the Empire and the Divine Country has not been very good in recent years. They only maintain a superficial courtesy, so I cannot help you." Upon hearing this, I smiled mischievously. "Don't reject me so quickly, Archbishop. I believe you have been very rooted in the capital for years and have quite a bit of compromising information about His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Archbishop Harley was stunned. How do you know this? I laughed and said, I am the hero. I know all the information about you archbishops, like the back of my hand. And don't even think about rejecting me. You should know that I prefer to see others uncomfortable rather than lose myself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital, a man was looking out the window. His guard reported that young Walpurgis had arrived in the capital and was now speaking with Archbishop Harley. The man cursed softly. Damn, how did that foolish boy become a hero? Said the Viscount Gleaves, who had lived in the capital for years. Years. His hatred came from my father, the Viscount Walpurgis. It was said that they were fierce romantic rivals. Finally, my mother chose my father. Since then, Viscount Gleaves has hated the Walpurgis family. My lord, the young Walpurgis is in the capital. What do you want your subordinate to do? Gleaves told him not to act quickly. Although the corrupt divine country has lost credibility, the fact that His Majesty has summoned it and suggests that the Emperor is leaning towards the Walpurgis family. He would not allow the balance of power among the four great families to be disrupted, and immediately began to think about how to deal with me. On the other hand, I wondered why life is full of twists. For example, my father was now lifting me by the head, and his murderous gaze made it clear that he truly wanted to love me deeply. Just a few minutes ago, I had obtained the desired information from Archbishop Harley. As I left the temple, a familiar voice sounded behind me. Son, where are you going? An ominous feeling arose in my heart. Turning around, I saw it was my father, the Viscount of Walpurgis. His gaze was fierce, and he held the wooden staff he used as a combat wizard. I have missed you so much, but you can lower the staff to talk properly. The Viscount twirled the staff, saying that was how he conversed. Why should I let him? After all, what father would use a staff to smash his son's head? A mischievous smile spread across his face. I murmured to myself, other fathers wouldn't do that, but you might. By the way, father, didn't you say you had returned to the territory? How did you suddenly arrive in the capital? Of course, to seriously discuss recent events, he said, raising the wooden staff and chasing after me, wanting to break my legs. Then, the Viscount took me to a residence in the capital. Now tell me about your meeting with His Majesty. You seem very calm. I said that panicking wouldn't help. What was decided couldn't be changed. Taking a sip of tea, I added that convincing His Majesty to fight together against the demons wasn't complicated. The real challenge was the four great families. The entire empire was actually composed of various nobles, and among these numerous nobles, the four great families were the most powerful. Each was a pillar of the empire. However, for now, I could only rely on the Lindell and Walpurgis families. The Viscount was silent for a moment. He said there was a problem with the other two families. Thinking about Gleaves, the Viscount felt a headache. If we talk about which family could cause trouble, it would undoubtedly be the GPES family. The Viscount asked about my next steps. I told him I already had a plan to suppress the Gleaves family, but I would need his help. After bidding farewell to my father and leaving the residence, Set commented on my relationship with the Viscount. The father-son relationship is peculiar. If I hadn't seen that they both had red eyes and yellow hair, I would think they were picked up from a dumpster. At that moment, my gaze shifted to a nearby alley. They are following us. I activated my perception ability and discovered 3 pursuers. 2 on the right, 1 on the left. They are from the Dark Forces Guild. I expected to be followed, but this tracking is quite amateurish. At that moment, a slight vibration came from behind. I realized that those 3 were drawing my attention while someone else was concealed behind them. The real tracker. Although getting rid of this individual would be easy, I still wanted to see what the underground dark forces had become. Having transformed after purifying the sewer rat, the greatest dark force of the capital, it wouldn't be good for me if another great demon like the detestable monarch emerged carelessly. That's why I had to verify the situation. At that moment, the girl following me looked at me thinking, is this the hero from the rumors? Seeing her thin arms and legs, she doubted whether I could really purify the great demon of the capital. And Draculion, while thinking about how to investigate me, suddenly noticed that the street was empty. Empty. Surprised, she thought. What's going on? I got distracted for a second. How did he disappear like that? Then she cursed herself. Damn. I made a basic mistake. Then her gaze scanned the crowd. She knew she had to find him soon. Where are you looking? I appeared behind the girl with a smile. Instantly, my expression turned cold. If you don't want to die, which organization are you from? Upon hearing this, the girl turned into a black shadow, moving away from me in one swift motion. Movement. Then she vanished into the crowd at great speed. I didn't understand how I had found her. Her ability to hide was undetectable, even for a master-level expert. But I spotted her at a glance. Now I was sure of something. I have the talents of a hero, and she must report this to the guild. To try to throw me off, she took an indirect path, zigzagging several times. Upon reaching the entrance of the guild, she was out of breath. Finally safe, she thought. But before she could finish her thought, I appeared at her side. So this is your base. The girl screamed as if she had seen a ghost. How did you follow me? I didn't answer. Instead, I revealed her true identity based on the shadow invisibility she employed. You are a dark elf. So Talia controls the territory of the sewer rat after her death. The girl became cautious. How do you know I'm from Talia? I laughed. It's hard, isn't it? The dark forces of dark elves are limited to Talia. Anyone would notice. Then I asked the girl to take me to her guild, but she looked uncomfortable, nervous, fidgeting her fingers and asking if we could separate. She was a guild officer, and being escorted like this would be humiliating. Rejecting the suggestion, I raised my hand and cast a sleep spell. The girl screamed damn before her eyes went blank and she fainted. Seeing this, Set criticized my lack of manners. She looked so unhappy. You couldn't have been more considerate. I have no reason to be kind to those from the Dark Forces Guild. Besides, even if I drag her like a dog, her guild won't say anything. My words piqued Set's curiosity. What do you mean? I looked at the girl in my arms and said coldly, since she is the adopted daughter of the guild president, Talia. I lifted Mia over my shoulder and burst open the guild doors. The hall was full, so I threw Mia to the ground in front of everyone. Seeing how roughly I treated Miss Mia, the guild members assumed I had attacked her. They all rushed into action, charging at me. I had no choice but to unleash my magical binding. Such an extreme reaction. It seems this is Talia's guild. Suddenly, magic circles appeared above their heads, immobilizing them. They all fell before reaching me. I extended my hands before the scene. Does anyone want to say they are innocent? No one speaks. Then, I guess there are no innocents here, I said with a smile, looking at Set. Set was speechless. They are all under a spell. How can they talk? I know. I walked past the guild members on the ground. President Talia, don't you think it's time to come out? I sat down casually. No one answered. I prepared to cast another spell and destroy this place. For me, casting spells instantly is no longer difficult. Sir Hero, please, stop. A dark elf appeared beside me. I am Talia Hidos, the president. I apologize for what happened with my daughter Mia. Your father has shown himself. Are you going to keep playing dead? That's just too humiliating. How could you do this? I just wanted to verify your information. Once she was found out, Mia dropped the act. She sat up, waving her arms indignantly to show her frustration. Enough, Mia, be quiet. Mia obeyed. It was my idea. We needed information on you first, that's why we followed you. We are an intelligence guild, Sir Hero. I sincerely apologize again. Hidos bowed before me. Sir Hero, I'll do anything. Please forgive my father. Mia also pleaded with me emotionally. Seeing the father and daughter appear, I stopped beating around the bush. I confessed my intentions to them. I didn't come to hold you responsible for following me. I wanted to recruit you to gather information for me. In my past life, Hidos was hunted by the sewer rat. His fate was tragic, but in this life, he has formed his own guild, Talia. This is a variable. This didn't happen in my past life. For my grand plan, I must control this variable. If I'm not mistaken, you've absorbed the territory of the sewer rats. The father and daughter's expressions immediately darkened. Mia became agitated and shouted at me. It's not normal to absorb territory, but among those you recruited are remnants of the sewer rats. I grabbed one of them who had the sewer rat mark tattooed on him and revealed it. Seeing the mark, Mia's face turned pale. She knew what that meant. Hidos spoke slowly, as if he had foreseen this. So, do you plan to arrest us as heretics? His piercing gaze locked onto me like sharp daggers aimed at my vital points. It seems that, as a Grandmaster assassin, he wouldn't give up easily. Even though it was just a glance, the pressure was still immense. But in this life, I'm no longer that useless young master from before. I easily broke free from the pressure and pointed my finger at his heart. I didn't expect to meet a Grandmaster assassin here, but your heart seems rather strange. You? How did you know? Mia said, astonished. As a hero who walks with the gods, isn't it normal for me to know? Then you know how to break it? Mia's helpless pleas were truly pitiful. Yes, I know, but I have conditions. Tell me quickly, I'll do anything. Mia grabbed me excitedly, fearing that I would leave. Don't rush, the conditions are simple. I'm not a demon. I wonder how much information you've gathered. Just gather intelligence for me. Eliminate the remnants of the sewer rats. Transform into a righteous organization. I stated my requirements with a friendly smile. Hidos was aware that Talia was a small guild. They had to accept any condition, and the Walpurgis family was one of the 4 great families. He could only sign the contract under my direction. After lifting the curse, I sent him to find my father, Count Walpurgis. Watching my back as I left, the father and daughter knew they could only trust in Mikhail, trust in the hero's promise. Even though the hero's plan was quite simple, the next important person is that guy who just became a paladin. I arrived at the palace gates and showed the guards that I am the hero. They rushed to verify my identity. After all, this is a royal territory with restricted access. After confirming that I was indeed the hero, they immediately assigned me a guide knight, and that's how I met Grevos. He was the sole guide knight. He killed his own corrupt father for the greater good. He sacrificed himself for his comrades, the failed hero, Grevos. Seeing his pure smile, I made a silent vow. This time, I will save him, not just for the greater good, but for his own sake. Grevos. It's a pleasure to meet you, I said, shaking his hand with a smile. I can't believe the famous Lord Hero knows my name. Marin was surprised that I knew his name, but he still shook my hand with a smile. Marin, you haven't been a royal knight for long, have you? I asked casually. Yes, Lord Hero, I'm proud of it, although I can't compare to you. I'm satisfied. Marin scratched his cheek. No, being a royal knight at your age is impressive, I stated. Hearing that makes me feel even prouder. Marin smiled even more happily, seeing his pure smile. This is how it should be. I became more determined to save him. To achieve that, I need to get him involved in the game. I want to save him, but I can only guide him. I purposefully took a step back. What do you think of Marquis Grevos, Marin? What do you think about the capital's darkness? Hearing me, Marin lowered his head. His expression gradually hardened. His smile slowly faded. I must only protect His Majesty. My father is very capable. But, what if His Majesty lets you take charge? If you're willing, I'll speak to His Majesty about it later. But, how could I possibly trouble you? Marin lowered his head. His voice trembled slightly. It's no problem. Besides, I have my own conditions. I knew Marin had other ambitions. He desired freedom, so I made a deal with him. I would fight for his freedom. He would work for me. Shortly after, I met the Emperor, Tarsius Lipe Alexandros, an old man who carried himself with imperial majesty, the man who stands at the pinnacle of the empire. Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. I calmly bowed before His Majesty, but the Emperor saw right through me, though he showed no anger. You don't feel honored. You're only bowing because I am the Emperor. I don't believe you respect me as much as you claim. How interesting. I never thought the Walpurgis family would produce a hero. How fortunate for the Empire to finally have a hero. So, naturally, I investigated you, Mikhail Walpurgis. You were originally a useless young master, weren't you? The Emperor emphasized his words. It seems he wanted to know what kind of person I am. You used the past tense, so I'll take that as a compliment. I hope I haven't offended you. The Emperor looked me up and down. Not at all. Although now I'm an improved version of that useless person, I gave him a deliberate smile. I didn't want him to categorize me based on such details. Your Majesty, if I have offended you, I apologize. Although my words were respectful, I remained calm. Ha ha ha. Mikhail, if a marquis were here, that attitude would not be appropriate. The Emperor smiled, but it wouldn't matter to His Majesty. You are more magnanimous, aren't you? I smiled back. The Emperor withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. His expression gradually turned serious. Heroans, the crisis has already arrived. If we start preparing now, there will be no problem, but I'm sure a great disaster is approaching. I stopped smiling and answered seriously. The damage depends on our response, so the disaster will not stop, and the Empire will also suffer. The Emperor reflected. There have been cases of great demons causing chaos in history. Not just great demons, their lord, the demon god of sin, will also descend. The demon god. Since the church helps you against the demon god, my empire will not stand by either. I have no demands. Everything revolves around you. I use the Archbishop's method to respond to the Emperor. Interesting. Are you asserting? Don't ask. Should I act according to your wishes? The Emperor's expression showed displeasure. If you see it that way, that's fine too. If you can see it as my trust in you, I would appreciate it. Unfortunately, at this moment I am considered a hero. You don't look like a hero. I'll be frank. The Emperor turned around reflecting. I will establish an order against the demon knights. Take this. The Emperor threw me a brooch, a symbol that represents him. With the brooch came his voice. Come to me if you need anything. What the church can give, perhaps I cannot match. Something else, nothing relevant. But I humbly request permission from your Majesty from men to investigate the truth behind the title. The dark forces of the capital. Tell young Grievous that if he wants to venture out, he better achieve some successes. Although the Emperor did not respond directly, his intention was clear. Your Majesty, I take my leave. Then, before I left, I turned to your Majesty. If there is an opportunity, I would like to speak with the person behind that pillar. With that, I turned and left without hesitation. It seems that Hero found you, Commander of the Knights. Things are getting interesting. As a mage, but able to see through me, Hector Lamb stepped out from behind the pillar. Things are not controlled, that's what makes them interesting, right? The Emperor was excited. After I left, I met with men and told him the situation. Marin looked happier. I wonder, what do you need me to do? Marin, you know about the sewer rat possessed by the hateful monarch, right? I need you to investigate the truth behind that. Come find me right after you investigate. Although I know the truth, I must let Marin discover it on his own. Yes, I understand. I will notify you as soon as I investigate. Marin looked at me happily. Thus he began to follow the path I had planned for him. Meanwhile, Eidos and his daughter, sent to meet my father, faced his close combat magical weapon. Luckily, I returned in time, or these two would have lost their legs. These two are suspicious. Why did you do it? Father sat in his chair looking at me sternly. I am actually an assassin, the Grandmaster Eidos interrupted. Did anyone ask you? Shut up. Father raised his staff to strike Eidos. Eidos and Mia just stayed silent. Father, I trust them. If not, why would I send them to you? We are lacking an intelligence organization. I will focus on strengthening you, but you can only be part of the Walpurgis family. Father finally lowered his weapon. Seeing this, Eidos and his daughter were happy, thanked him, and left. Then I explained the situation to Father and mentioned what happened in the palace. But one thing surprised me. His Majesty gave me a brooch. I showed it to Father. There is one more thing. He is the second son of Marquis Gribos, right, Father? I rarely used that tone. I was helpless and sad. Once I chased your mother with him, but after we got married, he didn't give up. He had intentions with her. He is a true son of a bad mother. You are right, although it is mainly because of me. If I hadn't been so indecisive, then maybe. Well, I only know this. He looks just like Nostra. I understand what you say about Marine. I already fixed it. I hope your plan works. My father's help was key to the path I designed for Marine. A family as large as this must change from the inside out. Marine was slowly entering the path I planned for him. Instead of letting him fall passively into despair like in the past life, I decided to push him forward, to discover his family's anomalies sooner, step by step, getting closer to the hidden truth, to soon face the darkness of the Grevos. The scene changed. Marine, fulfilling my task, captured Jack, the leader of the Filled Dark Force Guild. Seeing the children he trafficked and tortured, Marine was furious to the max. He had never been so angry before. How could there be someone like that in the capital? Even while Marine was hitting, Jack insisted he had no support. How could Marin believe him? How could he do that in the capital without support? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something on a distant table. As he approached to check it, he was shocked. On the table was an embroidered handkerchief with the Grevos family crest. Although he already had suspicions about his family, when faced with the facts, he still didn't want to believe it was real. How could his family be involved in this? He convinced himself that someone was incriminating his family, then tossed the handkerchief aside and left dejected. Upon returning home, he received a call from Marquis Gribos. Marie couldn't believe what he was hearing. Son, stop this nonsense. Father. His Majesty approved my investigation into the dark forces in the capital. Isn't this what you expected me to do to greatly improve the family's reputation? I said no. Until you arrive in the capital, you must not act hastily. This is the order of the head of the family. The Marquise's tone allowed no argument. Why was this call so coincidental? Could that handkerchief be Marie's? Marine was distracted at the window, afraid to think further. Outside in the tree, Gydos watched every action of Marin. He needed to inform Lord Mikhail quickly. The plan was progressing smoothly, while using magic to communicate with the butler. Young master, everything is fine here. The world tree and Ryan's growth are incredible. Continue as planned. By the way, how is your physical training going? The butler instantly stopped smiling. Young master, I am a dark mage, not a slave. An old man like me running with such a big rock every day. Don't you feel any sympathy? No sympathy at all. Meet Ryan's needs as much as you can. The communication ends here. After finishing, I signaled the others behind me to start reporting. Hero, there were no issues with Marin. Additionally, the Marquis has arrived in the capital. What are your next plans? I replied. There are no plans. We are just observing from the barrier. The scene changed. Marin welcomed her father home. Father, why did you come so suddenly? I came to see if you can hear me. And there are other matters. Although the Marquis didn't say it clearly, Marin guessed it had to do with the hero. Even though the hero always kept a low profile, as a Marquis, he couldn't ignore it. But none mentioned it, avoiding the topic of the hero. I didn't arrange for you to enter the Royal Knights to do this. Do you think the reputation of the Royal Knights is only yours? But, father, isn't the family reputation already well established? It's always the same. Marine had been like a puppet since childhood, every movement controlled by invisible strings, forbidden to break. The Marquis was very dissatisfied with Marin's condition. Do you think the family depends on reputation? Marin didn't respond as if the strings controlling him had broken. After a long silence, Marin spoke again. I believe that what I am doing is not wrong. The Marquis became furious. Marin, I told you not to do that. It's my order. It's the order of the head of the Gribos family. Do you dare to disobey? Why stop me? Why did I see the family mark there? What? Someone is framing us on purpose. This sows discord. The Marquis knew that verbal pressure, like before, no longer worked on Marin. If you insist on investigating, I won't stop you anymore. Tell me if you need anything. No need. I have already asked for help from the hero. What? Why would you ask for help from someone from the Walpurgis family? It's not from the Walpurgis family, it's Lord Hero. The Marquis was very, very angry inside. Damn, Mikhail Walpurgis. What are you planning? What problem? How bad? Marin must be influenced by him. Walpurgis family. For my Grevos family, Marin is unique. Not everyone can be royal knights. Seeing his father's reaction, Marin's silence spoke more than 1,000 words. He was very disappointed in his father, in the Grevos family, and in front of Jados, he was using magic to observe the father and son. Very well, everything is proceeding as planned. The nebulous night wrapped the dark force of the Serpent Guild, but no one appreciated it, as they had all been killed by a mysterious man. The president of the Serpent, Bertsia, lay on the ground in despair, looking at the killer in front of him. My lord, we hold no grudge. Why exterminate us? Indeed, no grudge. But you know too much information. That is the crime. The crime must be punished. You promised to keep the secret before, but only the dead keep it forever, right? After eliminating everyone, the masked man took out a corrosive liquid ready to erase traces. Oh, corrosive liquid. I didn't use it as a child. Who's there? How did you arrive so silently? The masked man turned quickly. I am the Lord of Talia, Yaidos. You can still surrender. I assure you that if you do, you will not be in danger of death. The strength of this person is clearly superior to mine. There is no chance in a direct confrontation. I can only ambush him when he is confident. Now is the time. What did you dodge? Who are you? Dark binding device. You are the great master assassin, Eidos. I've already introduced myself. Are you deaf? Don't you surrender? Die obediently. Mia, take them. Let's find Lord Mikkel. Zhao hurried to report. Many people died while Marine was informing me about his investigation. Hero. I believe my family is contacting dark forces. Really? Tell me what you think. I looked at him without worry, but Marin was surprised. So, Hero, you already knew. As a hero who saves the world, wouldn't it be strange not to know? So, when you asked me to investigate the dark forces earlier, that was part of it too. Hey Marin, I don't deny it. Alright, all according to plan. Marin can still be saved, he still has illusions. Although it will be tough for him, I must take the opportunity to destroy them completely. Bring them in. Hido, Mia. Sir, everyone is here. Lord Hero, who are they? Aren't you curious to know who they are? What's under the masks? With that, I removed the mask. Marine looked at this person's face, clearly too surprised to speak. You are the executioner, one of the condemned to death. Do you think? Why are you alive here? Don't get too excited, Marin. They are the assassins of the Dark Forest members from tonight. There are more. The masks were removed one by one. Each one was a criminal executed by the Grevos family. How is this possible? Marin's last illusion crumbled. Despair, disappointment, anger. Infinite negative emotions overwhelmed him. Marin knelt down, bewildered. Meanwhile, Marquis Grevos was receiving reports from his subordinates. All the assassins targeting the dark organizations had disappeared. With their skills, this shouldn't have happened. How can this be? The mission will fail. The Marquis stood up abruptly. All the assassins had vanished. Someone intervened. Suddenly, he remembered that men mentioned he would ask for help from the hero. So it was him, Mika Walpurgis. Where is my lord now? In the Central Temple. And you? Yes, I will find him tomorrow morning at the Central Temple. Well, it's the Marquis. It's been a while since we last met. I wonder what brings the leader of a great family here. Surely something worthy of your reputation. The Marquis frowned. Let's talk somewhere else. Mikhail, was it you? What are you talking about, sir? I am Mikhail. I mean the one who incited my son Men to betray the family honor. It was you. I asked to investigate the truth behind the crimes of the dark forces. It's not that terrible, is it? The atmosphere tensed instantly. Different positions implied that opinions would not coincide. The Marquis remained silent for a while. Finally, he spoke slowly. Our Grevos family symbolizes the necessary evil of the capital. How can the world be only black and white? Even if it were, someone must be the black. Do you think we can handle the dark forces while hiding from His Majesty? You are young, but His Majesty did not allow the trafficking of children. Even if exposed, it suffices to sacrifice a pawn. At that moment, His Majesty will not investigate your problems. Right? But this is the Central Temple, and I am the hero. If you only treat me as someone from the Walpurgis family to negotiate, then I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I will give you two options. Abandon the dark forces or insist on your so-called necessary evil. Marquis Grevos can only make his decision here. Seeing him slam the door and leave, I didn't feel anxious. I just looked towards one place. Marin, come out, you heard everything, right? As soon as I finished, black smoke emerged from behind the shelf. The smoke slowly dispersed. Marine understood everything. He finally decided to let the family be reborn. Marin, raised by the Gravos since childhood to be a royal knight, had been kept away from the family's dark side. At first, the family wanted to infiltrate the knights. But who would have thought that Marin would be the last family consciousness? Growing up in this pure environment, he now saw the family darkness up close. Hero, I have decided. I want the family to be reborn. It absolutely cannot continue like this. I must change the family. The so-called necessary evil is just rhetoric that beautifies ugly acts. I believe you chose me for this as well. What should I do now, Marine? Do what you think is best. God says you have your own responsibilities, but I am just one person. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself. Don't forget your current determination. Don't let emotions cloud your vision. You will become a great hero. I believe Marin can guide the family on the right path. Restore the family honor. If you need help, ask the temple or our family. I believe Marin will win this war. Since he clearly recognizes all this as a necessary evil, he will not accept it at all. In the mansion of the head of the Grivos family, the Marquis angrily smashed the table lamp against the floor. At that moment, he only wished the lamp were Micah. That boy dares to threaten me, and although he was very angry, as the head of the family, he still maintained the necessary rationality. Fools do not become family leaders. If he could control Marin again, what Mikhail did wouldn't matter. Just then, a subordinate suddenly arrived to report. The Marquis had to hide his fierce expression. The subordinate stammered while reporting that the Archbishop read the holy mandate to eliminate the dark forces. Upon hearing the news, the Marquis realized he had lost his opportunity. The dark forces business he had created using his position as family leader, the cage he had built for Marin, now had holes everywhere. Somehow, unlike the Marquis's annoyed face, Archbishop Harlake was very happy. He hadn't expected to decide so quickly and get the Emperor's permission. From somewhere, he pulled out a large, spiked mace. This was his weapon in youth that scared away demons with fear. As a demon smasher, he had gained great military honors. I introduced Marin to the Archbishop and informed him that the Emperor approved. Michael Walpurgis, what are you doing? How dare you? What qualifications do you have to do these things? Marquis Gribos furiously opened the temple doors. Ignoring the Archbishop's presence, he shouted questions at me. I did not feel intimidated. I looked at him mockingly. Sir, I am the hero. Marin has permission from the Emperor. The Archbishop, not to mention. I ask you, which of us three lacks qualifications? Seeing that I was unaffected, the Marquis looked at Marine. Marin, what are you doing? Stop messing around. Come home. But Marine did not back down either. Father, I am doing the right thing. If we talk about family honor, eliminating the dark forces can greatly improve it. Knowing this, you surely won't oppose. Marin passed by the Marquis without any intention of stopping. Seeing this, the Marquis's anger grew. He gritted his teeth. One more step and I will break our father-son relationship. Father, try if you want. Marin left without looking back. The Marquis felt that the invisible cage he used to confine Marin had completely failed, and the caged bird, Marin, had already flown away. Mikhail Walpurgis, why are you doing this? It's all your fault. The Marquis looked at me again, but I didn't care. Sir, I'm just doing what a hero would do. The Marquis caused a great uproar in the temple, but achieved nothing. 3 days later, guided by the Archbishop and Marin, the temple staff completely eliminated the dark forces. The Marquis's last fantasy also crumbled. Having done all this, my affairs in the capital were about to conclude. In the end, time was not much. I still had many things to do for myself. A year and a half later, in the territory of Count Draculian, now I should say my territory, Cephasinai led more than 30 demon hunters, restoring the place to a habitable state. Then he trained these hunters. They were all cursed individuals. Thus, the only survivors, without exception, all had cursed abilities. Their hatred for demons was absolute, but this hatred could also cloud their judgment. Fortunately, I managed to have Cephas guide them to Nefertiti. Although he had made mistakes before, I now trusted him. If he controls his selfish goodness, he can help me. Although Cephas was unwilling to find Nefertiti under my persuasion, he eventually followed my arrangement. But to be sure, I went to look for Nefertiti first. I first spoke to her about my request. Surprisingly, she had the same idea. Then it depended on Cephas and Nefertiti. After Cephas led the hunters away, someone else arrived. Hello, Mikhail. It was Ryan. His appearance was indescribable with his head bandaged, leaning on a crutch, his left arm in a sling, injured like this, still smiling and limping towards me. Then he smiled confidently and threw away the crutch. Mikhail, look closely. This will be my first step into the divine realm. Before he finished speaking, His broken leg barely touched the ground, and crack. The leg that was already broken broke again. I looked at him speechless, lying on the ground, using his broken hand to hold his broken leg. Then, because his hand broke again, he started to scream. "Are you really going to meet God?" "Oh, my hand, my leg." While training the Aura of Moulier method, you discovered that you could use not only spiritual power but also sacred power. So you tried to use the sacred power to repair your broken limbs and surprise me. I was already looking at him speechless. He was on the ground trying to use his broken hand to fix his dislocated jaw. Although I don't understand his behavior, this must have some significance for him. Then I asked him to look for information about Mulier's achievements. But such brutal training. Probably only Ryan, this rare one, could accept it. Watching him kick me with his broken foot, I really couldn't take it anymore. Ready to send him to investigate Mulier's achievements. But before that, since he could strengthen himself with the beatings like his good friend, I must help him. So I summoned flying arrows aimed at Ryan. Seeing this, Ryan grabbed his crutch to escape. But with his limp, how could he overcome my arrows? Just in case, I used binding magic on him. Then I carefully launched the arrows. Ignoring his moans, I spread my arms enjoying the art of explosion. Such pleasant emotions to the ear. A month later, Cephes told me about Nefertiti's situation. She accomplished everything. The hunters healed from their psychological trauma, so I took Set to find her. They were still arguing. Seeing that their fight was about to escalate, I quickly interrupted with the topic of healing. Nefertiti didn't want to keep arguing either. Then she explained her method to me. She allowed them to see dreams they had lost. Although they weren't completely healed, it was enough. Then I asked Nefertiti to show me her memories, especially the demon god in them. In my past life, I only saw him with my eyes. I knew nothing about his intelligence, so I really didn't see the demon god. Nefertiti knew how terrifying the illusions she created were. She wanted to stop me, but Set held her back. Set knew I wouldn't give up easily. Nefertiti knew that persuading me was useless. I closed my eyes, hoping she would cast the spell. Although I only saw from her perspective, it was enough for me. When I opened my eyes again, I only felt endless pain, despair, death. These negative words dominated my mind. Success. A hellish world, corpses everywhere. This is the mythical era. Then the sky suddenly started to rain, but it was blood falling from above, forming a bloody rain. Turning around, a large black shadow emerged from the fog. Seeing those bullhorns, dragon wings, red pupils, I knew it was the demon god. In that instant, I couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to my knees. My survival instinct told me not to look at the demon god, but if I feared death, I wouldn't be here. I am no longer that useless person. I endured the discomfort, stood up, and looked back into the eyes of the demon god. I want to engrave it deep in my soul, even if I die. Suddenly, the pupils of the demon god became slits. Did he notice me? Is he looking at me? Impossible. It's an illusion. It's false. But how did the demon god see me? With a mouthful of fangs, he opened it. An incomprehensible curse came out of it. Instantly, the entire space shook violently. Incorrect. I realized it wasn't an illusion. Someone intervened. Only the demon god could do this. But I wasn't afraid. I looked at him. I never thought our first encounter would be like this. Right, demon god? Truly, demonic energy filled my being. Nefertiti's hands trembled uncontrollably. Set quickly held Nefertiti. What did you do? But Nefertiti shook her head, indicating it wasn't her. She was already sweating profusely. That guy intervened in the illusion. How could the demon god? Set was so surprised he couldn't speak. No, it can't be the demon god. The barrier isn't weak enough for him to interfere in illusions, so it's a great demon. That guy made a hole in a hidden place. Set calmed down. If it were the demon god, Mikhail wouldn't be alive. Set, I must end the illusion. You can't just end an illusion whenever you want. But Nefertiti was ready to sacrifice herself and bring Mikhail back. If the owner of the divine artifact dies, the consequences are unimaginable. But as long as she, the subject of the illusion, disappears, the illusion will also disappear. When Nefertiti was about to act, Set suddenly stopped her. It turns out that holy power was circulating through my body. Seeing this, Nefertiti and Set decided to wait a little longer. The situation has changed, even if it's the powerful demon god. And I never underestimated him. The current situation is still within expectations. Although your arrival was abrupt, I don't know why you're here. My goal has always been one. I rose slowly. I stood up. Seeing me rise so valiantly, the demon god laughed heartily. A mere insect dares to confront this ridiculous god. I concentrated my sacred power in my eyes. As I locked eyes with the demon god, I penetrated deep into his mind. I reached his memories. The demon god roared at the sky, interrupting my intrusion. The effect was notable, so I looked mockingly at the demon god. Finally, I reached him. However, you interrupted so quickly. How heartless. But the demon god no longer hesitated, attacking me instantly. He was no longer like at the beginning, dominated by negative words. As I pierced through the demon god, I immediately condensed the seventh circle. So what if he is the demon god? In the end, this is just an illusion, not his domain. If it's an illusion, I will break it. I gathered my power to shatter the illusory space. As I left, I gave him an international friendly gesture and shouted, "See you later, I am Mikael Walpurgis." Upon hearing me shout my name, the demon god's eyes widened in fury. "I don't understand the meaning of the name," I shouted, but I wanted to know it. This time I won, Mikael Walpurgis. As I exited Nefertiti's illusion, I heard Set's worried voice calling me. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Set saying my name. I was in his arms and only saw Set looking at me with tearful eyes. "I knew you would come out no matter what, but I was still worried about you." Set shook me frantically. Now I understood why he was crying. He was worried about me. At that moment, Nefertiti approached and told me I had slept for 3 days. That meant Set had been worried and taking care of me all that time. I only fell briefly into an illusion, but 3 days had passed in the real world. That made sense, as even the demon god intervened in the illusion. It would be more surprising if everything were normal. I didn't expect the demon god to intervene. Fear. Set showed his anger. Nefertiti asked what I had gained from the demon god, as I returned safe and sound. Reflecting, besides seeing an endless void and hatred, I understood why such a divine entity would be called the demon god. If I had to say what I gained, it was that I managed to condense my seventh ring and now I could unleash sacred magic from the seventh ring. Nefertiti and Set were both surprised. They didn't expect me to reach the seventh ring. At just 22 years old, this advancement was much faster than they thought, far surpassing normal human levels. I didn't explain their surprise. After all, in my past life, I was already a great ninth ring mage, just over 40 years old. I also felt the destruction and annihilation of the demon god, a power I had never encountered before. So I decided to use magic to recreate the unique qualities that the demon god had shown. First, I needed to perceive the existence and structure of this stone in my hand, then break it down while continuously channeling magic into it. To manifest it, the stone in my hand turned to ash without leaving dust. Watching it disappear confirmed that my understanding was correct, but the efficiency was very low. Crumbling a small stone into dust consumed all my magical power from the seventh ring. Using this technique, a real combat was still far from my current capabilities. Just when I thought this, I turned around and saw Nefertiti and Set huddled together in fear. Set pointed at me in fear. I asked what was wrong. I didn't expect Set to suddenly scream. "What do you mean? What's happening? How can you even ask?" Nefertiti also spoke slowly. "The authority of annihilation. That is one of the main authorities used by the demon god. The authority of annihilation makes the object disappear from this world." Hearing this, I understood how outrageous my actions had been. I couldn't help but scratch my head. Set shouted more excitedly, "You just recreated the demon god's authority with magic." Although she was speaking, it aligned with my goals. Then I found the butler and Ryan. I decided to take them with me to Gorton. They didn't understand why. Because Gorton didn't belong to the Empire or the Church. It was a small independent nation. Gorton was one of the few labyrinthine cities on the continent, with complex paths but beautiful scenery. No matter where visitors went, they always saw magnificent landscapes. The locals, blessed by the gods called guides, oriented the tourists. The god Rooter, whom the people of Gorton served, was seen as heretical by the church that worshipped Heiku, even though their beliefs and customs differed greatly. I had a reason I needed to go, so I told them I would go to Gorton as a representative of the gods to spread the faith. Upon hearing this, even Set joined the other two in making the sign of the cross, praying for divine protection. I said without being able to help it that this trip would be safe, nothing would happen, they didn't need to do that. However, after hearing me, Rin and the butler began preparing their wills and settling their affairs. I could no longer bear it. I really looked like a plague god bringing disasters. The three suddenly showed faces of realization. "Wait, aren't you?" I was too lazy to explain that this trip to Gorton was really to find the Great Tomb in Merle. After all, according to that guy, this tomb was the only one arranged by a part. Whether it was the Great Tomb or Morel, both were reasons to go. Time was pressing. If I let Mel finish his preparations in Gorton and execute his plan smoothly, it would be too late. I mentioned that the helm they worshipped in Gorton was not the true god. The butler and Ryan were surprised. Then I clarified that the helm existed, but its real form was different from Jakao. He was the guardian of the Great Tomb, which blessed the believers. That's why I planned to go to Gorton to preach. If their thoughts were correct, I wouldn't intervene. But if they were incorrect, I would intervene to correct them. The butler finally understood and agreed to travel together. Ryan's opinion wasn't that important. I had to go whether he liked it or not. A week later, at the explorer's resting place, a young man was passionately arguing. The Great Chief is accepting that woman in the Holy Land. The Holy Land has never allowed outsiders because it knew the Great Chief had been enchanted by that witch, Marion, a person full of suspicious points who hasn't even made an oath. Allowing someone like that into the sacred land was unprecedented and violated ancient teachings. The enchanted Great Chief didn't listen, and instead accused Coom of having little faith. He finally expelled Coom by stripping him of his status as a high explorer. Expelled, Coom walked aimlessly, looking back at the Holy Land. Since childhood, he knew how important the Holy Land was, but he could do nothing as an explorer of Gorton, blessed by the gods, with the mission to guide travelers to save Gorton. Now they could only rely on the legendary warrior, Mijal Walpurgis. Just when Coon was thinking about him, his eyes widened as he saw three people appear. A blonde mage, a silver-haired swordsman, a white-haired butler. Just as the rumors said, could this be the warrior? He really came to Gorton. Coom couldn't believe what he was seeing. While Coom was surprised, Ryan was also curious about the great scene of the explorers. I stopped Ryan from hiring an expensive pathfinder and explained why. I am a warrior who walks with the gods, not an ordinary person, so we don't need to hire a pathfinder. Ryan looked at me as if I were foolish and moved on. Since you know the way, let's go. He didn't want to hear any more of my bragging. I grabbed him by the neck. No, we must wait for a pathfinder. Ryan got angry. This guy says no to a pathfinder one moment, and then yes the next. What is he doing? Ryan had no choice and sat beside me watching the bustling crowd. Shortly after, a strong man approached asking if we needed a pathfinder and introduced himself. It was Coom, a tall pathfinder from Gorton. Ryan didn't understand. We were actually waiting for a pathfinder. This is irrational. It's an honor to meet you, warrior Walpurgis. But his expression was not joyful. It was sad. Set noticed something strange about Coom, but I didn't let it continue. Coom guided us with a serious face, arriving at a sparsely populated area. On the way, I asked how he knew I was the warrior. Coom said it was his intuition as a high explorer blessed by the gods, but I clearly knew it was his intuition as a tomb explorer. Coom didn't pursue that and asked why I came to Gorton. I didn't answer directly, but asked if any dangerous beings had arrived in Gorton lately. Coom's face darkened. After hesitating, he spoke to us about the abnormality of the Great Chief. He had been bewitched by a witch and was even trying to enter our holy land in the resting place. At that moment, the Great Chief sitting above was enchanted by Mary. Mary kept praising the Great Chief's achievements while persuading him to let her enter the Holy Land. Bewitched for so long, the Great Chief lost his reason and allowed Mel to enter the Holy Land. Seeing that the spell worked, Mary threw the goat skull she used for disguise, revealing the wicked smile of a greater demon. Controlling humans is easy. In Gorton, before being reborn, Mayer had already taken this place and conquered the Holy Land. My group of warriors and I arrived in Gorton only to hear Mary's taunts. Foolish humans. They couldn't stop me. Haha, I cursed Myril, killing and harming living beings. Coom knelt down crying. I should have told you and brought you from the beginning. Coom looked painfully into the distance. The garden is to receive visitors. But at that moment, he didn't know which garden Coom was referring to. Back to the present, I explained the current situation of Gorton to everyone. Things were not going well. Knowing that Mariel was coming back, Ryan became worried. This woman is so heavy. Even though she faced several setbacks, she has returned. Ryan asked about my plan, but he wanted to wait and see. The butler and Ryan repeated incredulously, wait and see. I knew that Mary understood how dangerous her plan was for me. Of course, she would anticipate my reaction and prepare to counterattack, but I didn't intend to follow her plan, so I decided to wait and see. Thinking about this, I calmed the butler by saying that Mary wouldn't decipher the sacred land anytime soon. There was still time before the crucial moment. Let's see the landscape first. The two I was pushing along looked at each other, puzzled, not understanding what I wanted to do. Knowing that we wanted to tour, Coom made them uneasy. The presence of Mary worried him. Warrior, didn't you say there's a greater demon in Gorton? Why? I don't know much about here, especially with the great possibilities in the design of a labyrinthine city. Although I say I'm sightseeing, I'm actually investigating. If not, I can't fight well against evil as a tourist. Gorton had beautiful landscapes, including a spectacular view, the legendary Garden of Rooter. Although people found it hard to see, one of the explorers who could reach it was Coom. I asked Coom if he could take me to see that incredible view of Gorton. Coom didn't refuse my request and took me to the Holy Land, even though I was a stranger. But who knew? As I approached the Helm Garden, a dense fog rose, covering the sky. My vision was blocked. I could see nothing but fog. When the fog dissipated, Coom appeared before me, but his tone changed. Excuse me, warrior. Do you know where we are going? Even in the complicated terrain of Gorton, this place is very hidden. I guess this is your Holy Land of Gorton. Right, Coom? Do you really know what this place is, warrior? After all, I am a warrior who walks with the gods. Knowing what others do not know is normal. Warrior. This is our true sacred ground of Gorton. The Helm Garden. The holy land that witch seeks is just a lure to deceive outsiders. As I thought, the holy land that Mary wanted to visit was fake, just like the storm of divine artifacts that the warrior obtained in my past life. It was all a deception. Things obtained by those unqualified warriors. You represent the god Jikao. You are an emissary of the church, so your goals and mission are higher, right? Coom asked me calmly. Set whispered in my ear silently. Good question, Mikhail. I already knew. I didn't want Siegfried to be the warrior, so I came instead. But why live as a warrior? Warriors have always existed for the gods. They are chosen by them and follow their will from beginning to end. The warriors before me were like that. But I am different. I am the emissary of humanity. I will not be bound to Jikao. In short, I can be the warrior of the church or of Gorton. I will protect humanity. My relationship with the church is only to protect humanity. If Jikao harms it, I will oppose him without hesitation. Upon hearing my response, Coom slightly raised the corners of his mouth. How about that? I wonder if he is pleased with my answer. Guardian of the great tomb of Gorton, Lord R. Upon hearing this, Coom stopped acting. White wings emerged from his back, crosses on his cheeks, and his hair turned light cyan. He was the god R of Gorton. Like a sacred angel descending, his body emanated a powerful aura. He turned around smiling. Not bad. Her pure smile was captivating. You're quite interesting. When did you discover that? I noticed it a while ago. The recent fog and the questions were very unusual. Where is Coom? I sent him back to the entrance. That child can only get that far. How long do you plan to hide Set? Rooter looked at Set, who was hiding behind my shoulder. Hearing this, Set trembled and then reluctantly came out. You're so mean, Rooter. It's been a long time, Set. Mikhail, you are a challenger. I didn't expect you to uncover the secret of the tomb. You are an outstanding warrior. I understood what he meant and lied. It's all thanks to Thoth's records. Hearing this, Rooter threw up his hands helplessly. Huh, I never thought that stubborn Thoth would be mistaken too. You obtained 2 divine artifacts, the World Tree and the Mark of Heikao. It seems you are qualified. Rooter leaned in to examine me, but being qualified doesn't mean you pass the trial. I knew he would do this. Rooter was a man of principle. Even if the divine artifacts were destroyed and the world perished, he would not abandon his principles. So, how does Lord Rooter plan to test me? The original trial system was destroyed by demons, so Rooter changed the content of the trial. Making challengers take trials was his principle, but he adjusted both the content and the difficulty. He temporarily took control of the divine artifact's labyrinth and its permissions. The trial used to be about navigating the labyrinth to reach the artifact. Now the method has changed. Rooter was infuriated by Mary's invasion, but he couldn't act against the challengers. He wanted to use me to resist Mary. If I succeeded, the artifact would be mine. This trial is a duel between a spear and a shield, a classic setup for an action manhwa. Set thought to himself, exactly, challenger. Are you confident in being an unbreakable shield? Rooter confirmed Set's assessment. But I didn't just want to defend. I wanted to defeat her here, to destroy the spear. This was my chance for revenge. I had already ruined Mary's first 2 plans, so she hadn't regained her power. Even at her peak, she was the weakest of the 7 great demons, let alone now. I wanted to beat her here without giving her the chance to slowly regain her power. At that moment, the great chief lay in Mariel's arms, still under her spell. He couldn't see her horrifying goat-like pupils and horns as she reveled in controlling foolish humans. Soon, she would regain her power. Upon arriving in this world, she lost most of her power and her true name. Just as Mariel was getting excited, a subordinate reported that the cracked labyrinth was beginning to reorganize. Upon hearing the news, Mariel's good mood vanished. She stood up and furiously questioned her subordinate. That Rooter is a man of principle. He shouldn't interfere with me while I'm breaking the labyrinth. So why would it be reorganizing? The subordinate added that Rooter only follows his principles as long as he doesn't borrow power from an outside source. Upon hearing this, Mariel froze. The labyrinth was reorganized by someone's intervention. She understood quickly. It's that warrior, Mikhail Walpurgis. Watching the crystal ball tremble, Mariel clenched her fist in anger. That damned warrior, a truly overpowered main character. He caused her foolproof plans in the Divine Nation and Draculian to end in a terrible defeat. Now he's in Gorton to interfere. So unsettling. If I get the chance, I must kill him myself. If I see an opening. No, everything has failed so far. Just as Mariel was worrying, a familiar voice reached her ears. You seem troubled, Mariel. The voice belonged to the great demon, Belf. Upon hearing it, Mary trembled and looked towards the source. Why are you here, my lord monarch? Didn't we agree not to interfere? Why have you come here? That was the case, but Baheb is dead, and you also ruined an important plan. You must know that there are not few monarchs. If someone leaves, it's normal. Belfeg licked his lips eagerly, as if he saw Mary as a delicacy. You know what I mean, right? Upon hearing this, Mary's eyes unfocused, not daring to respond. Trembling, she knew that if she failed again, it would be the end for her. She could only pretend to be calm. I can do this. I have a way to face the warrior. Just prevent him from restoring Asher's power. Don't let him obtain more artifacts and ruin his plan completely, Belfec asked inquisitively. We don't know where the tombs are. You do. But Belf accepted Mary's plan and promised it was her last chance. If Mary failed again, only death awaited her. Meanwhile, Arset's garden returned to its normal size and conversed with Rother. Mikil is 22 years old, right? I never underestimate humans. But at his age, with those achievements and deciphering a divine artifact so quickly, that's another matter. Both his power and soul have transcended human limits. He is a unique existence. Moreover, a warrior that Set follows cannot be ordinary. After all, that is your punishment. You were so foolish that you wanted to atone yourself. Upon hearing this, Set trembled, clenched her hands, ready to explain her reasons, but Rooter interrupted her. Even if you say that the events of that day were a price you paid, you were also dragged into it. It's not entirely your fault. Set turned excitedly, trying to refute, about to defend herself, but she saw Rooter getting up. Although he was extremely angry about that matter back then, over time, I have calmed down. Rooter directed his gaze towards Mikkel. Perhaps that person also planned that incident. How interesting. While he was absorbed in the labyrinth, it was very complex. Its structure changed every second with many different places than before. So deciphering the labyrinth wasn't about finding an exit, but creating a path amidst ever-changing structures. A path that could lead to the destination. Soon I found one of those paths. It was the one Mary had opened more than halfway. I didn't plan to destroy it right away. While I intervened, it would be useless, but I wanted to use it to catch Mary's attention until she realized I deceived her. Then, anger would destroy her reason, but by then it would be too late. Ryan and the butler I sent earlier should be able to solve the problems on their own on Ryan's side and the butler's. Ryan looked at the butler with intense eyes. Old man, honestly, that Mikil is a psychopath. I couldn't ignore it. He wanted us to see and resolve it, so he left everything and went. He's just an antisocial bastard. Ryan shouted, looking up, cursing me in my absence. But the butler closed his eyes in disagreement. After all, he had followed Micah for a long time. Young Master Ryan, what do you say? How can you call the young master a psychopath? How can you say that about psychopaths? It's very insulting to them. Please apologize. To say that the young master is a psychopath insults psychopaths. The butler's eyes widened. His serious expression surprised Ryan. Ryan thought he would defend Myhill, but he was referring to that. Stopping their absurd chatter, they discussed what they saw in Gorton. The demons could turn everyone in Gorton into hostages in an instant if they wanted to. For demons, human lives were worth less than the stones on the road. But the great demon didn't have time to worry about this place and hadn't discovered them yet. They knew this was their chance. They had to seize it. Ryan scratched his head impatiently. We can't behead all the demons. Actually, yes, we can. A voice emerged from Ryan's shoulder, startling him. He looked and saw a green goblin perched there. Ryan frowned, confused by what had suddenly appeared. What is this? Damn it. The goblin perched happily with the sound of a magic circle in front of him. What else could it be? It's a goblin that I control from a distance. It's me using the circle to transmit sound before separating from you. I placed it on you. I heard everything you said, cursing me. Upon hearing this, the butler and Ryan broke out in a cold sweat all over their bodies. I'll get straight to the point. The butler didn't receive covert assault training. The great demon hasn't regained all of its power. So, what is it using for perfect mind control? The butler understood immediately. Totems. Demons use totems to curse and control. Upon hearing a satisfactory answer, I had the butler find and destroy all the totems. But young master, there may be Mary's subordinates nearby. The butler asked, worried about my idea. Butler, you are in a maze. I will use the goblin to guide you. The butler understood. Just follow the young master's path to dodge demons. The next step was to destroy the totems and free the residents from mind control. The butler and Ryan hurried, following the spirit. What? What's happening? The totems in Gorton are being destroyed one by one. Mary trembled with rage, soaked in cold sweat. What was happening? Mary, dejected, rested her head in her hands. Her last escape route was cut off. She had been at a disadvantage many times. This time she finally had an anticipated advantage. The problem wasn't her, but the warrior always got ahead of the enemy and interrupted their plans. That guy not only knew more, but he used it well. He must have entered the tomb through another path. I don't know how I didn't think of that. Meryl slammed the table in anger, wishing the table were Mike. Damn it, what do I do now? This was her last chance. If things continued like this, she would either be devoured by Belfec or fight to the death. As a great demon, She couldn't accept that ending. Either way, since she would die anyway, she could only take the risk. Just use that method. Mary called her subordinates, mobilizing the controlled residents to rush into the Holy Land at all costs. Mary herself prepared to give it her all, killing the warrior at all costs, so she sank her claws into the body of the great chief. Useless person, die. Only upon dying did the great chief understand that everything Meryl promised him was an illusion. Then Meryl used her blood for a ritual, recovering the lost power and true name. Even risking her life, she would kill the warrior in her most powerful form. This was the last resort. A goat's face slowly covered his and began to grow. As the ritual continued, all of Gorton was plunged into great turmoil. Then, a large black goat descended upon the world with roars. I, the great demon Asmodeus, descend here. He used his enormous horns to attack the tomb's barrier. In an instant, he created cracks in the strong barrier. Sensing the attack on the barrier, Rooter stood up in surprise. The labyrinth has been breached. That demon was foolish enough to use brute force to destroy it. He activated the life countdown mode to recover his true name and ancient form. Meanwhile, the battle between the butler and Ryan reached its climax. The butler and Ryan coordinated to slaughter demons. As they appeared one by one, seeing the fallen goat skulls, Ryan showed disbelief. These guys aren't even hiding anymore. They keep appearing, and we can't kill them all. They had just cleared this area when cries were heard from the central zone. Sounds echoed throughout the land, very piercing, like demonic whispers. The butler looked towards the central zone. It should be starting on the young master's side, he reassured Ryan. Although the young master isn't much to look at, his strength is reliable. They just needed to clear out the external demons. As he finished speaking, a large red fire attacked. Luckily, the butler was well trained. He instantly adopted a defensive stance, blocking the spell. Seeing the butler's composure, Ryan stopped worrying about the rear guard. He advanced with his sword to slaughter demons. Trusting the butler, Ryan attacked. The demon controlling the people of Gorton had chains binding the residents. Ryan leaped with spiritual power flowing from his waist to his arm, concentrating it in his sword, and slashing down hard. The demon released its control, trying to raise its hand to block Ryan's blow. Seeing the demon raise its left hand, revealing an opening, Ryan raised his sword to strike. At that moment, the demon's other hand controlled the people of Gorton to block Ryan's path. Ryan had to stop his attack, using his foot to brace himself against the people of Gorton, blocking their chaotic attack while using the force to leap back. He didn't want to get hurt because he was holding back. At that moment, the butler circled around the demon, concentrating his power at his fingertip to attack the back of the demon's head. As he gathered the magical power, the butler extended a finger and launched the attack. Who would have known? The people of Gorton appeared behind the demon's head, ready to block the attack. To ensure the safety of the people of Gorton, the butler raised his hand to stop the transmission of magical power and change the attack's trajectory. At the very last moment, the attack missed. The butler returned to Ryan's side. All these demons appeared so suddenly. The butler thought that the battle over there must have also reached its climax. The demons were using the controlled people as shields. The difficulty immediately increased. They could only stop attacking. Ryan said nothing, his face serious, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as if merging with it. Then he looked at the demon. I feel like I can hit it, young Master Ryan. What does that mean? The butler didn't understand. After all, previous attempts had failed. Ryan concentrated to his utmost, completely ignoring the butler. Then he sheathed his sword. Adopting a drawing stance, the movement flowing smoothly. Ryan drew the hilt with the invisible blade, still maintaining the drawing stance, an infinite spiritual power swirling around him. Suddenly, Ryan remembered fighting against his future self. Yes, this is it. The divine power concentrated in Ryan's eyes. He clearly saw a line to cut the demon as if it had always been there. Ryan transformed instantly, becoming a blue ray of light that crossed the battlefield. When Ryan's figure became clear, he was already in front of the demon. The demon was surprised, but not foolish. He raised his large hand to defend himself, but it was too slow. The divine and spiritual power merged in the hilt, forming a powerful blade. Then, a flash of sword light, the demon's head flew off. Ryan triumphed. The demons in Gorton were defeated. Everyone in Gorton survived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Rotter, the demon, burst in. He can no longer be a challenger. He will only be an enemy who invaded the tomb. You should punish those who refuse the trials. I collected the fallen labyrinth, taking it in my hand, explaining the situation to Rooter. Rooter's eyes turned fierce, questioning me. Is this your plan? Do you want to use me to fight against the great demon Asmodeus? Lord Rooter, I don't understand what you're saying, I'm just stating facts. Rooter fell silent. His face showed no expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he let out a slight laugh, seeming to agree with me. As you said, she entered the tomb as an invader, so I have reason to act. Then I will help you defeat the great demon." He smiled and punched me in the abdomen, but Set was worried about whether I could ultimately defeat Asmodeus. This was a great demon who had reclaimed his true name. Seeing Set's worried expression, I knew he feared I would be like before. I showed Set a confident smile. "Trust me, Set, we will win." If I weren't sure, it wouldn't be a waste to live another life. When the barrier was almost broken by Asmodeus, Reuter acted to stabilize it. Reuter acted, asking for my next plan, how to face the strong Asmodeus. I told him that a plan was unnecessary, just to defeat her with strength, and that if she regained her name after destroying the barrier, Asmodeus's roar echoed in my ears. "Warrior, I will tear you apart and present myself before that one with honor. How can you, in your current state, match me now that I have my true name? Killing you is easy." His words did not affect me, and I flew toward his human body. I used ring expansion to enhance myself, increasing my strength. Then I instantly cast high-level 8th ring sacred magic. Sacred Paradise. A large magic circle appeared in the sky, creating a forbidden zone near Asmodeus. Set was astonished. I cast this spell. It grew rapidly as the forbidden zone formed. Asmodeus's large body was pressed down, but she did not just wait to die. Many black lightning bolts shot out from her horns. "Do you think tricks like that can defeat me?" The lightning brought loud sounds advancing quickly. Seeing the attack, I raised my hand to unleash the 8th ring sacred defense magic. Sacred Shield. The shield blocked all attacks. Seeing those impactful black lightning bolts, I remembered my past life. When his power was fully restored, he could instantly unleash hundreds of very powerful lightning bolts. Those bolts were so strong that they could wipe out hundreds of knights in an instant. But now Asmodeus was exhausted. His lightning power had diminished greatly. My shield and Reuter's barrier blocked all the attacks. Seeing the blocked bolts, Asmodeus became furious again, summoning lightning from the sky. Everything was still blocked by Reuter and me. This move was useless, Asmodeus roared. "A mortal dares to challenge a great demon with his true name. Do you think great demons are easy to intimidate?" "I think you are quite easy to intimidate." I interrupted him. Asmodeus became enraged, concentrating lightning between his hands, forming a very powerful sphere. "Die for me." The lightning crackled as it crossed paths. Loud sounds resonated through heaven and earth. I couldn't give him a chance to finish condensing. With the experience of past lives, I cast magic instantly. Asmodeus didn't know how many greater demons I had faced before. I attacked Asmodeus. Seeing that he fell into my trap, she split a lightning bolt to intercept me. I used the shield to block it. She wouldn't know how many failures I had lived through before, nor would she know how much resentment I had accumulated against them in my past life. Now I would return it all. Seeing Asmodeus launch the sphere of lightning, I cast a teleportation spell, moving behind her. Upon seeing this, Asmodeus became even angrier. "A mere ant dares to challenge me." I raised my staff, gathering divine power, and swung it hard. "You talk too much." Perfect moment. I managed to catch the backlash of her spell, inflicting great damage. Suffering such a strong attack, Asmodeus's enormous goat body leaned, and the sound of her fall was deafening. Although the tactic worked, taking down a great demon was not easy. As the dust of the dungeon settled, even though Asmodeus was coughing non-stop, I knew she could still fight. Since the true form of a great demon was closer to magic, eliminating her with ordinary magic was complicated. She knew it better than I did, and tried to use words to weaken my resolve, buying time for herself. As she recovered, she thought she would be invincible again, but I wouldn't give her that chance. Divine power continued to accumulate in my staff. High-level sacred magic, pure Rayan. This was the sacred spell created by the first warrior of the church, who passed the holy robe to me in my past life. Ordinary magic, in fact, could not kill her. The sacred magic I was using now could do it. Asmodeus felt the fear of dying. She trembled, but death did not come. She opened her eyes and saw that the lightning only burned her forehead. She couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think your weak light can kill me? Your light doesn't harm me. Die, warrior." She attacked again, but I didn't dodge. I continued using advanced sacred magic. Riem, I used divine power to create a magic circle. This light was the key to activate it. Asmodeus's hand, which touched the light, burst into flames furiously. Asmodeus was different from Ba, even though she was not at her peak. She had regained her true name. The pure Requiem could not take effect, so I rewrote the Requiem, using it to change this forbidden zone, turning the forbidden area created by the sacred paradise into a space where Asmodeus could not survive. I struck my staff at the endpoint of the circle, completing the training. Asmodeus's entire body was engulfed in flames. She trembled, moaning in pain, trying to fight back. "Do you think I just stand here watching you resist?" I raised my staff again, gathering divine power. Once more, 8th ring, advanced holy magic, holy spear. A spear of divine power and magic pierced Asmodeus. After enduring endless holy flames, Asmodeus barely retained her last trace of consciousness. Her mouth kept murmuring about her future, her plans, her victory. Then, mockingly, I lifted my foot and stepped on her proud face. Your future has been crushed by me. This is the end you deserve. The great goat body began to dissipate. Asmodeus's wicked plans came to an end. The land of Gorton returned to calm. Rooter watched the black goat disappear, astonished that you truly eliminated Asmodeus. You fulfilled your promise and surpassed my test. The divine artifact is yours. Thanks to you, you have lifted a burden. Rooter was very happy, then thanked me, but I knew it wasn't over yet. The long-awaited moment had arrived. Guided by R, we went to the central area of the Great Tomb. Rooter was surprised to see that I had the divine artifact of the storm and that of the harvest. What was astonishing was how my perception and understanding surpassed human limits. He asked me if I had received something special. I wasn't sure that rebirth had nothing to do with Hiku. She knew nothing. It was normal for Rooter to doubt. In the end, unexpected futures always unsettled people. If I encountered unforeseen situations, I would react the same way. Soon we arrived at the place where the true sacred artifact was. It was a huge, unopened blue flower bud. Unlike the divine artifacts I had seen before, it seemed to possess great divine power. Not only did it have substance, but it was extraordinarily large. How should I use it, Lord R? Rur said I had already used it to the fullest. Why ask again? I said I used it randomly according to the situation. Was there a more precise method? No. RER looked at me seriously. I believe you have already used it to the fullest. That's why he thought I was someone extraordinary, but it made sense. However, I clearly felt that by using it, I was sure I could use it with more skill. Thinking about it, neither Jikao could easily see my realm, nor did he know I had been reborn. So I decided to follow my intuition. I looked at the labyrinth. I placed my hand on the substance of the labyrinth, feeling its changes. The labyrinth I used against Asmodeus was like the replica of the storm before the rebirth. Both were flowers that did not bloom. According to Rother, this flower had never bloomed. It was a flower that could not bloom. No, a flower that did not bloom. I looked at the labyrinth, but the buds would bloom, showing petals. I closed my eyes, inverting my consciousness. As my consciousness inverted, I felt the divine power flowing through the labyrinth. As I blocked this torrent, I noticed clear interruptions in the flow. Then I tried to inject divine power. Suddenly, it burst forth with intense light. The divine artifact that even the Guardian did not understand now bloomed in my hands. The great bud opened. A bright light flooded the Holy Land. It enveloped me. Look, I heard someone. That voice was new to me. Who was it? Must I do it? The voice continued, but I only saw endless darkness. The voice was divine. The voice came from behind, so I turned around. As I did, I found a crimson eye watching me. I couldn't make out the features of its owner, but I could feel that eye held various negative emotions. I felt no goodwill in its gaze. Then I noticed this wasn't the real world, but a distant past. So the owner of the red eye wasn't looking at me. I couldn't hear the voice of the person it was looking at, nor could I see them. There is no need for you to exist. Besides us, who else can handle this? No. How long will you be so stubborn? The voice of the eye's owner grew more furious. What's happening? I don't understand. The labyrinth made me see this, but why would it? I tried to move forward, but my foot didn't touch solid ground. Then I lost my balance. Falling endlessly, I could still hear voices approaching. No, you are mistaken. No one can replace us. My consciousness began to fade. What can I gain here? A loud roar interrupted my thoughts. You are wrong. Apart. Apart. I understand. It's a memory stored by the labyrinth, a key plot point in this manhwa recap. At that moment, Rooter was at a loss. After the intense light, Mikkel fainted. Rooter shouted anxiously, "What's happening?" I thought the labyrinth was just malfunctioning. Set, perched on your shoulder, said, "I believe there's a reason your understanding of the labyrinth is limited." Seeing Rooter's confusion, Set shared his theory. There must be something that only the wielder of the divine artifacts can see. Hearing Set, Rooter understood. Set was right. Mikkel possesses 3 divine artifacts, a classic setup for an overpowered main character. There must be special changes that not even the apostles can notice. As Rooter was pondering this, the labyrinth's pistol emitted intense beams of light in my direction. These luminous rays merged with my body, lifting it up. Feeling my consciousness slowly return, I smiled. 2 days later, although Asmodeus had appeared as a disaster-level demon because of the butler and Ryan, the people of Gorton were freed from mind control with 0 casualties, a great outcome in this action manhwa. The aftermath of my fight with Asmodeus was also contained by RER. Only the landscape of Gorton was destroyed, and its image as a tourist destination was damaged. I had Rooter present himself before the great chief in the name of God to announce a revelation. Although he was reluctant to pose as a god, He couldn't resist my insistence. Rooter encouraged the great chief, who then regained his confidence. He decided to lead Gorton in rebuilding their land. The great chief, along with Coombe and others from Gorton, thanked me, promising to be friends forever. The matters in Gorton were resolved smoothly. I obtained the divine artifact. It was the best possible outcome. The labyrinth left a mark on me. Summon. Not knowing what it did, I used Ryan as an experiment. Summon. At the spot I chose, Ryan appeared completely naked. He was washing his hair in the bathroom when he suddenly appeared outside, confused. What's happening? What's going on? Before he could finish speaking, I sent him back. The labyrinth allows me to summon designated targets without any loss, but only people I have marked and who are nearby. This is a perfect skill for my path of revenge. The greatest achievement of this trip to Gorton is the memories of the past. At first, I didn't know whose they were, but now I know they belong to the demon god and Asher, two gods. This Manhwa review is getting interesting. I asked Seth about the connection between the divine artifacts and information from the ancient era. He said that anyone qualified could access that information, a key element in many reincarnation stories. In the end, ignorance cannot stand against the demon god. So, can I see Asher's memories now, right? Upon hearing this, Seth was left frozen. Did you see those memories in that light? The divine artifacts are parts of Asher's body. You absorb the artifacts, so in theory, yes. But humans unconsciously resist his memories. No human will is strong enough to accept those memories. But, aren't I fine? I looked at Seth in confusion. Seth thought for a moment. I heard that the ancestor of your family was not human. But after so many years of dilution, the ancestral bloodline should have disappeared. But Seth froze. If that special ancestor endured Asher's memories, then Mikai. Seeing Seth frozen, I reminded her to stay alert. Seth kept looking at me with concern. Thinking about my situation, it can't be a coincidence, right? With this settled, the two great demons we destroyed were the weakest among the seven. The good news is that, compared to my past life, when the seven great demons roamed the earth together, now there are at most 5. The bad news is that the remaining 5 are much stronger than Bob and Asmodeus could have ever been. Bob was all muscle, no brains, seen as a fool, while Asmodeus was merely cunning. The demon gods, beings from another world, and the 5 great demons are restless. Those 5 great demons are not to be underestimated. Especially Belfec, he must have reclaimed his real name. The reason he hasn't acted must be because he can't face Heikau. After all, as a complete deity, Heku is invincible as long as the demon gods cannot descend, but they can't wait forever. Soon, they will target those at the pinnacle of martial power here. Whether they are grandmasters or archmages, because they are humanity's lifeblood, capable of confronting the great demons. And among them, the lone wolves who prefer to act alone are even more likely to attract the attention of these great demons. For example, Milium Ariaran. So our next destination will be the Lawless Zone. Before leaving Gorton, I found Rooter sitting on the sacred ground, lost in thought. Rooter seemed to know I was leaving, and told me directly what he was thinking. The arrival of the demon god is inevitable. That's why the apostles scattered and buried Asher's remains. The hero who gathers all the divine artifacts will obtain the means to confront the demon god. The demon god wants to descend soon, which is why it seeks to eliminate the hero quickly. However, none of the heroes before me knew about the tomb. I know what that means. Before my reincarnation, I had the information, but I never found the real tomb. Just like Siegfried in my past life, what they obtained were fake divine artifacts and incorrect information. In short, if you're not the right person, having the information is useless. Since I obtained the first divine artifact, it means I was chosen, and I am the only one. I am the true hero, the overpowered main character who will play a key role. And the demon god is also watching me. Even if the great demons have set traps to stop my revenge, I must go because I am not alone. I have Set and the freed apostles with me. Although the future is uncertain, I am not afraid. What I've obtained are not just divine artifacts, but also the restoration of sacred lands that suppress demons. With all the apostles free, the round table will return. Thus, light will illuminate the world. Although this is merely information I got from Todd, I have no choice but to trust it. Since you are the chosen one, surely you will continue on the right path. We, the apostles, will always support you. Rooter interrupted my thoughts, saying that he would now take good care of this land of Gorton. The more divine artifacts he finds, the more the power and influence of the apostles and the sacred ground will grow. I sat next to Rooter, naturally contemplating the beautiful landscape, promising him that I would keep working hard and silently swore in my heart. In this life, I must rewrite the tragedy of my past life when living beings suffered and the world collapsed for a future without repeating past mistakes. For the dream in my heart, I must continue fighting in bloody battles and move forward. I must be an undefeated hero, defeat the great demons, and overcome the demon god. Walking through the jungle of Gorton, I informed Ryan and the butler about our next destination. Knowing it was the lawless zone, Ryan got very excited. There's no better place than that to gain real combat experience. Seeing this fool laughing, I felt confused. Who made him this way? At that moment, the butler approached, rolling up his sleeves and asking if I noticed the difference in power. I sincerely told him no. Hasn't it always been this way? Seeing this, the butler tensed his body and let out a fierce roar. His clothes burst, revealing enormous muscles. What the hell? Before my rebirth, this didn't happen to these two. How terrifying could it be? From the physical training I made him do 2 years ago, the butler explained that autonomous circulation affects each person differently, and he wasn't an ordinary mage to begin with. His total magical power is proportional to his physical strength. Raising his hand, he launched a huge fireball. The butler thought this muscular strength was a new armor under the magic. He called it under armor. Watching a fool flaunt his muscles while another waved his sword with a silly smile shouting about battle, I really couldn't help but curse. What's going on here in the western territories of the Empire? The domain of Count 1, Lord of the Border, the 6th Guardian Knight of the west of the Empire. Count Eon, the Lord of the Border. Fiery red hair, strong and powerful body, the scar on his face, all demonstrating his valor. However, a man like this now had a great headache because he had heard from his subordinates that the adjudicator had arrived. He found this lawless adjudicator problematic, he thought. After 2 years without appearing, she had found the life she desired. Strictly speaking, the lawless zone was not hers. She was only supposed to guard it. He didn't know the purpose of the adjudicator's return, but facing her required being ready for battle. Adjusting his clothes and sword, he presented himself before the adjudicator, ready to fight. But Milliam bowed to him, apologizing for the sudden visit. The border count wanted to get straight to the point, asking why the adjudicator came, but Milliam's words bewildered him. As far as I know, your lordship also has excellent children. Well, they are just kids who are completely ignorant of their father's words. It seems all children are the same. Milliam lowered his head. What exactly is he trying to say? She pressed the border count. Then she stared at him intently. I have a favor to ask. The border count went on high alert, even more tense, with his sword ready to draw. My son has run away from home. Upon hearing the adjudicator finish, the border count sighed in relief. Ah, I see. Your son has run away. Son? What? The count was completely confused. Judge, what did you say? I said my son ran away from home. The judge's voice echoed across the wasteland. At that moment, Butler Ryan and I were walking through the city under the custody of the border count. Ryan thought that a great demon could capture this fortified city. I agreed with his assessment. Any place that a great demon looks at will fall. It's just that now if they did that, it would be suicide. Ryan didn't understand this, and I didn't bother explaining it to this idiot. If Asmodeus had succeeded, they could have already acted. To be sure, we needed to see the border count. Suddenly, the wall exploded with a huge hole, making a loud noise. Someone flew out and fell in front of me. They looked beaten, still cursing. Then, another person came out of the hole in the wall. The butler and Ryan were stunned to see who was behind it. It was an old acquaintance. Aylin, with her sword over her shoulder and smiling, mocked the fallen one. Do you think your trash gang could threaten me? Seeing that she was about to say more nonsense, Aylin slashed her face with her sword. Unable to win, that person could only leave harsh words and slink away defeated. Aylin sighed happily for having done another good deed today. Sud's peripheral vision caught 3 familiar figures. He couldn't believe it. He looked with wide eyes to make sure. It was the 3 of us. The scene was awkward. Back to reality, Aylin looked like she saw a ghost. Meanwhile, I asked with a smile, Isn't this Aylin? It's been a while since we last met. We entered a tavern and found a table. I said Aylin looked good. Aylin, irritated, asked if I was mocking her. Behind, the shop owner was crying over his damaged store, but no one paid attention to him. I said that compared to before, Aylin was much better. Now Aylin didn't deny it. In fact, she was happier and more energetic. I got straight to the point. Since you're here, Millie Carriam must be here too, right? She lowered her head, not daring to look at me as if hiding something. She went to look for her son, so she should be in the Condor mercenary group, but they have been at odds for a long time. Their relationship is somewhat tense. I expressed confusion. Their relationship hadn't improved. Aylin sighed. If it were just about Carriuman running away from home. Although it was different from what I expected, this did not affect my judgment. Aylin had not told the truth, that was for sure. So I asked directly, why did he run away? What happened in the Condor mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Aylin's eyes became anxious, and she had no choice but to tell the truth. After leaving the capital, Milliam found her son in the Condor mercenary group. Then an emotional scene occurred. I stopped Aylin's performance by asking her to explain properly. Aelin got angry about this. She had to admit that Milliam saw how Karyaman adapted to the mercenary life from the shadows. He was very principled, which is why he joined the mercenary group. Eileen sighed. That mercenary group was very strict. On a mission, the Condor Mercenary Corps discovered that a demon had appeared in a remote village. The demon poisoned and infected the villagers, slowly turning them into monsters. The children, being pure, were less affected by the toxin. However, the Condor Mercenary Corps killed everyone. Blood splattered on Karyaman's face. He couldn't believe it. Aelin asked for my opinion. I thought no one had done anything wrong. Eliminating demons was the right thing to do, but this operation didn't fit the Mercenary Corps style. Aelin and I agreed. Hearing Aelin's story, I could only get a general idea. I planned to find Karyaman and ask him directly. Aelin was confused. Karyaman had disappeared and they couldn't find him. I said that I could do it. Aelin was surprised by my words and asked why. I explained that with the potion I gave to Milliam, as long as Karyaman drank it, I could find him. Aelin asked if I'd altered the potion. Altered it? What kind of person do you think I am? Of course I altered it. Before my reincarnation, Karyaman was almost unknown, but to Milliam, he was the most important thing. I improved the potion's effects, strengthening his constitution and implanting a tracking mark. I extended my hand and cast a spell, sensing that Karyaman's condition was critical. I had Aelin and the others chat at the tavern. I planned to check on Karyaman alone first. Brian and Aelin didn't agree. They told me to at least explain the situation, but I had already teleported. It was useless for Brian to try and follow me. The three of them sat around the table, looking at each other, repeatedly getting up and sitting down. There wasn't much to talk about. Brian broke the ice. How about we chat about our MBTI types? I had already teleported to where Karyaman was, seeing no one around. This seems to be an abandoned place in the Border Count's domain. Hiding here would make him hard to find, but I still found him huddled in a dark corner. His shadow was moving erratically. This wasn't a situation a normal person should face. Seeing the dark red shadow moving around him, I was sure that Karyaman was turning into a monster. Set approached my ear, asking for my plan. At this rate, he would become a monster. I told him I could purify him. Set urged me to act, but I need to know who is behind this, so I can't purify him just yet. I know Karyaman was lucky to be born with very high talent. He has Milliam's blood, but if someone like him is being corrupted, this is no ordinary demon. The black shadow above Karyaman writhed, threatening me and forbidding me from getting any closer. The shadow looked like a fox. A simple monster dares to threaten me. Holy power began to surge from me. I summoned my staff and struck it hard on the fox's head. Set asked if hitting things with a staff was a family tradition, but I said it was fine. My attacks only harm demons. Suddenly, Karyaman rose up fiercely, looking at me savagely. Seeing his state, I knew who did this. Meanwhile, the other three were speechless. They stared at each other with wide eyes. Aelin couldn't stand it anymore, and noticed that the butler had gotten stronger. The butler stood up cheerfully, looking excitedly at Aelin. Then he struck a pose and approached Aelin, telling her to feel it. Ain couldn't refuse in time. Ain, what are you doing here? And the young holy swordmaster as well. A firm female voice interrupted them. It was Milliam, the steward, who explained. They came with the young master upon learning that the benefactor was also here. Milliam felt a sense of joy inside. Aelin stepped forward to explain the situation. Both were worried about Karaman, but the steward assured them that Karaman would be fine, because he had already taken measures. As soon as he finished speaking, Milliam heard a loud noise from behind. From the smoke and dust emerged Mikhail's voice. The teleportation was disabled. The smoke cleared. It was I who was bringing Karyaman back with a magic circle. Milliam and Aelin were surprised by my entrance. Seeing the damaged tent again, the owner behind had a twisted expression. Miriam looked at Karyaman and the magic sphere, wondering what had happened. Before answering your question, answer mine first accurately. What exactly happened with the Condor mercenaries? Miriam began to stammer, reluctant to tell the truth. She knew she noticed the crowd here. I planned to move us because someone else would join our conversation. The scene shifted to the Border Count's mansion. Count Sane was worried at the window. The Emperor had sent him years ago to protect this place from demons, but he had no experience fighting them. During this time, he hadn't seen any demons. If the legendary hero could give him some advice, perhaps things would be easier. At that moment, a loud noise reached the ears of the Border Count. Battle-hardened, he drew his sword and went towards the door. The guards had not reported. Could it be demons? Thinking this, he unsheathed his sword. Suddenly, a young voice appeared behind, greeting the Border Count. Instinctively, the Count drew his sword, turned, and slashed. Oh, I swung my sword without thinking. I felt no malice from the other, thought the Border Count, but it was too late to stop it. A loud metallic clash was heard. The sword collided with a magical barrier. Who are you? How dare you enter without permission into the Border Count's mansion? State your name. Apologies for suddenly visiting the Count's mansion. Lord Count Zion. I am the current hero, Mikhail Walpurgis. Oh, so you are the hero, Mikhail. Wait. Hero Mikhail Walpurgis. Are you the hero? Yes, Lord Count of the Border. Looking at the stunned Count, I replied sincerely. Then why did you burst into my home? I didn't know I had used sleep magic on the guards. While explaining, the Border Count looked at Karyaman and fell into thought. Karyaman had been corrupted by demons. I could purify him. Please act now. Benefactor. Hearing that it was possible, Milliam was excited. If you save my son, I will be grateful to you. Then, tell me sincerely, what happened with the Condor mercenaries? I looked at Milliam. I was sure that Karyaman was corrupted in the body of the mercenaries. Miriam had to tell the truth gradually. That day, after arriving with Aelin at the body, she felt that the body was very cautious with them. It wasn't strange, as they were only guests. The Border Count intervened. Then the body values honor. He used to be a knight, which is why it is also called the Knight Order. But how can he be so rude? Milliam's expression darkened. Ixion. I stayed in the body for over a year and never saw the leader of the Condor mercenary group, Miles. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. Frunk frowned. It seemed that things were more serious than he had imagined. I always thought it was because he was busy, said Milliam, watching as his son gradually purified until my son became this. Then he remembered something else. Benefactor, do you know that the Condor mercenary group gives new names to its people? I said I knew that the world believed it was to strengthen a sense of belonging, but the truth was not like that. According to the customs of the Condor mercenary group, they accepted commissions with clear motives, but what Milliam mentioned was different. The names they give are somewhat strange. Milliam recalled that Koromon was given the name Mel Oren. Upon hearing this, I was quite surprised. Then I understood, so everything could be explained. Seeing their puzzled faces, I explained that the letters E, L, and M are what demons use when naming their subordinates. Immel is just the order altered, which means that the Condor mercenary group had already been invaded by demons. I grabbed and extracted the demon from Karamon's body. Then I used high-level sacred magic, pure requiem, to purify it. The demon fell to the ground and transformed into a red fox. I explained why the demon turned into a fox. Great demons have their own symbols. The fox is the low-level symbol of the great demon Enoch. The steward recalled that Enoch's name appeared several times in history. He causes warriors to fall and fills them with self-loathing. The great demon Enoch. Before my reincarnation, there weren't many types as arrogant as him. A reminder, great demons can track these patterns. It means he will focus on the territory of the Border Count. Now, let's first check the Condor mercenary group, Ryan said smartly. For once, your lordship should be alert against an ambush. At that moment, they knocked on the door. It was the subordinate of the Border Count, Jackson. Upon entering, he said someone saw strange black things on the western wall. The Border Count went to verify. Milia and I roamed the mansion. The guard's warning arrived in time. Just after eliminating the demon inside Karyaman, he communicated about a suspected demon. The demonic energy began to emanate from the mansion's walls. Observing this, I summoned my team. I was confused. How could the demons be so diligent? The hole where the demonic energy gathered grew. Soon, a hand appeared. Milliam and I positioned ourselves back to back, ready to attack. Two masked figures with demonic energy blocked us. Their eyes were like a fox's, sensing that things were going wrong. I stepped in front of everyone. Upon seeing their appearance, Aelin screamed. They were demons. Milliam drew his sword, blocking ahead, asking, "Who are you?" The leading demon emerged from the hole, extending his hands. Only fools would reveal their identity to a master swordsman. He raised a finger. "We have a purpose. To recover our comrade. No, I no longer feel Karimon's aura. Of course, because I eliminated it." I saw their confusion. "Stop boasting. A mere insect dares to say that he eliminated the blessing of that lord. Nothing is absolute here." The demon I provoked gritted his teeth and attacked me, but before I reached him, I blocked him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He clenched his fist, and the demonic energy within him surged. Looking at the black shadow writhing over him, he would be a traitor from the mercenary body. I asked him to surrender. Such severe erosion is difficult to purify completely. But he didn't want to give up. He even mocked me. "A mere human is very arrogant, but you weren't human before." I looked at him with doubt. This only enraged him more, releasing a large amount of demonic energy from his hands. The energy attacked us but only surrounded the area. When the demon was about to mock me again, I used Forbidden Zone magic to break the space he had created with effort. He suffered a backlash and fell to the ground, emitting a confusing sound at the same time. I also didn't plan to keep acting. Waves of holy power surged from my body. "Don't you know who I am?" He was frightened. "Are you the hero?" Unfortunately, he realized it too late. His companion Marin was still trying to ambush me. He surrounded me and jumped with his sword raised, but my back was not unprotected. Set easily blocked with the storm. Seeing that they still wanted to talk, I struck their faces hard with my staff. Milliam and Aelin watched silently as I used the staff with force. The demon leader raised his hands, wanting to surrender. Quickly, I used magic to seal his mouth. That was close. I almost let him surrender. While I struck them with my staff, I asked if they would give up. After shouting for minutes, I was exhausted. These guys didn't confess. Their will was firm. I cleaned the bloodied staff. The appearance of these demons confirmed our speculation. The Condor mercenary body may already be in the hands of a great demon. No, it's not possible. It's a fact. I wonder if the leader of the body, Miles, has already surrendered to Enoch. Kariman slowly opened his eyes. I decided to listen first to what he had to say. When Kariman was a child, his father fell into a pool of blood and his mother collapsed, fulfilling her duties by force. At that moment, he didn't choose to stay with his mother or help her out of the shadows. Instead, he fled and was later sold by sewer rats. Karyoman was too young to care for his collapsed mother. Over time, this matter was like a blade that sometimes stabbed at his heart, piercing through his chest. He didn't know how much time passed when his mother found him. Seeing his mother smile, he felt the pain fade, because his mother was no longer trapped in his father's death. He also stopped perceiving the smell of his father's blood that night. Just like his mother, she seemed to have freed herself from his father's death. But then magic filled his mind until he lost his senses, becoming Melaran. However, when he opened his eyes again, Mother Milliam was right in front of him. Kariman couldn't help but ask in a choked voice, "Mother, why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Milliam couldn't believe what she was hearing, turning her head in surprise and stiffness. Then she hugged her son tightly, feeling the warmth of motherhood. Kariman was sure it wasn't a dream. "No, Mother, get away quickly. I have a monster inside." Karyaman, who had regained his senses, shouted, but Milliam didn't let go of him. Karyaman heard a gentle voice. "The monster inside you has been eliminated by me. There's no need to worry. This is the first time you've seen me while I'm conscious. I am the current hero, Mikhail Walpurgis. A hero, you are the hero whose mission is to eliminate the great demons." Karaman clenched his fists enthusiastically, looking at me with shining eyes. "I heard he's a man of principle, so I think we'll get along well." I made Karaman look at these defeated men first. Karaman removed their hoods and saw that they were Marin and Baskerville, his bosses in the mercenary corps. As expected, they were from the corps. Karaman noticed that they had accepted the erosion and escaped alone. I frowned. "Why didn't you ask Milliam for help?" Looking at his intact human hands, remembering when they were filled with demonic energy from being demonized, Karaman told the truth. The truth. He didn't want to be eroded by demons, or for his mother to see him like that. He hid. I just said I understood his way of thinking because I remembered my past life, a key part of this reincarnation manhwa recap. I learned that when he escaped, half of his body was already eroded, especially the leader who was betrayed by his most trusted vice leader, Kyle, and imprisoned, deprived of his freedom. I prepared to cast soul-binding magic and control these two attackers. Milliam and the butler were surprised to hear this. I know why. This magic is not only very difficult but also cruel. I need information about Enoch. I must destroy their bodies and imprison their souls to prevent them from giving muddled answers and to get the intelligence I need. This is the kind of revenge you'd expect from an overpowered main character. But for soul traders, this is my stance. In this process, I saw fragments of the past. One killed innocents under the banner of faith, and the other tortured people to death for pleasure. They will never know how many died because of them. Then, two spheres of demonic energy hung from my staff. They begged me to kill them, but I wouldn't let them die easily. Seeing my most savage expression, Set ran to comfort me. "Doing your best is fine, but don't push yourself so hard. What you carry is very heavy. You're also human." Hearing this, my expression relaxed. Then I gave Set a tap on the head. "It's okay." Set covered his forehead sadly, because I know that the world before my eyes is no longer one of suffering masses and is filled with infinite possibilities for the future. This manhwa review highlights that hope. Since the goal has not yet been achieved, how could I fall? If I were that useless, I wouldn't have attempted this reincarnation. Outside the walls of the Frontier Count's domain, the Count and I met at the Great Breach. Upon hearing my account, he knew what had happened. He was worried about Miles' situation. I promised him that as long as I was looking for Miles, there would be no problem. First, I needed to confirm the Frontier Count's attitude towards Adam. Seeing the wall that emanated demonic energy, the Count still didn't believe it. Even though it was an order from the Emperor, he still felt that demons weren't real. Since he was neither a holy knight nor a devout believer, I agreed with his opinion. Ordinary people should be like that. Before I left, I wanted to change the Count's perspective. Just as I was preparing to explain the implications to him, a guard ran up and interrupted me. The arrival was Koer, summoned by the Frontier Count. I noticed something different about him. This person bowed quickly, He wore new armor and had a proper bearing. I introduced myself. I am the hero, Mikhail Walpurgis. He was preparing to shake my hand when, upon hearing my name, his body trembled. This action manhwa is full of these tense moments. Aha. Ah. So you are the hero. I watched the Count of the Border signaling him to take out the sacred relic to detect demons. The Count searched his body and found a badge with a sacred cross. Just as he was about to hand it to Koer, he noticed that Koer was already demonized, attacking with exposed fangs and claws. Seeing the sharp claws enlarging in his pupils, the Count of the Border still did not react. Suddenly, a golden magic penetrated Koer's skull, sending him flying through the air. The smoke dissipated. It was me using my staff to cast the sacred requiem. Pure elimination of Koer, his lord. Shot fired. Demons are cunning. They not only use large armies, but they also infiltrate among humans. They like to act like moles to sow discord among humans, achieving their goals. This is a sacred relic that detects demons. Use it to find demons infiltrated in the border. The Count was shocked to learn that 2 more demons had infiltrated his territory. Looking at Koer's mangled corpse, the Count couldn't hold back for long, however. He made a firm decision. He must expel the demons from his territory. I am ashamed. I almost allowed the demons to cause something irreversible. The Count of the Border blamed himself. Hearing this, I took his hand and gave him the sacred relic. It's not too late to start now. I believed he could do it. Find and expel the demons. I immediately set off with everyone towards the Condor mercenary body. Soon, the news that the Count of the Border found and executed 5 demons confirmed my judgment. I was thinking about how to deal with the Condor mercenary body when Ryan interrupted, asking about the treasure. Since he heard about the treasures of the future, Ryan bothered me daily asking for them. I couldn't stand it and cursed him for being a big fool, but he shouted louder. However, since his strength had increased a lot for me, this was also good. He is the future Holy Sword. Everyone expects a lot from him. The pressure is enormous. Although he seems carefree, the burden on his shoulders does not lessen. Ryan, I have decided to retract what I said about you. Ryan was confused, not understanding. Ryan, you are a very big fool. Hearing this, Ryan wanted a deadly duel with me. Of course, I wouldn't accept his challenge. After all, I don't like hitting the weak. But since he wanted to fight so much, excited to become stronger like his good brother, I had to help him. I pushed aside the bushes, revealing a crouched group behind, all with fierce faces. The leader was the one from Hilland that Ain had hit before. He pointed at Aelin and cursed, promising to catch us all. Ain didn't understand why this trash group was talking so grandly. Ryan and I couldn't help but applaud. Low combat skill and love for big words. Truly admirable. I pushed Ryan forward, telling him to handle this trash group that needed a beating, and I also forbade Ryan from using spiritual and sacred power. Only swordsmanship, but Ryan insisted on a treasure or he wouldn't do it. He learned that the treasure would be the sweat and blood he would shed. Ryan raised an eyebrow. What are we waiting for? The Hilland people had already charged, planning to devour us alive. I told Ryan to face the enemy. Go, Ryan, fight quickly and finish them off. Soon, Ryan defeated them and sent them flying. He was the great fool in whom I had hopes. To shorten the journey, we took a dangerous path where monsters and bandits blocked the way. There was always someone with a sword in front. The proud Ryan, facing enormous monsters with almost divine skill, did not use spiritual power in battle. After several exchanges, Ryan found an opening and decapitated the monster in one blow. Finishing the fight, the butler who was leading the horse was astonished. Young Master Ryan won without using spiritual energy. I said that the awakening of Ryan's wild nature was good. This was key to his development. After killing the monster, Ryan roared at the sky, excited. Ah, damn. Seeing Ryan curse so freely, I really didn't understand how this happened. The moon tonight was very bright, illuminating the darkness and also our future. We camped in an open area cooking simply. Ain served a bowl of thick soup and handed it to Ryan as comfort. Ryan accepted it with a bitter expression. Milliam sat in front of Ryan. Watching him without knowing what he was thinking, I served a bowl and sat next to Milliam. What do you think of Ryan? I heard Ryan is very talented. The title of the next Sword Saint is not just an empty title, but now he is different from when I saw him in the capital. He exceeded my expectations. Milliam couldn't help but smile. It seems that someone saw a terrible future and changed it. Destroyed the old Ryan and carefully adjusted him. It was you, benefactor. Hearing this, I smiled, but I didn't plan to respond. The next morning, we arrived at the location of the Condor mercenary body. Seeing the magnificent buildings, Ryan exclaimed, I thought it was a military fortress. After Miles disappeared, they continued to expand, Milliam explained. Set also flew out. Then he felt relieved that it was remote. Fighting a great demon wouldn't harm the innocent. As Medeas was eliminated in the Sentinel's tomb, the curses were cancelled. I consoled her, the main body of Inokara. There won't be a great battle now. Aileen approached asking about my plan to join the Condor mercenary body, and knew I would do it fairly and directly. Aileen was confused. I didn't explain that I called Karyaman and asked if he was acting well. Upon receiving a yes, I took out the souls of Marin and Vaskerville. Then I placed them in the shadow of Karyaman, using magic to disguise him as demonized, and removed the aura of Karyaman's soul, making him look blessed to stalk. Only the main body of Enoch noticed his abnormality. He just had to act well as demonized. Last time I imitated part of a demon god's authority. No one else but me could do it. So Karyaman, according to the plan, went to the Condor mercenary body. As expected, a guard stopped him and pointed his sword at Karyaman, loudly questioning Maloran. Deserter, unauthorized. Do you dare to return? Karim replied, I did not desert. I fulfilled my duty. Saying this, he showed purple pupils. I received a blessing. Kadon, upon hearing this, stepped back in disbelief but collided with a strong shoulder. It was the vice leader Kyle. The sub-leader welcomed Karyaman with a smile. Then Kyle told Kaidon to return to his post because Kiamon had no problems. Keaton still wanted to say something, but he saw Kyle's cold smile saying that Karyaman was fine. Kaidon jumped and ran to his guard post. Upon learning that Karyaman accepted the erosion, Kyle asked about the sent companions. Karyaman mentioned that the other two were discovered and killed by the hero. Kyle asked Karyaman how he managed to escape from the hero. Karyaman explained that he received the enhanced concealment blessing and deceived the hero. Kyle, upon hearing this, evaluated Karyaman. He did not perceive demonic energy, but the symptoms of erosion persisted. Kyle extended his arms as if happily embracing Karyaman. With such a blessing, losing two companions was not a great loss. However, B leader, I have something to report. The hero came with me. Kyle was initially bewildered, then planned to kill me by having Karyaman bring me. After that, the eroded Karyaman took me to the central castle. The stronghold of these guys. They surely thought they could kill me. Upon entering the castle, many gazes were fixed on me. Some were curious, others showed hostility and disdain. As if about to lose control, Set felt the dense demonic aura and hugged himself with an uncomfortable expression. Karyaman led us to the leader's room. I said that only he and I should enter. The others would follow the plan, confirming each one without being seen. We would meet on time, seeing that only Karyaman and I were present. Karyaman lowered his head, seeming to want to say something. Then he asked if the sub-leader might not have fallen voluntarily. He knew what I was thinking. After being trafficked, he was saved by the leader and the sub-leader. Impossible. Upon hearing my firm words, Karyaman froze. I know you don't want to believe it, but it's true. There is no need to doubt. Be true to the time. But before finishing, I heard two clear slaps. Karyaman slapped himself twice to snap out of the fantasy. Seeing this, I knew I could complete the mission without my help. So Karyaman and I arrived at the sub-leader's door. I reached out to open it. Kyle was waiting in the room with his hands behind his back, smiling. Welcome, hero. The room was deliberately decorated, unnaturally bright, as if to say that demons had nothing to do with it. The intense light made me raise my hand to block it. Noticing my oddity, Kyle asked confusedly, What's wrong? Nothing. I just think it's a bit bright here. I pretended everything was fine. Hero, why did you come here? Kyle asked with a slight smile. I had a revelation. Outside, a huge eagle was preparing to perch on a branch. A revelation. Mel Oran Sal. Hearing this, Karyaman bowed and left. Only Kyle and I remained in the room. If you can, tell me what the revelation is. I said yes, but I needed to know where Leader Miles was. I wanted to tell him in person. Kyle, with his back to the light, smiled wider. The shadow made him look sinister. The leader is not here. Just tell me directly. I handle everything now, as it is a revelation very tied to the leader. As his brother, I have more reasons to know. While Kyle and I spoke, a green figure quickly passed behind Kyle. She gestured to me, indicating that she had already checked the place. Seeing this, I nodded to Set, showing that I understood. I extended my arms and smiled. Then, I should tell you the revelation. The revelation is that a giant eagle is ordering disordered feathers to fly. As they were removed, a flock of giant eagles passed through the window. Unfazed, I continued. He's just plucking the useless feathers, isn't he? Hearing this, Kyle closed his eyes, understanding that I was implying something direct. When he asked what I meant, I just gave him a cold stare. That depends on how you look at it. In the end, the gods won't explain it. Hearing my words, Kyle clenched his fist in anger. Let's see how I understand this. Despite his anger, he was still smiling. Who are the unruly feathers? It's not certain, is it? No, it's not. So, which side will the feathers plucked by the eagle belong to? I think I already know the answer. After saying that, I left, closing the white door behind me. Kyle stood thinking for a moment, then called for Mel Oren. A moment later, Karyaman was already standing behind Kyle. The hero has seen that our Condor Mercenary Corps received blessings. Orin, I will give you an opportunity. Kyle then looked at Karyaman. A valuable opportunity to serve under that lord. Go and earn the hero's trust. Use any means necessary to stop him. After setting everything in motion, Kyle revealed a malicious smile. Even though the hero, and truly overpowered main character, eliminated 2 great demons, if the conditions are met, he won't be able to defeat that lord. He opened his eyes with confidence as he spoke to himself. In an underground chamber of the Condor Mercenary Corps, chains rattled endlessly. A man was imprisoned there. With his head bowed, his body submerged in water, he slowly opened his eyes, gasping. How much time has passed? Months? A year? He didn't know. But more importantly, he could see demonic reflections in the water. This dark energy was corrupting him. He was barely holding on, as the demonic forces tried to consume him every single day. It seems you're at your limit. I didn't expect you to resist for so long. Brother Miles. A familiar voice reached Miles's ears. He lifted his head toward the source of the voice. It was Miles's brother, Kyle, the second in command of the Condor Mercenary Corps. Kyle, why are you doing this? Miles asked Kyle angrily. Kyle replied slowly. You started this. Brother, you always said it was for my sake, but I never mistreated you or looked down on you. Miles struggled against his chains, but they didn't even budge. Hearing Kyle's response, Miles gritted his teeth, his anger intensifying. Why did you summon demons by sacrificing innocent people? Wake up! Miles roared with all his might, trying to awaken his fallen brother. But upon hearing him, Kyle couldn't help but laugh. It was a laugh full of mockery, arrogance, and hatred. Negative emotions flooded his mind. Then, he spoke slowly. You know what? As long as humans are corrupt, we as mercenaries can just kill them and claim their monsters. Isn't that brilliant? We get everyone's approval while easily creating sacrifices. Miles listened in despair as his brother spewed these inhuman words, but he felt powerless. Stop this, Kyle. It's not too late. The flame outside symbolized hope. It's not too late. I have no intention of turning back, so don't hold on to such pointless expectations. Kyle slowly walked out of the underground chamber, extinguishing the flame before he left. Only darkness remained in the chamber, along with Miles, who was left to endure the corruption. Perhaps only one person can redeem me, and the people of the Corps from the brink of the abyss. That person is the current hero. I hope he can save us and stop my brother. Once Miles can no longer endure it, and is completely corrupted, Enoch will use him as a vessel to descend. Kyle believes this will lead to the complete resurrection of the great demon, a classic plot in an action manhwa. Kyle spread his arms enthusiastically and laughed. Outside the Condor Mercenary Corps headquarters, I met up with Ryan and the others. I asked them what each of them had accomplished. The butler spoke first. He discovered many hidden demonic symbols. They seemed intended to influence renowned individuals. Milliam confirmed where there were more personnel, but he was worried about alerting them, so he didn't investigate thoroughly to avoid triggering clever mechanisms. I approved. Not being discovered was crucial. I have good news and bad news. Before I could finish, Ryan excitedly said he wanted to hear the good news. The good news is that I have located more or less where Miles is. And the bad news. Bad news. If we are unlucky, we could face the main body of the great demon Enoch. Upon hearing that we would fight a great demon, the 4 were shocked. Great demons are not comparable to lesser ones. Unfortunately, Enoch's cruelty seems unimaginable. Ryan suddenly interjected. Wait, Enoch and Asmodeus, whom you dealt with before, are the same. Realizing that Enoch was stronger than Asmodeus, Ryan covered his face in dismay and shouted. Milliam grasped the essence. You say the great demon will act on its own. The mark of a monarch appeared. Great demons give it to their valuable subordinates. It is a terrifying symbol. Even among merchants, few obtain it. Set found that mark in Kyle's room. Ain, who had been silent, spoke. That means the situation is not good. Exactly. And there is something more crucial. They want to use Miles as a vessel. The butler did not understand and repeated incredulously. A great demon using the body of a master. No one could oppose Ryan. Totally in a panic, Kyle uses curses to control Miles to save him. We can't avoid Kyle. Seeing everyone nervous, I said we don't need to think so complicated. The 4 looked at me confused, not understanding what I was saying. If Mill is completely eroded, he will become a vessel, so purifying him will take time. The other side will not yield either. Let's make him lose control first. In the cell, Miles was breathing heavily, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is this the end? I can't take it anymore. The sensations in my body are fading. The whisper of the demon echoed in his ears again. Surrender soon, Miles. Surrender to me, and you will suffer no more. Yes, if hope is gone. Mills lifted his head in despair. Then, abandoning everything here might not be a bad idea. Tap, tap, tap. A sound resonated from the bricks above. and suddenly a small hand broke through the surface. A round little face emerged. It was Mole. I found you. Miles looked incredulously at the little green goblin. He saw Mole flying quickly towards his face. Who are you? Miles was confused. Mole did not answer, only pointed to the sky with one hand. All right, my iron fist can pierce the heavens. Why is there a goblin here? I am a hero, the goblin said loudly. Mills looked at the goblin thinking that if this was a hero's trial, there was still hope in despair. He just needed to hold on until the hero arrived. Hero, what do you want to tell me? Miles regained hope. Mole extended his small hand pointing at Miles. Fall into despair. While Ryan and the others protested against my plan, even in this urgent situation, we shouldn't use such dangerous methods. Think. Mills is in a very dangerous state. What good does it do to make him lose control? Enoch wants Miles to be a perfect vessel. He needs to corrupt him 100%. But what if Enoch possesses a 95% imperfect vessel? We're not stopping Enoch from controlling Miles's body. We'll lead him into an incomplete possession. And what about Commander Miles then? Ryan looked at me seriously. That's for later. I know it's cruel, but it's the only way. Aelin listened to our talk thoughtfully, which means the next step is to trap Enoch and purify him. That would be the decisive battle for Commander Miles, wouldn't it? Ain grasped the key point. I encourage them, as they say, seek life through death. No destruction, no construction. Hearing my supposed encouragement, the four of them were speechless, thinking, is this guy a demon? Seeing they didn't believe me, I told them I had already sent Mole to relay the information in the dungeon. My plan for revenge was already in motion. After hearing Mole's lively explanation of my plan, Miles was even more confused. Since everyone's on board, let's start the operation. Anyone want to come with me to the demon's lair? I looked at them. After organizing the plan, I followed Caraman to find Vice Commander Kyle. Mr. Hero, just follow this path and you'll find him, he said. They're invincible in there. Everything planned before will be useless. I believe you can do it, Karaman said, eyeing my staff as if he coveted it. Is this the weapon the hero will use to ruin the demon's plan and turn the tide in this action, Manhwa? The air here smells of Enoch. Set lamented. What kind of hellish place is this? There's a barrier here. I felt something was wrong as I entered. This barrier isn't simple, so I got closer to examine it. It's near the 8th circle level. No wonder he's so confident. Upon entering the barrier, I saw Kyle waiting for me with his hands behind his back. What's wrong? I feigned ignorance. I heard someone here needed help, so I came. Suddenly, Caraman's eyes turned dark purple, and before I could react, he attacked me. I took a direct hit and coughed up blood. Caraman, you. I staggered as I got up, trembling with confusion. Why would you do this? Before I could finish speaking, I was struck hard. Seeing the plan had worked, Kyle couldn't hold back and laughed triumphantly. What does it matter if you're the hero? A classic mistake, underestimating an overpowered main character. You still can't see the changes in people's hearts. This dagger is a blade made for you by that lord. Even a hero can't escape death. Could this be the mortal blade that the great demon Enoch created over centuries? I looked at it. Thanks, Enoch. I leaped towards Caraman, surprising Kyle. That's right, you're just. No, wait, you should be dead. What's going on here? Kyle froze. What do you mean what's going on, can't you see? You've been tricked. Caraman and I laughed. This is absurd. I saw you completely corrupted. I was tricked. Kyle still couldn't believe it. You mean this? I took out Caraman's soul orb. It's detachable, you know? Kyle was enraged upon seeing it. So what, hero? You were too late to prepare. I brought my comrades. The barrier was designed to trap those with holy power. With the sound of footsteps, a group of corrupted mercenaries approached. Armed as we are, right now, you're nothing but a turtle in a jar. I heard Kyle's confident shouts, you're just bluffing. As he finished speaking, an explosion came from the fortress behind them. The perfect revenge. Seeing the fortress filled with smoke, Kyle was stunned. That sound is coming from where I prepared the vessel for my lord. Damn it, hero, what have you done? Kyle was no longer cheerful. Not much. I raised my marked left hand. I just did what you do best. Giving your opponent despair and using it as an opportunity. The mark on my hand glowed. This is what you deserve. Labyrinth. A blinding light descended from the sky, kicking up clouds of dust as it struck the ground, shattering the 8th circle's barrier. This power, how can this be? Kyle couldn't believe his eyes as the dust settled in this action manhwa. The one I summoned through Labyrinth was Milia Mariarin. Kyle gritted his teeth, repeating, Labyrinth and Milia Mari. Miliam shielded Carriaman behind her and spoke slowly. Son, I know you don't like me being a judge. Looking at his mother, Carriaman remembered his childhood and strengthened his resolve. He moved forward quickly and took Miliam's hand. Mother, I understand now. Let's do this together. Miliam didn't refuse, telling him to do what was necessary. She and Karyaman would handle everything here. I smiled in relief. Just as I was about to leave, Kyle entered a state of heroic corruption. Don't think you can escape. Milliam raised her sword, facing Kyle, who had abandoned his humanity. She would not hesitate. The demonized Kyle had lost his mind. Roaring, he bellowed, "Anyone in my way will die." Milliam used her sword to release spiritual power into the sky, generating a massive vortex. Disgrace to humanity. I sentence you to death. Milliam brought her sword down, Sword of Starfall. Countless meteors rained down from the vortex, instantly killing the demonized mercenaries. Meanwhile, at the Condor Mercenary Corps' headquarters, the castle was being destroyed from within. Then, an explosion and roars echoed, plunging everyone into despair. A figure emanating demonic energy emerged. It was Miles, possessed by Enoch. What is happening? Miles's spirit appeared in the air, looking down at his corrupted body, wondering, am I dead? You are not dead. The spirit flew before Miles. This is to protect your spirit. That's why it was separated. After understanding the situation, Miles still frowned. So, how do I stop my rampaging body? Facing the enraged Miles, now an overpowered main character vessel for Enoch, were three people, Ryan and his friends. Miles's spirit watched them. They are Morninggale and two talented youths. The butler, Morninggale, leaped high with his fists clenched. Dark enhancement style, physical burst. The butler's powerful right arm came down with pure physical force. Enoch didn't stand still, instantly condensing a demonic sword to block the butler's attack. Both were thrown back by the massive impact. Enoch stopped his momentum with one hand. While your strength isn't bad, this body is weak. As Enoch checked the body's condition, Ryan seized the opportunity to attack. Survival instinct made him brandish his sword to block Ryan's attack. Aylin also swung her sword at the same time. Aylin's strike was blocked by another sword Enoch conjured. The three of them engaged in a fierce combat, but no one managed to land a hit. Enoch shouted. If anyone touched his sword, the effect would activate instantly, but in such a dangerous moment. Why are they smiling? Enoch wondered. Miles watched his battle party, amazed by their skills. But this wasn't enough to kill the great demon in this Manhwa recap. What disgusting insects. Enoch erupted with tremendous demonic energy, sending Ryan and Aylin flying through the air. There have been humans like you who tried to stop me. You and that hero who destroyed two lords. I will crush you. Enoch sneered. The demonic energy covered his body. Let's start with you two young ones. Enoch instantly launched 3 sword strikes. The sword's energy appeared before Ryan in the blink of an eye. Young Master Ryan, be careful. The butler tried to save Ryan, but they were too far away. The powerful attack pierced through the fortress wall as if it were clay. Seeing this, Miles's spiritual form knelt in despair. It's over. How could my body become like this? Mole, perched on Miles's shoulder, consoled him. Don't worry, I've arrived. Miles didn't understand. Arrived. Mole ignored him. When the dust settled, Ryan, under the wall, shone with an intense light. He looked at his intact body, confused. He had clearly taken the hit. While everyone was perplexed, the corner of a cloak fluttered, announcing its owner. It was I, Mikhail, who arrived. Ryan was fine because I used magic to block the strike. Seeing the destroyed wall, Enoch was pleased. Then he would leave here to complete his body. Although it's not ideal, this body is still excellent, more than enough to face them. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. This presence is, Enoch looked astonished at Ryan, protected by me and unscathed in the dust. You recognized me so quickly. Emerging from the dust, it seems I am famous among you. You demons should live like rats in the sewers. Why did you come out, arrogant insect? Shut up. Enoch launched his demonic claws, but anxiety continued to grow in his heart. Advanced magic of the locked circle, its gravity pressure with a strike. Enoch lay motionless on the ground. Surrender, Enoch. You're not at your best right now. I mocked him. How dare you? Enoch trembled as he pushed himself with both hands, trying to free himself from the gravitational suppression. You, mere mortal. How dare you do this to me? Enoch rose furiously, feeling the demonic power accumulating within him and his hostility towards me diminishing. Although he said he would kill me, he secretly planned to flee. It seems he no longer wants to be my enemy. I called Set and asked if she could show her true form. Set, excited, said she had no problem watching Enoch pretend to be angry with me. She knew his plan. She turned into a black shadow and escaped from my side. Set gradually returned to her normal size. It seems that even when Enoch pretends to be brave, he will still flee. Then she unleashed the storm. Green tornadoes swept across the field. The storm sealed the space, forcing Enoch to flee only in spiritual form, unable to take his physical body. But how could Enoch leave this prepared body, cursing furiously at Set? You've regained your power, he mocked. I am one of the apostles. I won't repeat the mistake. I looked at Enoch, who had stopped fighting. Now you have two options. Leave Miles' body voluntarily, or I will strike you first and then you will leave. Upon hearing this, Enoch placed his hand on his heart. I can also destroy this body. Your plan will fail. I watched him without concern. Maybe you can try. As expected, the great demon Enoch threatened me using Miles's body as a shield. I used teleportation magic to appear before Enoch. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces. What if I'm not the only one facing you? Hearing this, Enoch began to sweat cold. Who else is here? Then he raised his magical sword to attack me, but he defended himself in the wrong direction. A mole appeared on Enoch's right shoulder, delighted. Then his eyes emitted a red light. Spiritual bindings, burning thorns. In an instant, countless burning thorns bound Enoch, scorching his soul. Enoch erupted with demonic energy, breaking the thorns. Do you think this can stop me? Spiritual power is not enough to contain a great demon. Those 2 seconds were enough. Then I used enhancement spells and holy power to strengthen my staff. Advanced holy magic of the 7th circle. Holy burst. I raised my staff, smiling as I aimed it at Enoch's head. Enoch was thrown meters by this attack, his body embedded in the fortress wall. He struggled to get up, only to hear my cruel taunt. You're going to destroy this body now. Don't be ridiculous. Self-harm requires hands and feet. No, I will just break them all. That won't help. I know healing magic. After breaking them, I can restore them. Then I emerged from the dust happily with my staff. You're not in shape, so you can't heal yourself. Enoch's arrogant expression faded, replaced by fear. Before he could speak, I grabbed my staff and struck him on the head. This is not a hand or a foot. Enoch weakly complained, trembling as he leaned. Bastard. A hero should behave. This is brutal. Shut up. How dare you insult me? I swung my staff and broke his hand. I am the hero. I make the rules. You don't deserve to be a hero. Enoch seized the moment when I wasn't hitting his head to curse me. You before Enoch. Enoch stopped speaking. I closed his mouth with magic. I struck his mouth with my staff. You like to talk. You keep talking until my staff was covered in blood. This is the great demon. Not a sound when hit. I praised Enoch, who was holding his head. Do you want another enhanced holy burst? Enoch frantically shook his body to deny. A corner of his eye leaked a clear liquid. I opened my eyes. What is this? Hey, you, it can't be. I couldn't believe I saw Enoch on the ground crying. Why are you crying? Enoch curled up helplessly, recalling this descent. At first, everything was fine, corrupting Vice Commander Kyle. It was easy to seduce him because his brother was too excellent. Kyle, always in the shadow, saw the hope of surpassing his brother. He immediately fell into my trap. The Condor mercenary body is a great military force. By capturing Miles, I knew that by controlling this master, I could control everything. In that case, I thought I wouldn't need to recover my true name. But then that damn hero appeared. Before meeting him, I never took heroes seriously, because Asmodeus failed and died in an intellectual battle with him. I thought he was very rational, foolish, more foolish than I thought. I was never like this. I never feared humans. I was wrong. Now, with a physical body, my soul does not escape. I trembled as I stood up, even with broken hands and feet. You won now, but you won't be able to kill me when I return. I will tear you apart. Looking at Enoch, whom I made cry, I ridiculed him mercilessly. I didn't believe he could still get up and keep talking nonsense. Why are you still here? I was somewhat exasperated. I'm bored. Or do you want another holy explosion? Upon hearing holy explosion, Enoch fell silent. Then he left Miles's body floating far away. Miles watched from the sky as his body was brutally attacked, frozen in shock. Upon returning, I blocked his sensations so he wouldn't feel pain. Although it doesn't affect health, the accumulated fatigue persists. Miles stood up, supporting his arm to express his gratitude. I owe you a great debt, I said. It was nothing, but the hand he extended to shake trembled. Set asked what was happening. Miles expressed that, seeing how they abused his body, led to some abnormal reactions. I noticed he was looking at my blood-stained cane. I said it was an oversight and put it away. Then I mentioned that Kyle should have been judged by Milliam. If you're worried, maybe. Miles said that his brother's betrayal hurt, but he knew how to make tough decisions. I respected his choice. Then I asked the butler to bring what was requested, a cloak. I gave it to Miles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Milliam and Couriermen had already eliminated all the corrupt ones. The swords of mother and son pointed at the last corrupt one. Kyle would still resist. Lord Kyle Carryman tried to convince Kyle to surrender. Kyle touched his neck, surprised to notice that the mark of Enoch's gift was no longer there. This is impossible. How could that man fail? Carryman interrupted Kyle. Vice Commander, is this why you made a pact with demons? What do you know? Kyle extended his hand trying to grab something. I, who always watched my brother's back from behind. What would you know? My parents were wrongfully accused and died without expecting anything from me, Kyle shouted. Even in death, they kept calling my brother's name over and over. But it doesn't matter. Kyle became even more furious. Kiryamon, you once harbored hatred like I did. I thought you would understand me. Kiryamon lowered his head without responding. I arrived with Miles just in time to see Kyle roaring. Kyle also noticed our arrival. His empty gaze crossed with Miles' fury. Miles released my support. Walking alone, Kyle suddenly laughed. Finally, you came. You're here as a brother to scold me. Miles unsheathed his sword. Silence. I don't want to hear that. I didn't come to see my brother. Vice Commander Kyle. Upon hearing this, Kyle's final pride faded away. Rule 3. Article 1 of the Condor Mercenary Corps. For atrocious crimes, death is the only sentence. The Vice Commander broke the rules. As the leader of the Condor Mercenary Corps, I will judge you. Miles raised his sword reluctantly towards his brother and with blame towards his parents. That rule was established together by Miles and his brother Kyle. I saw Miles tremble as he raised his sword. He couldn't bear the weight of the sword or show his pain. He couldn't say it. Kyle knelt in desperation. He knew that Miles always endured everything naturally. Once, at their parents' grave, Miles knelt for a long time. He also silently observed his brother from behind. Noticing that weight, the rain began to fall from the sky, the drops hitting the brothers mercilessly. Kyle knelt before Miles. Yes, Commander, the rules must be followed. Maybe there was a better option, but things are as they are. The past cannot be changed. The rain soaked Miles' hair, falling from his strands. Let the past be the past. Miles opened his mouth, trembling. Kyle closed his eyes, awaiting death. The rain fell heavily, making it hard to tell if what was running down their faces was rain or tears. In the heavy rain, a sword shone. In the next life, I hope you continue to be my brother. After the rain, a bright sun illuminated the land. With matters resolved, it was time to leave. Miles bid us farewell outside the fortress, thanking me once again. I only did what I had to do. I smiled, but more than that, he would really keep holding on to that. Miles held a red staff in his hand. The crucial part was a replica of the staff I used to strike Enoch. Miles held it, letting out a maniacal laugh. That day, seeing the hero strike me with a staff, I understood that a sword should not have a single form. Your quest is noble. I was left speechless, but he said it was a joke. Set sat on my shoulder, tugging at my face. You have corrupted someone else. I laughed. This is the foundation for a bright future. Miles raised the staff with enthusiasm. I will use this staff to eliminate all demons. I understand, Lord Miles. I comprehend your hatred. The demons destroyed your brother and the mercenary body. But please, face it well. Do not be consumed by hatred or lose your reason. Miles caught my message. He did not wish to repeat this. He drew his sword and planted it in the ground, kneeling on one knee. Please, continue your journey. Kiamon, who decided to stay with the mercenary body and other mercenaries, did the same. We will always support you from behind, I said. It was an honor. Then I set off on horseback with Ryan, although the butler insisted on carrying the horse while running. We're leaving. Milliam's voice came from ahead. She and Aelin seemed to have waited here for a while. I thought you would be with Carriaman. I dismounted. Milliam said she planned to go out for a walk and that it was time to forget past sufferings. It seems that Carriaman's transformation affected Milliam too. Knowing that Milliam decided to travel as an adjudicator, fighting against demons and criminals, made me happy. Hero, my disciple will accompany you. Milliam looked at Aelin. Ryan and I did not react at first. We broke the engagement before Aelin shouted. Wait, Master, wait. Milliam asked Ain if she remembered the promise, which included not only instruction in swordsmanship but also responsibility. Ain had already learned the essence of the Starfall sword. She just lacked combat experience. We will see each other soon. Milliam patted Aelin's head. Then I will tell you what follows. Please, keep striving until we meet again. Upon parting from the master she had followed for 2 years, Eileen cried with reluctance. The butler and Ryan were also moved to tears by this scene. Lady Milliam, I raised my hand, interrupting them. I do not want to travel with Aelin, insensitive bastard. Ryan and the butler were furious. Who asked you to speak? Aelin was excellent and ready to leave her tutelage. I said it wasn't that I didn't like Aelin, but one more person meant more travel expenses, combat risks, and more. I don't know how much you can give. You are too shameless. Set was left speechless. Milliam thought about it and agreed. She had a point. I couldn't let the hero bring Aelin for free. She took out a packaged medicine, the Beast King's elixir. I observed the medicine in my hand. Milliam was not surprised. She knew this medicine. In my previous team, the Beast King was also a member. He had this medicine. Milliam said it came from someone she saved. With the blood of the Beast King. She gave it as thanks. Seeing me rest, Milliam thought it wasn't enough. I told her it was valuable. I felt flattered. I kept the gift. So, my disciple is in your hands, hero. If you need anything, feel free to find me whenever you want. Milliam turned and left elegantly. I await your performance, hero. I continued with them. Ryan asked about our next destination. He said he would follow me wherever I went. To my house, I replied. Ryan heard me mention the house of the Marquis of Walpurgis. Then, there's no way. Mikkel, I have urgent matters. I'm leaving. Ryan turned his horse to escape. I reached out and stopped him. Don't even think about escaping. This is strange. Ryan screamed in terror. Why should I accompany you home? The reason is simple. I smiled. We are a team. I will do something that will upset my father. I need strong companions as shields. The three were speechless, wanting us to be their shields. You're not even trying to hide it. Meanwhile, in the hall of the 10,000 demons, the meeting room of the great demons. Of the 7 flames around the central table, only 5 remained, and 1 was very weak. Oh, my Enoch, why is your flame so small? Belf's voice emerged from the flames. Damn, Belf, shut up. The weak flame conveyed Enoch's angry voice. You are no different from Bahev and Asmodeus. Belf continued mocking that damn hero. Different from previous heroes. This bastard. You are a waste who hasn't even reclaimed his true name. What right do you have to speak of the hero? Enough. With only 5 lords, there's no time for fights. Another lord reprimanded the old man. You're right, FC replied. In the end, only 3 remained. The other 2 lords showed no interest in the meetings. The old Avaritia always organized the meetings. But why not eliminate the hero before he grows stronger? In the center of the round table, my portrait appeared. What if we fail? Aberticia's voice carried a hint of anger. If we fail, we will completely destroy everything the Lord has arranged. Can you take that responsibility? Belf did not respond. Just wait. Aberitia's voice resonated again. Soon the hero will face unparalleled chaos. Beyond his control, I'm sure the plague will soon devastate the world. Enoch believed in her words because he didn't usually judge lightly, even if it seemed credible, but he recalled the scene of the hero hitting him. Old man, are you sure? Enoch asked cautiously. I'm sure. The firm voice of Aberitia came through. The scene shifts to the territory of the Walpurgis family. After 2 years, finally back, it feels different. I looked at my home from afar. Yes, here we are. Ryan and Aylin looked downcast. That's great. Ryan frowned, asking what I wanted to do. I dismissed him by saying nothing. I didn't expect this fool to understand. You've said that before. It was something like that, right? So I hate smart people. I explained the situation. I plan to examine the lineage grimoire. I should already meet the conditions of the challenge. The 3 repeated lineage grimoires. Perhaps only the butler knew what this book was. It holds the history of the Walpurgis family. History is a magical book. Its real name is Lemiaton. It only responds to the Walpurgis lineage. That's why it's called the lineage grimoire. Each page holds the history and power of the Walpurgis. It was created by the first Walpurgis in my past life. It was destroyed long ago in the flames of war. Opening the lineage grimoire defies all history. Walpurgis. Ryan moved forward. What happens if you fail? You will be consumed, becoming part of it. But if you succeed, I will be the master of the Embaton. Either you are consumed or you are its master. Quite simple. I never thought of being a master, but I also didn't plan to be consumed. I just want to explore the origin of the lineage. What kind of existence was the first Walpurgis? He was not just an archmage of the 9th circle, but possibly something more special. Besides, to achieve great things, I also need to gain knowledge from the Mediton. Come on, Shields. Seth opened his eyes. This guy doesn't think that. Indeed, like my companions, trust me, how could I say that? The squinty-eyed Nostra walked through the Walpurgis mansion with a bad feeling in his heart. Today was like any other day. Where was this unease coming from? It's fine. The Viscount shook his head, trying to dispel the anxiety. Ever since I defeated him, he had been reborn. Logically, nothing should happen. Although he once fell to the 5th circle and stayed there for a long time, I was happier for that. With his efforts, he stabilized in the 6th circle, all thanks to his master. Although very grateful, why did his skin crawl at the thought of him? God above, please don't let him return. The Viscount prayed, then heard a voice from behind. Who are you talking to? The Viscount turned around, confused, seeing someone he shouldn't. He lowered his head to pray again. I've been very tired lately. I even have visions. It seems I need medicine to relieve this. He spoke to himself and continued. Great God, Jaco, protect me with eternal light. Great. Ouch. Before he finished, I caught up to him and slapped him. I grabbed him. Upon obtaining the 4th shield, I threw it to Ryan and the others. Good, that makes 4. That should be enough. What will you do? The Viscount didn't understand. Knowing that he would challenge the Amibaton, he became nervous. Young master, Not master, surrender. The Marquis will not accept. Besides, when you become the chief, it will be yours. I don't have that much time. It's not a matter of time, but of reading permissions. You don't plan to break the barrier, do you? Exactly. I will force my way through. Then, who will stop the Marquis? 1, 2, 3, good. My proud shields, you must strive. As soon as I break the barrier, father will notice. Then, you must stop my father. Is everyone ready? Ryan didn't speak. He just raised a friendly global gesture. He was very happy. This is the ideal state for comrades. In front of the Prophet's library, 2 guards stopped me. One asked what I was doing there. As a descendant of the Marquis, I have the right to enter. The guard didn't believe it. Only with the Marquis's permission would they let me pass. Set perched on my shoulder. You used to be a scoundrel. Although you have improved, they don't believe it. The library guards were unaware of my actions. They still saw me as a scoundrel. I unleashed holy power, stating that I was here as a hero. Then I showed the Emperor's brooch. Blocking me now means resisting the Church and the Empire. The 2 guards did not dare to refuse, so I entered without problems. Set asked how long the history of the Walpurgis family had been. I said it was quite common like other families. The first Walpurgis was different. There were few records about him, although he was an archmage of the 9th Circle with significant military achievements. And before, who was he? What did he do? No one knew. Set had a headache listening. Soon I will reach the restricted chamber. Set observed the many barriers in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. I had to cross these advanced barriers before father arrived. But these barriers responded to lineage, which meant that outsiders couldn't cross them. That might not affect me. I pulled out a dagger and cut my palm. Although they were complex, I had seen more dangerous ones before. These were barriers from ancient family heads, almost perfect. Now I was fighting against them through the barriers. I moved my left hand forcefully, splattering blood that scattered to various corners of the barriers. It's blood magic. Set was confused. I don't plan to destroy these barriers, just deactivate them for a while. A lot of smoke made Set close her eyes to block it. When the smoke dissipated, everything was enveloped in endless darkness. I walked calmly, searching for direction. I didn't expect the place I passed through to be swallowed by a huge mouth. Set looked back, frightened, and asked what happened. I commented that this was happening while Purgis's devouring magic was at work. The barrier remained active. I advanced in the darkness, dodging attacks. Set thought she had calculated every step, but in truth, I was guided by instinct. Then I reached a large barrier. It seemed to be the last one. Seeing the familiar pattern, I knew it was my father's barrier. Then I destroyed it. I didn't expect the scene behind it to be like this. You are not Aiden. A blond man rests his chin on his hand while looking at me. Are you him? I frowned. If you're asking about my essence, some say I am history or magic. In short, both are right. I am the Mechan. Suddenly, a huge explosion shakes the Walpurgis estate. The guards flee, screaming. The Marquis is no longer here. Who was the fool that provoked his lordship? He doesn't value everyone's life. That damn bastard. The Marquis's veins bulge as his hand embeds into the wall. How dare he break in and touch him? The Marquis grabs his large magical weapon. This time I'm going to break your limbs. The Marquis's face shows fierce intent. Make you lie on the ground calling me dad. Ryan, the future saint of the sword, is the first to bear the burden and recklessly leaps to stop the Marquis. After 2 years of strengthening, he can stop the count. Get away. The Marquis sends Ryan fleeing with a single blow. A massive lightning bolt after another chases Ryan. I knew this would happen. Ryan runs for his life, fearing he would be struck down. This force is terrifying. Ryan is thrown into the air without realizing it, overpowered. Lord Marquis, please calm down. Seeing Ryan fall, the butler speaks to persuade him. He is a dark mage of 7 circles with perfect muscles, confident that he can stop the Marquis's butler. You are too naive. The Marquis sends the butler flying with a single blow. Do you think you can face an 8-circle mage like me with muscles? Then he delivers another blow, sending the butler through the air. Aiden. Oh, your lordship, listen. The Viscount trembles, clutching his cane. Please calm down. Let's talk. The 6th circle Viscount barely gathers the courage to face Marquis Nostra. Now that I think about it, I've never hit you. I should have done it earlier. The 6th circle Viscount is also knocked down by the Marquis's cane. No. Another person screaming joins the sky above the Walpurgis estate. Seeing the 3 of them fall instantly before her, Eileen trembles. What is up with that cane? Why is it covered in blood and nails? Seeing the Marquis emitting an unsettling red glow, Aylin's legs tremble with fear, not daring to move forward. Now, Aylin is like a helpless rabbit facing a tiger. She trembles, but suddenly, Ryan stands up again, even though his sword is chipped and he can barely hold it. Inspired by Ryan, Aylin gathers her courage and stops trembling. You see that? Seeing Ryan point his sword at him again, The Marquis's anger flares, the son of Parslav and the daughter of Lindel. Why are you helping that bastard Mikhail? Don't you trust your own son? He's the hero now. Ryan's eyes are resolute. He won't back down, the hero. Fine. The Marquis's face darkens like murky water. He steps forward, his aura intensifying. The pressure makes Ryan and Aylin struggle to stand, but they don't fall. As you said, he is my son, which is why I understand his reasons for doing this. That's the problem. Ryan. Aylin. Ryan collapses to his knees under the pressure. Do you think I'm afraid he's been devoured by Limiton? Ryan endures the discomfort, fighting to get back up. Kids, take a nap for a bit. The Marquis gestures at Ryan and Aylin as they try to rise. Sleep magic activates instantly, and they both collapse. It's precisely because Mikhail became a hero that the Marquis rushed here. Heroes are beings who despise and eliminate demons. What if he sees Lemiton from a hero's perspective? Thinking this, the Marquis grits his teeth. The scene shifts. You're imitating the ancestor, aren't you? That's right. Your ancestor, my creator Lemiton, also seems to know what I'm thinking. A very important person. He pushes the served tea towards me. You worked hard to cross the barrier, all right. But first, let's drop the formalities. I push aside the tea he offered. I stand before him, using magic to dispel his table and tea. The tea set and the seat you created with magic could kill someone. Are you going to keep pretending? I glare at him coldly. How long do you plan on speaking so informally to me? I am the avatar of the first Walpurgis, and you are merely his descendant. I'm a descendant of Walpurgis. I clench my fist, my killing intent rising. I'm also a hero, and since Lemiton has demonic energy, that makes him a demon. I don't use honorifics with demons. A demon? You judge me based on demonic energy? Lemiton asks slowly. I pause to think. I also hate those damn demons. If I am one, then aren't you one as well? So, how will you prove you're not a demon? I look down on him. Lemiton continues to speak. You, who destroyed the barrier without permission just to appear before me, what right do you have to demand I tell you everything? Now I'm stuck. Lemiton and I have reached a stalemate. Neither of us is willing to explain. Lemiton says. Aiden is coming. What will you do? If you do nothing, you'll be thrown out. I don't respond. I can also sense my father is about to enter. And you've been trapped in here for so long. Once you leave, you'll face endless solitude once more. Lemiton remains still, knowing I'm right. After a moment, he raises his hand and snaps his fingers. The library rapidly changes, and time itself stops. All right, let's talk. Lemiton points to my shoulder. That apostle can join us. Set looks at Lemiton, astonished. Aside from the apostles, no one can see her. How did you find me, apostle of the storm? Set. A being who should have vanished due to a lack of protection. It seems you repaired the barrier where Set resides. That's no simple feat. It requires 8th circle magic. Your insight surpasses the 8th circle. So what? I understand what he's implying, but I play dumb. I hope you can answer one question. Young Walpurgis, can you get me out of here? No, as I expected. Asking that, I see. Limiton lowers his head to restore the flow of time. I stop him. I can give you limited freedom. Limited freedom. Limitaton withdraws his hand. What does that mean? I explain it to him. It's just like with Set, allowing him not to leave this place completely. In reality, I could fully free the Meton, but I don't want to do that, no matter what. If the Metaton wants to leave, they must be completely under my control. The so-called limitation requires signing a contract with me. I wonder if you're interested. Lamabaton doesn't hesitate to sign the contract with me because loneliness is a delicate emotion. Although Limitaton is a powerful grimoire, it cannot withstand prolonged loneliness. If it were otherwise, they wouldn't have signed the contract with me so quickly. According to the terms of the contract, their power is completely under my control, and they must provide me with information. I split him in two, transforming him into a boy of around 14 years old. Although he can only use the minimum of power, he doesn't mind. After satisfying his needs, he asks about my demands. However, he says he can only access 30% of the content. This is what I expected. I smile and say, but 30% is not little. First, I need to know about the first Walpurgis. Lemiton says he cannot provide much information. He was created when the first Walpurgis founded the family. He doesn't know about what happened before or everything that happened afterward. I say, then tell me what you know. The Metaton says it cannot be explained in words. Wait, let me look after the mind. Itonable pushes me with his hand. I am pushed without any defense. My surrounding spirit changes constantly. Consciousness slowly returns. Where is this place? Looking up, it is my father's office, but sitting there is the first Walpurgis. I gather materials left by the ancestor, changes in superior genetic traits, reversal of nature, materials piled like mountains. What was the ancestor trying to do? He McCann. The ancestor suddenly calls, remembering every word. Don't miss any. The unqualified cannot access even the most talented descendants. Talent and qualification do not always go hand in hand. It must be inherited by someone qualified. I will remember. Yes, these materials must be separated. We must complete. A burst of chaotic noise enters my ears. I must concentrate even if I can hear one more word. We must protect this world. We are different from them. Different from them. I don't understand what it means. Who are they referring to? Then my mind leaves this strange place. When a flash of light appears, my consciousness returns to reality. The return causes me a headache. Set holds me, asking if I'm okay. Although the information is fragmented, I feel that the ancestor feared something, although I don't know what it is. I ask the Miaton if he knows the key, but he doesn't plan to tell me. I think about that. Now my qualification only allows me to know this. I have no right to know more. In the era of the ancestors, the great families emerged. Conflicts erupted all over the continent. However, what the ancestor feared was not this turmoil. With whatever it is now, I cannot deduce the correct answer. But having this level of information is already a huge step forward. I ask the Mighting how much information is available about the plague. She says this is all there is. I then sorted it and took it out of the library. This trip to the library wasn't just about signing a contract. I also obtained a considerable amount of information. Ready? The Maviton asks. I know what she's referring to. That furious Marquis is right outside. It's time to face the real challenge. Even though I'm ready to sacrifice both my legs, I'm still a little scared. If I wasn't the one about to get a beating, I could probably enjoy watching someone else, like Ryan, for example. Stop talking nonsense, just accept reality. As the sand in the hourglass flows, the time-stop effect ends. A voice that sends a chill down my spine comes from outside the door. The Lamentin is already ready to watch the show. With a loud crash, the library door is smashed open. The person there is my father, Aidan Walpert. Mikhail, get out here and die. I try to stop my father from using violence against me. Violence only brings endless tragedy. However, my father has no intention of listening. He walks towards me, step by step, and as the distance closes, the Marquis notices something is wrong because the Lamentin behind me hasn't been released. Looks like you didn't have time to read the rights to it. The Marquis's face is mocking. Breaking the barrier isn't bad, although I indicate that I've already accessed it. Hearing this, the Marquis's expression shifts from mockery to surprise. We even signed a contract, the Maviton adds. I can't believe it's already been 20 years, Aidan. The Marquis stares at the young man in utter shock, confirming that it is indeed the Maviton. He doesn't perceive me as someone dangerous like you and your ancestor, Mikhail. The Marquis's expression darkens as if he's about to explode. Then, he furrows his brow. Have you seen the Lamentin's origin? I reply that I don't know the details, but its origin doesn't matter to me. Although I have some guesses, I don't think they're true. Even as a hero, you don't care that it might not be a permitted existence? The gods wouldn't have chosen me otherwise. I won't hate my family just because the Lamentin is linked to demons. No matter what happens, even though I've given the Lamentin its freedom, it's now confined to the Walpurgis territory. Our property is plenty big enough for it to roam. The Lamentin promised not to abuse its power. It just doesn't want to endure the loneliness anymore. The Marquis's aura subsides. It seems he's not going to hit me. I think I have a chance to keep my legs. Thank you for understanding, Father. I took the opportunity to continue explaining. I'm sorry for suddenly barging into our home, but as the hero in this action, Manhwa, I must fulfill my duties. For the sake of humanity, I trust you'll understand. I must use this chance to slip away. However, my father calls my name sharply from behind. All the hair on my body stands on end. I turn around, trembling, asking if there's anything else. Seeing his happy smile, I relax as well. I need to put this down first. The Marquis tosses his weapon aside. Son, do you know what equivalent exchange is? You got the Maviton, so you must pay a price. Father, now isn't the time to talk about this, is it? I try to evade the subject. The Marquis extends his hand. As a father, I should forgive you. But I am still the head of the Walpurgis family, and the duty of the head tells me I can't just let you go. Seeing my father's aura intensify, I use teleportation magic to escape, a classic overpowered main character move in this Manhwa recap. In an instant, I am over the territory of Walpurgis. Set sits disdainfully on my shoulder, mocking my escape. You don't understand anything. I am gentle, not brutal like him. You just don't get it. Set mentally compares this father and son, wondering exactly how they differ. Great. I just have to hide until his anger calms down and then return. The plan is perfect. Just like with Lemon. I'm brilliant. Wait. Suddenly, I notice I can't move. Then my back is pressed by a large cane. My father's voice sounds from behind. It's been a while since I last saw you, son. Why aren't you running anymore? The Marquis raises his cane. Prepare to die. It won't take me a second to crush you. The Marquis furiously brings down the cane. Dad, wait. Seeing the cane approach, I try to stop it. You're begging for mercy, even willing to call me Dad. Damn you. Inside the Walpurgis estate, the people of Midshield are still. Do you think Mikhail's plan will work? Eileen asks quietly. Don't worry, that guy is smart. He'll make it. Ryan bandages himself while comforting Eileen. Look outside. The butler points to the window. I can't believe there's a shooting star during the day. Everyone make a wish. The four of them make wishes. The scene changes. My bones healed faster than I imagined. Back to normal in a week. I am in bed remembering how I broke my legs many times before and still survived. My past self was strong. I feel joyful. Set keeps verbally attacking me. You seem very proud. I've gotten used to Set's taunts. Changing the subject. Set. I think the demon's next move is a plague. A plague? Why are you so sure? I told Set my ideas and predictions. 2 major demons left. Enoch was severely damaged. They won't want to lose more major demons, so they won't descend in their true forms again. They won't reappear before the demon god descends, but they won't give up. They will attack humanity physically or mentally. The most effective method is the plague. Its essence is madness. It spreads. In the timeline of my previous life, it was the same as now. The plague devastated humanity. People went insane and started killing each other. They used this as an excuse to do inhumane things. When I realized it was the work of demons, it was already too late. Due to the magnitude, many were affected. My past self didn't know how to proceed. Now everything is under control. I must eliminate the source before the plague breaks out. In my past life, the plague first broke out in the dark forest, so our next destination is there. Are you leaving? The contractor Lematine appears next to my bed. At some point, he explains that he came to give me access to knowledge because he can't leave the territory. He takes my hand, and a red energy flows from his body and infiltrates mine. According to him, this way I can access the recorded knowledge of Lematon at any time. Observing the energy in his body, I confirm that it is similar to demonic energy. But between demons and humans, it is not entirely demonic energy or mana. I use the energy he gave me to condense a small Lamentaton in my hand. According to him, it contains all the useful information within my authorization. When I want to access it, the information will be automatically sent to my mind. Immediately, I start accessing the information from the dark forest. The small Lamentaton in my hand flips through the pages. Soon the information about the dark forest comes to my mind. Dark forest. Good. As the hero who purifies the poisonous seeds, it is your duty. Poisonous seeds were pure beings blessed by the world tree. Those who fled from the world tree are called poisonous seeds. In summary, dark elves are why I travel to the dark forest. This time, I just arrive at my father's door when I hear him say to come in. How does this strange paternal love feel? He smiles kindly, as if he weren't the one who broke my legs. You seem in good spirits. Father, I'm leaving. I plan to bring people from the Talia Guild. Father is surprised by what I will do. Upon learning that I am going to the dark forest, he shows a playful expression. So the origins of Gydos and the others are exactly, they are dark elves from the dark forest. I know my father has suspected this for a long time, even if he hasn't confirmed it. All dark elves come from the dark forest. The noble dark elves surely come from there. Now Hydos is worried about so much intelligence. Walpurgis is one of the 4 great families. Dad, Mia urgently bursts in. Something terrible has happened. He. Laughter is here. Mia looks at Eidos with panic on her face. Hydos is puzzled about who alarmed Mia so much. Then he sees someone behind Mia that he doesn't want to see. Mia uses invisibility trying to escape. I haven't seen you in a long time. Why do you look so bad? Did something happen, hero? You have returned. Aidu bows, showing respect. I say I have matters with both of you, but it is not a business matter. Jados thinks, do you want to return to your hometown and see? You can't deny it forever, can you? I turn to see Mia trying to escape. My priestess apprentice. Upon mentioning Mia's true identity, Eidos remembers those moments. She was a dark elf, desperate, kneeling, pleading with Gydos to take Mia. Gydos tells me the significance of the priestess's existence. The clan adorns the priestesses who seem glorious, but they are sacrifices to the ancestor. Deep in the forest lies the ancestor, betrayed by her sister. Upon dying, the ancestor cursed her. Here, dark elves choose elves resembling the treacherous sister to sacrifice to the ancestor. This way, they can continue in this forest, generation after generation. The priestess is calm, the ancestor's resentment, but their resentment strengthens that of the ancestor. The continuous vicious cycle has gradually evolved into the current urgent situation on the brink of eruption. Eidos wants to persuade me not to get involved in their affairs, but I don't plan to listen, as he explains so much to me. If he is not seeking my help, Who would believe that he took the priestess apprentice, then the priestess who protects must be suffering a lot. Seeing Eidos's clenched fists, I know he wants to go back and fix this. I rest my staff on my shoulder, comforting Eidos. It's okay, I will go with you to resolve this. Eidos wanted to dissuade me, but he needs my help and cannot tell me no. In the following days, the guards patrol as always, noticing nothing strange. People hide in the shadows. They are assassins from the dark forest sent to capture Mia. With my guidance, they easily infiltrate and search for Mia. Soon they find Mia. One positions himself behind her with an anesthetic tool in hand, ready to ambush her. Then he jumps, celebrating the success in his heart. Suddenly, a dagger presses against his throat. Instinct tells him not to look at this person. Seeing that the assassin in my hand is not moving, I indicate for him to look at the ground. He looks down only to discover his companion. Better at stealth than him, he is already lying down and tremblingly turns to ask who I am because he noticed nothing. I like it when they ask who I am. I'm just a hero. What's the matter? Remember this. I ask Gydos if he knows these two. Gydos confirms they are from the faction that supports sacrificing priestesses and are more radical. They worship the vengeful spirit of the dark forest and call themselves Sharon. They believe that vengeful spirits are the destiny of all life. They want the spirits to spread across the continent. Upon hearing this, I freeze. Isn't this the origin of the plague I'm searching for? Different from my past life. Now Mia is alive and well. The spark called Sharon is still there. I have to extinguish it before it spreads. I feel strange looks on me, so I look for where they come from. When I look, Mia averts her gaze. I ask, "Is something wrong, Mia?" Trembling, she points to my staff, avoiding looking at it. I still don't understand what it means. What's wrong with the staff? It's normal for it to have some blood. This guy doesn't even have basic common sense anymore. Set slaps his head in frustration. Leaving that aside, everyone in the dark forest wants to sacrifice the priestess. Mia says there are still rational factions and those who support resisting the vengeful spirits, but they have little voice. Most prefer to maintain the status quo. I see, so it seems there's no need to kill them all. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? No, nothing. I thought you were going to exterminate our entire clan. Aelin murmurs softly. How heartbreaking. Even my simple words are misinterpreted. Set, you've been with me for so long. Don't you think such words are excessive? What? Isn't that what you think? Set has already gotten used to it. It's disheartening. It hurts. I drag those two dark elves into a dream, ready to torture them for information. After several friendly exchanges, I manage to extract information. They say an outsider arrived in the dark forest and supports Karen. And this outsider, Mia, you must know that the ancestor of the dark elves is seen as sacred. Eider, this foreigner is an elf who bears a striking resemblance to your ancestor. Moreover, he carries the same name, Eithrider. The scene shifts to the capital of the dark forest. An elf in a silver silk dress and shining golden hair that contrasts with the darkness observes the forest. What do you think, Lady Eider? A dark elf in luxurious clothing emerges from the shadows. Not bad. This is an important commemorative day. The woman named Eider responds, don't worry. Karen already has a decisive advantage. The man is the dark elf, King Bracrian, occupying more than half of the seats. This is important. It means those wise men are raising their voices. My king, remember this. I don't want my resentment to be confined to this forest. Humans can find it here, making my descendants and me endure it. Resentment cannot be confined to the forest. Unlike us, humans have never endured this. They will become suspicious and fight among themselves. That's when we will rise. The king's heart stirs as he recalls these years. They have been trapped in the forest like caged birds without freedom. At this thought, the king kneels. Mother, we have been waiting for you. What do you need? Eider looks at the king and says, First, I want to see how much malice I have accumulated and meet our priestess. The scene changes. The butler runs, leading the horse, almost catching up to Mia. The stars in the sky are bright, maybe because we're getting closer to the dark forest. Seeing this starry sky, memories of my past life come to my mind. This damn starry sky. Those who don't know would think we live in peace. The one speaking is the Beast King. The Beast King, the Saint, and the Elf King are talking about the chaos in the world. The Beast King often gazes at the starry sky by himself. The Saint would just hurl all sorts of curses at it. The Elf King Yaha watches them with a bitter smile. And that damn bastard, the hero's freed. Even though war was constantly raging, the starry sky that night was truly beautiful. Today is different from yesterday. How great it would be if this warmth could last as the night deepens. We find an open spot to make camp. Mia rarely sits next to me to chat. Normally, when she sees me, she squeals like a kitten and runs off. After seeing the past events laid bare, Mia cries out, I can't bring myself to get close to you, but I really have something I need to tell you. Mia nervously wrings her hands. Priestesses are more complicated than you think. The current priestess, my sister, I don't know if they're all like that, but we sisters are really different. For my sister, if I became the priestess, she could stay with Eidos, not with Dad. Can the identity of the priestess be changed at will? I'm confused. Mia doesn't know either, but she can confirm that her sister gave up everything for her. However, hero, you're here out of duty. Still, thank you for being with me. Thanking me, Mia was always going to take this difficult path to become a priestess. In my past life, she faced it all alone. Now, it's only different because I intervened early. She was already prepared. I just gave her something to lean on. As expected, she's determined to change the Dark Elves and break the Ancestors' curse, but only with her and Eidos' strength. Even knowing it was a suicide mission, they still went through with it in my past life. At the ritual site in the Dark Forest, Mia's sister, Ruana, is tormented beyond recognition by the grudge of the Ancestors. She acts as the sister of the Ancestor, Imera, enduring the Ancestor's wrath until she mentally collapses, leaving behind resentment for her people. She waits for the new priestess, even though she never betrayed the Ancestor, even though she only wanted to protect her sister. At that moment, the king arrives. This means the ritual is stopped. Good. I am pleased with the accumulated resentment. A woman emerges from behind the king. When Ruana takes a close look at her face, it's a female elf who bears a striking resemblance to the Ancestor. Ruana's greatest fear is realized. She screams, wanting to flee, but there's nowhere to run. She looks at Ruana as if she were the most delicious meal. The scene changes. Our group arrives at the Dark Forest. Seeing the strange landscape, Ryan is curious, though he still senses something ominous. Eidos tells him it's normal. The resentment in this forest never dissipates. Suddenly, a warning. A mole comes flying out, flailing its limbs and screaming loudly. Incoming enemy. Strong hostility. Mole keeps shouting and is wearing a small armor. Set says that as a spirit, it's normal for Mole to feel hostility in the Dark Forest. Even I, blessed by the druids, feel the ominousness of this forest. They are dark elves who worship vengeful spirits. I think when an arrow sounds, in an instant, a sharp arrow tip cuts through the air towards us. I am no longer who I was. I easily deflect the arrow. What a welcome. The butler observes the arrow on the ground. As he finishes speaking, more arrows come towards us. Set. I call out to Set. Set's storm surrounds us, and Jaidos in the center knows it's his turn. Quickly, he locks onto the archers. Then like a specter, he takes them down. One of them insults Eidos, calling him a traitor, but Jaidos doesn't care because he is different from these fallen ones. I ask Eidos if he recognizes them. Eidos says that these people should also have been among those protecting the priestess. Since they are failures eliminated, they don't need to exist. I pull out my staff. The leader continues to insult Eidos. I can't take it anymore. My staff strikes his mouth. Shut up, you're too loud. You who kidnap human children and train them as assassins, what right do you have to speak? I've learned from idols how he became a guardian. I don't care about your inferiority. Take us to your superiors. Whoever dares to say no, I will kill. The scene changes. Hey, this is how you guide us. You can go faster. Do you want to hit? Leading these dogs, I feel strange looks from behind. It must be my imagination. Hey, the traitor is here. A phrase I don't like enters my ears. I must see who said it, and where the voice came from. A group of people beats and curses the supposed traitor on the ground. The closer we get to the capital, the crazier the crowd becomes. Here they burn their own with different ideals, hoping to gain power from this. The power to resurrect the ancestor. In other words, they did this in my past life. I also grip my staff with fury. Now I only have one thought. Set seems to notice my strangeness, wanting to warn me. But anger has already clouded my reason. Now I just want to eliminate them all without leaving anyone behind. And they continue with their madness, shouting glory to resurrect the ancestors. Mikkel, calm down. Set tried to bring me back to my senses. Thanks to his shouts, I managed to calm my anger a bit. Now is not the time to let my emotions get out of control. I still have more important matters to handle. I told everyone that the situation had worsened. No need to look for the superiors anymore. Time is running out. Eidos, you still have to save someone, right? I asked Eidos. Are you talking about Ruana? Yes, I must rescue her. Go, do what's necessary. Aid. This will be useful to you. Don't rush. Wait for the right moment to use it. Hero, thank you. I leave Mia with you. Seeing Eidos leave so quickly, I admired him, a true master assassin. Now we must adjust our plans. I only need one of you 6 to stay. Who wants to stay? I will let the rest go. I asked them to close their eyes and point to someone to guide me. Out of 6 people, it was inevitable that there would be a weak one who would betray himself. As I expected, only one person pointed to another. Even his own companions looked down on him for it. So I was left with just him and erased the memories of the others before letting them go. With this useless guide leading us, we are gradually approaching the sacred grounds. Master, I don't feel well. Mole curled up, trembling. It was normal for her to feel unwell. This place was filled with hostile, corrupt elves. Mia felt very sad seeing those who were once adorable elves, now assimilated by their ancestors. These elves were infected with resentment and completely insane. They surrounded us, ready to attack. Damn it. That's why I didn't want to come. You, brave outsiders, prepare for hell. Shut up. My staff will not tolerate your chatter. These elves are pitiful, but their essence is pure, so we can purify them. They are approaching. We can't win against them. Mole was still trembling. Seeing Mole, I had an idea. I gave her a mini version of my staff. Mole, they were like you, but now they need you to save them. Mole took the small staff, determined to save her companions. Mole raised the staff, ready to save her friends. I cast enhancement magic on her. Casually, Mole felt her body filled with power, a strong aura emanating. She has been enhanced in everything, Mole. Go for it. Mole's fighting spirit exceeded our expectations. She faced several opponents. Master, I am strong now. Mole raised her staff proudly. I sincerely applauded her. She really did a great job. Oh wow. Even the cute and pure Mole has fallen now. The elves knocked down by Mole woke up one after another, remembering nothing except a headache. Seeing Mole shine, they marveled that the legendary child of light and darkness had appeared. All showed their willingness to follow Mole. Mole came to say goodbye with her followers. She was leaving for a while because there were more corrupted elves filled with resentment that needed their redemption. Remember to come back for dinner. I didn't bother to manage it. With all that magical enhancement, she couldn't fail. I reaffirmed my purpose for this journey. To resolve the resentment of 1,000 years, to prevent demons from exploiting it as they did in my past life. Suddenly, I remembered someone forgotten, Ether's sister, Jamera. Even the Lamatin didn't know about her, only that she died of natural causes. No one knew the truth of what happened. Mia interrupted my thoughts. Hero, there is a legend that says the ancestor Emera might still be alive. I squinted. This was exactly the key point I wanted to follow. If the legend were true, the problem would be easier to solve. I asked Mia if she could tell me the legend. After thinking for a moment, Mia recounted the legend of the ancestral sisters. The two sisters. One was the moon, the other the Sunday. One day, darkness devoured the sun and shattered the moon. The black sun remained in the world. Even now, it awaits the return of the moon. After that, we arrived at the tomb. I approached to examine it and discovered something shocking. There was no tomb, only the corpse of a dark elf with a dagger in her neck. Mia looked incredulously at the body of her ancestor. Ain and Ryan were equally confused. The corpse of their ancestor was left here, and it looked like a suicide. While examining the corpse, the butler mentioned something strange. If this body belonged to ancestors of dark elves, their people should have given it a proper burial. What the butler mentioned was what puzzled me. It was very strange. If they feared the curse, they should have given their ancestor a proper burial in an auspicious place. But that was not the case. They ignored him on purpose. My thoughts were interrupted by Mia, who was leaning too close to the corpse. I thought the ancestor cursed the forest for betrayal. Now I understand the hatred and resentment she felt. All of that. As Mia's fingers approached the corpse, a bright light caught the attention of Set and Mia. Mikil, there was a lot of silence here. Eilenin, returning from the patrol, interrupted our thoughts. The entrance we crossed seemed like a prison. Ain was right. This place was very unsettling. I needed to check it again. Vengeful spirits appear quickly, but they also dissipate soon. But the hatred and curse in the dark forest have always been there. I wanted to find the vengeful spirit. The forest was filled with malice and curses everywhere, but I couldn't find the vengeful spirit. If there is no vengeful spirit, then this space has no reason to exist. Just as I was thinking this, the emblem on my chest burst with a brilliant flash of light. When the light faded, it revealed two people inside. They were Jaidos and Rowena. After a moment, Hados regained consciousness. Seeing the situation, he knelt and apologized. His emotions overwhelmed him, and he ignored my warning. Fortunately, he added a magical protection mechanism. Hados explained the reason to me. After leaving the group, he ran non-stop to find Ruana. Upon finding her, he saw Ader torturing Ruana. Although I reminded him to wait for the right moment and not rush, he couldn't bear to see Rowena being tortured in front of him. Just as he was about to rescue Ruana, she returned as a master assassin. She immediately attacked Ader, but she effortlessly blocked him. When Ader was about to deliver a fatal blow, the object I gave him, which he wore on his chest, shone. Ader tried to stop him, but when his shadow touched the light, Ados and the others were already gone. Ader looked at the broken pendant in front of her. She knew. The hero discovered everything. Ben Hados. Although I have much to tell, there is no time now. After giving his sister the recovery potion, Mia quickly checked her condition. Seeing her sister, who had been lost for so long, suffering like this. Mia could no longer control her emotions. She hugged her sister and broke down in tears. Priestess, I have questions that need answers. I looked at Ruwana. I need to know everything about Ether. About Ruwana. I knew that Aher's soul had died a long time ago. The current Eller was not the ancestor. Stop lying. You just want to escape the responsibility of the priestess. Come back with me to atone for your sins. The chubby captive suddenly became defiant in front of Ruina. I said you could talk. Useless trash. I hit him, and he flew away. What I hate the most is being made to waste my time. Sister, the ancestor's soul is gone, but the curse remains. Mia asked what I thought. Ruina's words surprised Mia because uniting the Dark Elves was necessary a long time ago. As the ancestor declined, her followers became more difficult to control. Their hatred towards their sister gradually faded, but the tribe needed that hatred. So the first Dark King and the elders decided to commit an absolute taboo. They imprisoned the weakened progenitor, causing the ancestor to continue hating. Here, in this tomb, the ancestor's hatred emanated endlessly, satisfying her need for protection. This situation continued until the ancestor's death. This explains it. They both died, but the hatred did not end. Even though their hatred-filled soul died, the resentment towards their descendants continued. He has mental issues. Ryan, clever, finally spoke. The Dark King knew this and still accepted Ether. Ruwana said it was because of the Dark King's ambition to dominate the world. He asked me not to destroy the Dark Elves, even though I had no intention of doing so. I am a hero. I only eliminate the rotten and take care of elves like Ruwana. But first, Ruwana, you still haven't told me everything, have you? I looked at her. You've guessed it already, haven't you, hero? Guessing is not the same as knowing. Ruina understood what I meant and revealed everything she had hidden. The soul of the progenitor shattered into pieces. Most remained as hatred in the forest. A fragment closer to the essence of the ancestors matured and became a person. In short, the ancestor was reincarnated and still lives. Where? Where? Mia looked around searching for someone who was the reincarnation of the ancestor. She noticed that Ruina and I were watching her. Wait, it can't be. Mia pointed at herself. Are you saying I am the reincarnation of the ancestor? Mia didn't believe it. Mia, if you don't believe it, do what I say. Touch the ancestor's corpse again. Mia didn't believe it, but it seemed to be the only thing she could do. Shaking, she reached out her hand towards the remains of the ancestor. Upon touching it, an intense light burst forth. Then, the remains turned into blue light and entered Mia. Seeing Mia's state was as I expected. Welcome back, founder of the Dark Elves, Mia. Mia looked at her body in astonishment, still refusing to believe she was the reincarnation of the progenitor. Although reincarnated, she had no memories of the ancestor. Ancestor, I did not recognize you. I deserve death. The guy I captured repeatedly prostrated himself before Mia. I did not stop this useless one, but explained to M, as it is normal for a soul divided into fragments not to retain memories. The body you absorbed is also part of that. There may be changes, or perhaps not, but I don't think you need those memories. I think you're fine as you are now. Wait. Mia is the reincarnation. Who is that? Anyway, Ryan spoke again. What more to say? It's false. I didn't want to upset you. Listen, Mia. You don't have to force yourself to recover those memories. Reincarnating doesn't mean you have to be the same. Those memories would be very hard for you. Hold on. Our only goal now is to lift the curse from the forest and defeat the imposter. Okay. While absorbing the curse and resentment from the forest, we will wait for it to end. Then we will eliminate her in one blow. Don't worry about your memory. Mia wished to recover her memories. Tears fell as pain filled her chest. I understood her feelings. After my rebirth, I sometimes felt the same. As she decided for herself, I didn't need to say more. Only those who have lived it understand this emotion. Seeing that it was the right moment, I called the captured Dark Elf. Have you continued to prostrate yourself? Do you recognize Mia as the ancestor? But didn't you call her a traitor? I asked kindly. Please, don't say that. I will do anything. He grabbed my leg and pleaded. You said you would do anything, right? Well, there is one thing you can do. Go out and spread a rumor for me. Say that Amora appeared in the tomb. A few days later, a chubby dark elf was running through the forest shouting that he saw Amora. The entire dark forest fell into chaos. It was normal. They hated Amara. She betrayed her sister, causing the tribe to suffer the curse. To them, Amara was evil incarnate. They had reasons to hate her. Although some elves didn't see it that way, at least not before the bright sun appeared over the grave. Naturally, they placed their hopes in that being unaffected by madness and malice who could enter and exit the dark forest freely, compelled by circumstances. She had to lift the crystal of lamentation to calm the tribe. Your mother, that's it. I will put an end to this chaos. Eder had not absorbed the entire curse. It was not the time to fight. I kept holding my head as a voice tormented my mind until my eyes took on the unique shape of demons. I sat where the corpse was, waiting for either of the two to arrive. Soon, a dense darkness covered the grave. Enough. I took out the staff from the world tree and dispelled the darkness. I heard that the current hero is a wizard. Seeing you now, you're quite interesting. How else would I eliminate demons and beings like you? Hearing my words, Ader's face darkened. If only I could see her beautiful exterior like a normal person, but I only saw her horrible side. Mikile. She noticed that something was wrong. I had seen this face in my past life. People with this face were contractors who signed contracts with demonic gods. At the same time, the Dark King was gathering his people. It seemed he already saw the hope of conquering the world. Mole also returned with even more followers. Did you conquer the forest in just a few hours? Ryan was confused. Yes, I am powerful. Mole was proud. Now that I think about it, Mikil brought this. It would be strange if she were normal. Mole said he could broadcast my battle with Eider live. The butler finished creating the ghost theater of the 7th circle on the ground. Darkness covered the entire forest. Mole flew his followers to the center of the magic circle, showing the battle inside the grave live through the ghost theater. Many shadowy arrows attacked me. I easily blocked those attacks. Were you so bothered to come here for a rumor? It was just a friendly test, looking at the crystal of lamentation in his hand, an ancient elven relic, but he couldn't use all its power. This meant someone was forcing the use of the relic, pretending to be its owner. I didn't want to waste more words with a demon, so I directly unleashed the advanced magic of the 7th circle, Declaration of the Sacred Domain. This move would instantly amplify the storm of Set covering half the sky. You will pay for your arrogance. Ether's body exploded into infinite shadows. These shadows touched the sacred domain and then collapsed. Then they rose again. I know you want my children to see this, but we were born to walk with darkness. Everything you do will be in vain. Their shadows pressed against my sacred domain, but you were not alone waiting for it to break. You have lived for thousands of years, and I do not doubt your strength. Do you know the lick of my ancestors? What trash is that? Just food for our global conquest. Their attack intensified. Shockwaves swept everything away. Fortunately, I had made Ryan and the others leave earlier. Seeing that I wasn't falling into the trap, I recited the prepared spell. Once there were two women. One was the sun, the other the moon. The sun and moon shone together. Stop. How do you know that? Ether intensified his attack. The shadows stopped attacking randomly. Black chains attacked me from all directions. But Set had already unleashed the storm, blocking all attacks. The darkness consumed the sun and destroyed the moon. Only the black sun remains. While the moon has faded away, waiting for the lunar return. Ether's hand pierced through the storm and attacked me. Destruction of the Amora mask. When the spell ended, the disguise of Amora. He screamed in pain. He was so close to achieving it. Everything fell apart in the end. This lament that resonated for 1,000 years came from the one under the black sun, the sister who sent her own sister to the abyss. Emera covered her face, wondering how he knew those spells. I didn't answer. I won't let you die quickly, hero. I will tear you apart with triple high-level sacred magic of the 8th circle. So this is your true form. Emera, shut up. Emera's aura surged once again. Divine pillars of demon sealing. Rise up. 3 pillars of sacred power blocked Emera's escape routes, a sacred net killing demons. Countless nets like spider webs bound her. Hero, if it weren't for you, my plan would have worked. I would have avenged my sister. Revenge. How absurd. Didn't you break that sibling bond yourself? It's clearly your fault, but you blame others instead of admitting your mistake. About resurrecting your sister, she has already been reincarnated. And you are just a hypocrite. I told you to shut up. Gemera was eroded by shadows. A powerful force broke the nets that bound her. She jumped high, raising the crystal of lamentation as if she were going to break it. I grabbed my staff with both hands, barely blocking her frenzied attack. Her blow was strong. I couldn't block it completely. The strong impact sent me flying. Gemera no longer seemed to have her previous nobility. She wore black ceremonial robes, and her hair and body had changed. Hemera, no matter how much you disguise yourself, in the end, you are still Emera. The branches of the world tree I had prepared in ambush pierced Emera as she lunged toward me. Do you think this will stop me? Gemera ripped the branches of the world tree with her hands. Die. Hemera ignored her wounds, wielding the crystal of lamentation as she charged toward me very quickly. I had no time to react. This blow would at least injure me severely. Suddenly, the crystal of lamentation cried out with sadness. The entire sacred artifact trembled violently, seemingly wanting to free itself from Emera. The next moment, it broke free from Emera's hand. The crystal of lamentation is resisting me. Jamara couldn't believe the scene before her, but facts wouldn't change by will. The crystal of lamentation flew toward Mia, hidden in the shadows watching the fight. Chimera looked at Mia. Her sanity was slowly returning. She knew that face well. It was the person she had spent days and nights with, her sister Ader. Chimera remembered the scene from 1,000 years ago when they played in the forest. A strange voice resonated in her mind. That squirrel is about to die. As soon as the voice finished, the squirrel before her eyes died. In the following days, every living being she saw died, just as the voice said, until that day, when the subject of her death sentence was the person in front of her, Chimera's sister. Chimera also tried to harm her ears to escape the voice in her mind, but no matter what she did, the voice kept appearing. Until he said he could heal her beloved sister, Emra hesitated. It seemed she had no other choice. Following the voice, she used shadows to erode her sister. The shadows eliminated the illness, but when Emra happily opened the door, her sister in bed had lost her beauty. Her entire body eroded by darkness, demanding to know in hatred what she had done. She could no longer control her tears, trembling as she reached out, trying to touch Milla in front of her, just like before. Sister, I'm sorry. But I was right in front of her. Before taking away the power of the demon god, I wouldn't let her get close to me. 8th circle, holy magic. Sacred fire, judgment. A storm of flames engulfed Emra. Although she could be a victim, she would not forgive her actions. Holy wall, divine order, divine chains. As she had no intention of resisting, I had to instantly cast 3 spells, completely eliminating the aura and power of the demon god from her. Watching the storm of flames, perhaps Emra had also been eliminated. Hemra did not die. She spoke slowly. She just wanted to. She was about to cast more magic, but her next words made me stop. She just wanted to apologize to her sister. She shouldn't have allowed the shadows to erode her without permission. Although she wished to save her, whether it was the curse or the demons, she only wanted her sister to revive. She wanted to eliminate everyone and everything that tormented her sister. Mia looked at the compassionate Emra in front of her, unable to resist reaching out to her. Seeing that Chimera was about to approach me, I decided to destroy her completely. Stop, Mikhail. You already eliminated the demon god's contract. Set stopped me. Although the memories faded, Mia cried. Her pupils changed. It was all over. Mikhail, there's no need to continue. Leave the rest to Mia. Get up, Chimera. Go and kill the hero. The voice of the demon god resonated in Chimera's mind. If you wish, I can give you more power. No, it's all over. I knew it from the beginning. Pacts with demon gods only bring ruin. It's too late. Emra fell to the ground, accepting her fate of destruction. She trembled as she reached out trying to touch her lost sister, but it was impossible. Suddenly, Mia took her hand. Poor girl, you've complicated everything. Is this a hallucination before dying? Jamura couldn't believe she was hearing her sister's voice. It doesn't matter anymore. At this moment, Hemera just wanted to apologize to her sister. Sister, I really hated you. Through the despair and sadness, it took me time to accept that you did it to save me. But now it's all over. Right, sister? Chimera. Hearing the tone and familiar voice, Chimera's eyes widened. Even if no one else forgives you, I will. Ader's voice resonated in the ears of all the dark elves. Everything you did for me, everything you endured, is enough. You are tired. It's time to rest. Well, sister. As a long-lived race, Emra endured almost 1,000 years of hatred from her people. Now she could finally leave in peace. Not far away, next to a dry and rotten grass, a new blade of grass was coming to life. Perhaps the same was happening with Emra. Seeing that their sibling exchange had ended, I asked Mia if now it was Ader who nodded, indicating that it was just the remaining consciousness in me. So you will dissipate soon. I stood up and walked towards her. Not entirely. I exist temporarily because Mia has not yet recovered her memories. If one day Mia accepts all the memories, then it will be me who disappears. Thank you, hero. Although it was out of duty, my sister can finally rest. Wait, what about the royal family that tortured and abused you for so long? Do you want to come with me to destroy them? Seeing her very anxious expression, I understood her thoughts. Now that I was the closest existence to them, she must want revenge. The Dark King looked at the projected scene, unable to believe that the person he adored was being looked at with hatred by the crowd below. They despised Emra more than anyone. He knew that admitting it would mean losing his throne. Fellow countrymen, all of this is just an illusion created by Emra. Everyone, don't believe it. The Dark King needed to control the situation and tried to join the Council of Elders. The elders of the Karen faction also saw that things could not continue like this and decided to support the Dark King. Yes, it's an illusion. Why would the king lie? Staged actors stirred the crowd. Seeing that the plan was succeeding, the Dark King regained hope. He just had to buy time, and there would be a way out. But his smile didn't last long because applause was heard from above. Sorry for interrupting. Dark King, I am the hero. I applauded. Sitting high in the castle, I have a bad habit. Whenever I hear someone say nonsense, seriously, I can't help but applaud. Do you dare to come here? Someone get rid of him. The Dark King raised his hand to call assassins. In an instant, several assassins emerged from the shadows and attacked me. Stop. A solemn female voice resonated in the palace. The assassins went out of control. The arrival was her. Descending slowly to my side, the dark elves below saw their ancestor descend and stop their revolt. Then, a large part of the square knelt, all singing. It seems the effect is good. You are amazing. Seriously, can you be quiet? You've ruined this atmosphere. Set looked displeased. The situation was clear. Nothing commanded more respect than the presence of a dare. Even the Dark King had to kneel under the blood pressure. You look like a child caught doing something wrong by your mother. Children, stop. Imposing our hatred on others is selfish. Don't follow my path. Look ahead. Although she suffered many betrayals, she chose to forgive her people. She could curse them, but she didn't. She raised the crystal of lamentation, gathering the hatred and curses of the forest itself. The forest, after 1,000 years of curse, finally saw the light. The Dark Elves could no longer bear this pain. It was good for me. And the Dark Elves were no longer trapped here, without ancestors. We need your curse and hatred to defend ourselves. King, don't think I don't know you have been treating me as a tool to exploit. I won't let you succeed. You and your ancestors are the same, filled with evil hearts for 1,000 years. I was not your first victim. My descendants, who served as priestesses, all died because of you. Seeing that they were no longer acting according to his plans, the Dark King, angry, drew his sword and pointed it at the person he shouldn't have. Warriors, draw your swords. He tried to call others to resist with him. I have wanted to beat him up for a long time. The plague in my past life, he was also the culprit. Since he now seeks to die, I could oblige him. I appeared immediately in front of him. The elders, upon seeing this, used dark magic to protect their king. But I am the hero. Any dark magic is child's play for me. 7th Circle Magic. I unleashed the kingdom of Hiku, which absorbed all the attacks and sent them back. The elders, suffering from their own dark magic, collapsed in agony. Die, hero. The Dark King swung his sword at me. I blocked his attack with just the strength of 2 fingers, thinking he could hurt me. Since you chose to be king, you should take responsibility, not pursue your ambition. I also inherited a family, but I wasn't as responsible as my father, which led to the family's ruin. Looking at the Dark King holding his sword, a challenger, I seemed to see my former self. Perhaps this is what they call repulsion between people of the same sex. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. My staff wanted to hit someone, so I obliged. After leaving him battered, I finally felt better. Now raise your head and look into the eyes of your compatriot. Since he swung his sword at aid, all the Dark Elves turned hostile. They were looks of betrayal. The king attempted to attack the ancestor. The king is mistaken. We must eliminate this false king. The noise of these indecisive ones reached my ears repeatedly. This was not what I wanted to hear. I raised my hand and cast a spell to seal the leader's mouth. Anyone who dares to speak again will be next. Don't think you are better than the Dark King. You also recognized Emra as the progenitor and supported her. I was wrong. We had no choice. What right does an outsider like you have to speak like that? Upon hearing this, my face darkened with no options left. Is that your reason for harming the outside world? Just as I was about to continue, she stopped me. She raised the crystal of lamentation, absorbing the curses and hatred from the bodies of the Dark Elves. Eidos also regained his human form. This forest will receive a new dawn. The curse no longer torments this place. Mia found me. She sought my approval. She wished to erect a tomb for Emera at the burial site. I told her that was something she had to decide, as she was also her sister. Somehow everything was progressing positively.